Hi, this is Kane Hodder, better known as Jason from Friday the 13th, Victor Crowley from Hatchet. I've also played BTK, Ed Gein. Let's just say I've murdered a lot of people. In fact, I've murdered more people on film than any actor in history. So just keep that in mind. You are listening to the 80s Slasher Librarian. Keep listening, or I'll kill you.
I'm a slash-a-holic, addicted to the fray. Narration so hypnotic, Josh keeps me up all night. Lies and masks and pain, blood runs like the rain. Evil finds its way. I'm a slash-a-holic, addicted to the fright. Narration so hypnotic, Josh keeps me up all night.
Friday the 13th, Part 7, The New Blood. A novelization of the film by Landon Turner. Prologue. There's a legend around the town of Crystal Lake. A legend about Jason Voorhees. For some, it wasn't a legend at all. It happened at a local summer camp. Camp Crystal Lake. Some said it was a curse. Locals say he died as a boy, but he keeps coming back to kill, to slaughter, to maim anyone in his path. His mother sought vengeance for his death as a young boy. They said he drowned in the lake. Mrs. Voorhees slaughtered them all, the ones who were supposed to be watching him. But Mrs. Voorhees didn't live to see her vengeance through to the end. Her head was lopped off with a machete. Still, murders kept happening around Crystal Lake. Everyone said it was Jason who never really drowned and was back to avenge his mother's death. Few have seen him and lived. Some have even tried to stop him. "Come on, maggot head!" 18-year-old Tommy Jarvis screamed over the sound of terrified children. Jason Voorhees stood face to face with him on the shore of the lake. Crystal Lake, Jason's home turf. After all these years, Tommy was now face to face with the monster from his childhood. Jason was back from the dead, and stronger than ever. Tommy teetered unsteadily on a small, crude, camp-owned speedboat out in the murky water. "Come on, Jason! It's me you want, remember?" Jason stood, enthralled with Tommy, his maniacal eyes pointed straight at him. Although there was nothing left of Jason's conscience except for the need to kill, he still remembered Tommy. It was the one that had escaped him all those years before. All Jason had left in him was an instinct to annihilate only Tommy and forget about the cabin full of children and the young blonde who stood nearby, staring in shock and disbelief at the horrifying sight of the resurrected mass murderer. To Jason, all else was secondary. Tommy Jarvis was his target, and towards him he stalked, moving briskly, not running, but taking his time, walking menacingly towards the one who got away. Tommy remembered that night, that summer night back some 6 years ago, after Jason had murdered his mother and his neighbors one stormy night. Tommy had faced him and saved his sister's life. Tommy had swung a machete at him, burying it deep into his skull, but he still came back. He was inhuman long before he came back to life, but now he was stronger than ever, seemingly by the power of very dark forces that Tommy couldn't even begin to fathom. or comprehend. The Curse of Crystal Lake. Tommy had watched only a few days before as Jason plunged his fist through his best friend Alan Hawes' ribcage, clutching his bleeding heart on the other side. And it had all been Tommy's fault. He had gone to the cemetery where Jason was laid to rest, and something had come over him, the same feeling that had been imposed on him back when it happened. Rage. Unadulterated, white-hot rage. He had to know Jason was truly dead. At first, he was going to try burning his rotting remains, but once he saw him there, in the open casket, he realized how personal his relationship with Jason was. This was the man, the thing who almost killed him and had haunted him and ruined his childhood. This was the man, no, the monster, who robbed him of his most precious years. Jason was going to suffer. If his tortured soul was still alive somewhere out in the ether, or down in the rotting husk of what used to be a man lying in the grave, Tommy wanted it to spend its last moments in agonizing pain. He hadn't been able to stop himself. With the lightning storm that was raging over his head, he didn't even recognize the danger of touching metal, and he ran over to the fence that surrounded the cemetery and pried off one of the long, sharp iron fence posts. He had rammed it into Jason's body, and then again and again, "Die! Die! Die!" Those words screamed at him in his head. They were the words he had screamed back in the summer of 1984 when he had hacked at the monster over and over again with the machete after the murderer had savagely killed his mother and broke into their home. Unfortunately, Tommy had left the fence post stuck in Jason's corpse, and without warning, lightning struck. The bolt went straight for the iron rod jutting into the sky. Sparks flew, sending Tommy on all fours. And Jason was back. The electricity had apparently awakened the deep hatred and maliciousness that ran through his bones and had restarted his black heart. The Curse of Crystal Lake was far from over. And now, Tommy was back at Camp Crystal Lake, staring down the mad killer from only yards away. But now, Tommy had a plan. He didn't have a plan then. All he had felt years ago was helpless terror, the same way he had felt years before. That's the terror Jason imposed on you. It was the kind of helplessness, paralyzing terror that a person feels when they know they're about to die, a painful, horrendous death at the hands of someone truly sick and evil. Tommy didn't know exactly why Jason had chosen evil. It baffled him. It was one of the key questions that would keep him up in the middle of the night. What made some people born with the instinct to cause harm, and others not? To Jason, killing seemed to be just his duty. Morals were irrelevant to him. He did not discriminate. That part of him had died long ago. That part of him died when he drowned as a boy. That part of him that cared about others' lives was long gone, snuffed out by the carelessness of the ones who had let him die. He was only finishing what his mother started in 1958. Tommy guessed sometimes he should try and have some sympathy for Jason, since he never received what he apparently needed as a young child, but ever since that night, all he felt was sheer rage. This time, Tommy wasn't going to let him live. Quickly, as his panicked thoughts continued, and as he balanced himself on the speedboat out in the middle of the lake, Tommy picked up the heavy chain that he had tied into a makeshift noose and steadied it. He was ready for Jason. He used to be afraid of him, but now he just wanted it to be over. Finally, over. The citizens of Crystal Lake and all the young men just like him would be finally free of him and the bloodshed he caused. There couldn't be any room for sympathy. Only killing the one who had let him drown back in 1957 made sense, but everyone else was innocent. But Jason didn't care anymore. He had to be put down like a rabid dog. It was time. Jason started sloshing through the shallow water of the lake towards Tommy, submerging deeper until he disappeared. Then Tommy went into action, incited like a match being lit. Adrenaline coursed through his body, and as he tried to stop his shaking hands, he snatched up the can of gasoline that Megan had gotten for him and started pouring it into the lake all around the speedboat. It clung to the surface of the murky water like a film. As the light of the full moon guided his eyes, Tommy started scanning the water for Jason. There was no sign of him. He could be anywhere, lurking in the lake. If he could just get the noose around his neck and then dive to safety, it would all be over. Jason would be home again. Jason had to be returned to his original resting place. Tommy had read about it in a book about the occult and about the supernatural. He didn't know if any of it was real, but the book definitely explained Jason's curse. There was no other reasonable explanation for Crystal Lake's gruesome history. It explained the murders in the area. It explained how a short time ago, a man named Roy Burns wreaked havoc and killed over 15 people at a halfway house where Tommy was staying. It explained how Jason came back from the dead. It explained how to get rid of the undead, and it said that they have to be returned to where they died. And for Jason, that was the bottom of Crystal Lake, where he drowned as a boy. Tommy was hell-bent on making sure he stayed down there. As the gas can emptied, Tommy tossed it back down into the boat, lit a match, and threw it into the water. A ring of flames rose up all around the canoe like a portal to hell. Tommy felt the intense heat all around him. The flames licked and grasped at the stars above Tommy's head. Tommy hurriedly reached for the chain, but before he could grab it, Jason's monstrous form suddenly lunged out of the water and snatched him by his jacket. Half of his body was lit by the flames. Jason glared at Tommy loathingly through the eye holes in the hockey mask that he wore. Tommy wriggled free from Jason's grasp, narrowly avoiding being pulled down into the murky lagoon with him. Jason was fast. He grabbed Tommy with both arms, trying to pin him down, his hands grasping for Tommy's throat. Tommy grappled with him, using all of his upper body to fight back against Jason's near superhuman strength. Tommy clawed and reached for the boulder he had tied the other end of the chain to, and his nails nearly broke on its rough surface. Tommy finally got the upper hand, and Jason was shoved back into the murky lake. But he sprang up again like lightning, still lit ablaze by the flames. The fire seemed to not even faze him. The one preoccupation that filled his unhinged primal mind was ending Tommy's life. Tommy managed in a last frantic effort to wrap the noose around Jason's neck, just as he heaved his body into the boat again, and the rickety speedboat splintered under Jason's immense body mass. It split in half, and Tommy plunged into the water. Megan screamed no from the lake shore. The terrified campers were huddled by the cabin door, watching and waiting for Tommy to rise back to the surface. Tommy resisted the urge to take a deep inhale as the cold lake water hit him like a freight train. All he could see around him was a murky green, seemingly endless void. Rays of moonlight filtered in at the surface, and Tommy started to swim towards them. But something was firmly grabbing his leg. Tommy looked down, and he almost opened his mouth to unleash a blood-curdling scream. Jason had him by the leg and yanked him down to the bottom of the lake, where the boulder Tommy had used as a weight had him pinned. Jason's gloved hands found Tommy's neck and began to squeeze. Tommy kicked and writhed, but to no avail. He punched and kicked as hard as he could, but underwater it was absolutely no use. Jason pressed his thumbs as hard as he could down on either side of Tommy's larynx, but his oxygen levels, much like Tommy's, were plummeting. They were both losing strength. Tommy tried desperately to cling on to life, pulling and prying at Jason's fingers that clutched his throat like an eagle suffocating a rat in its talons. Slowly he felt consciousness ebbing, and his strength was failing. The murky green landscape that enveloped him started to turn to nothing but vast darkness. Finally, his body went limp, and Jason triumphantly observed his victory, watching as Tommy lifelessly floated to the surface. Megan and the young campers gathered around, huddling on the lakeshore and watching as they listened and looked for any sign of Tommy splashing to the surface. Megan felt the tears rolling down her cheeks when several agonizing moments passed by. The only sound was her own, frenetic breathing, her heartbeat, and the crackling of the flame that lit Crystal Lake up like a supernova. "Is he killed?" one of the young female campers asked. "Stay here," Megan said to the children in a firm tone. Then, in a blind panic, she started running towards the lake. She had to do something. She had only known Tommy for a day or two, but he had tried to save them all. She couldn't believe he had been right about Jason. Megan could not fathom how a dead mass murderer had come back to life, but it was right in front of her. She couldn't let Tommy die after what he tried to do. Megan ran onto the dock and dove into the frigid water, dog paddling over to the flames and looking everywhere for Tommy. Over by the wrecked boat she saw him, floating near the back end of the boat which had splintered off in the struggle. He was floating ever so closely to the motor and the rusted and wickedly sharp set of propellers below it. He couldn't be dead, she thought. He just can't be dead. With all of her strength, she wrapped both of her arms around his ribcage and heaved him through the water towards the dock. And then a hand suddenly grabbed her ankle and yanked it with enormous strength. She released her grip on Tommy and kicked with her other foot, feeling her boot make contact with the hard plastic of his hockey mask. It was Jason, and he wasn't letting go. Megan was pulled under the water, and she let out a scream. Water filled her throat. She managed to splash up frantically to the surface again, using Jason's shoulders to spring herself back up. She gasped for a breath, coughing up the murky water, tasting the acrid gasoline in her mouth. She gasped for another tiny bit of air, anything, and then she was pulled under again and again. No matter how much she fought, he was not letting go. She was going to tire out and eventually drown if she didn't think of something fast. Tommy still was motionless in the water, bobbing in the waves she created with her terrified thrashing. Then her eye caught the metallic shine of the motorboat nearby, and she lunged for it. As Jason fought against her kicking, she tugged at the pull start on the motor. It sputtered but didn't start. She yanked it again, and it roared to life. Still fighting with all of her willpower to not get pulled underwater and drowned, Megan lowered the motor down as far as it would go and rotated it towards Jason. Jason didn't see it coming. Spinning blades suddenly came out of the murky green void. They connected with flesh and tissue, slashing deep into his collarbone and under his chin. Megan was free. Blood filled the water, bubbling up underneath the motor. Megan swam away, grabbed Tommy, and swam all the way back to the shore and dragged him up onto the sand. She felt more tears welling up in her eyes as she stared down at Tommy's lifeless figure sprawled out on the shore. He just couldn't be dead. Not after all that had happened, not after she was really beginning to like him, and not after he had saved them all. She knelt down and started mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, pressing down underneath his sternum with all of her might, and then strategically breathing into his mouth. It was a good thing that being trained as a camp counselor involved CPR training. She wasn't going to let him die. All the children were alive thanks to him. The young campers, a mix of wide-eyed boys and girls, came running over and surrounded Megan, watching with anticipation and sorrow. They didn't know him. but they knew he had been trying to save them from the monster who had broken into their cabin in the middle of the night. Megan kept trying again and again, pumping as much air as she could into him. Then she threw her hands to her face, overwhelmed. "No," she thought, "he's not going to die." She slammed her fist down again onto his belly, and this time Tommy lurched upwards. Arching his back, he coughed, and murky water came shooting out of his mouth. The children cheered, and Megan's face lit up with joy. Tommy was pulled into a sitting position and suddenly wrapped in Megan's warm embrace. Tommy wasn't focused on her. He stared out at the lake and watched the flames slowly die. It's over," he said. "It's finally over. Jason is home." Under the surface of the water, Jason narrowed his eyes. He was still very much alive. The legacy of Crystal Lake wasn't over. There was much more to tell. All Jason had to do was wait. (1958) Crystal Lake. A summer camp for kids once set on the shore of a lake known as Crystal Lake. There was a whitewashed wooden dock that stuck out into the shallow, murky water. A few homely log cabins were nestled among the tall pine trees in the middle of northeastern wilderness. A yellow wooden sign with a painting of a log cabin perched on a hill by a sparkling lake read, "Camp Crystal Lake, established 1935. Everything looked placid and peaceful. The water gently lapped on the shore in the quiet, warm afternoon. Reeds gently swayed back and forth in the summer breeze. It would have appeared like your normal, everyday summer camp, save for the police tape and the "no trespassing" sign hung up on many miles of barbed wire that kept residents of the town from lurking around the campgrounds. The place had been condemned just last year when tragedy struck the small town. It started with a young boy. His name was Jason. The time was 1957. Jason's mother would watch him play alone by the lake with sad, wistful eyes. She wished the best for Jason, but everyone could tell that Jason was somewhat different. Much different. He would scare the other children with just a glance. He was like one of those paintings with eyes that followed you everywhere you went. Some counselors would complain to Mrs. Voorhees that Jason would never talk, but he would always watch. He was always watching. He would have his head turned from you, and then when you looked away, you could see him out of the corner of your eye, watching you, keen on your every move, studying you. It creeped everyone out, including the other children who never wanted to play with him. They were never mean to him. They were much too afraid of him. He had been born on Friday the 13th, and even the doctors were spooked by the look in his eyes. He had suffered from mental retardation and a birth defect that caused him to look very different from the other kids. The ones who did pick on him all ended up in unusual freak accidents. One summer day, Mrs. Voorhees had been cleaning the dishes in the main cabin when she noticed that Jason was missing. She had run outside frantically, calling her son's name, and that's when she saw him. He was thrashing in the lake helplessly, calling for his mother. "Mommy!" His pathetic, tiny voice shrieked out in terror as the vast lake sucked him down. Pamela Voorhees ran for help, searching for the owner, John Christie, searching for anyone who could help. That's when she stumbled into an old barn where she saw the two counselors who were supposed to have been watching Jason. They were making love, literally rolling around in the hay. When Mrs. Voorhees returned to the lake with them, after scolding them harshly, Jason was nowhere to be found. Divers and police searched the lake and the grounds but could not find the boy. Soon the camp closed down. Nothing was ever done about Jason's mysterious drowning. Why couldn't they find his body? Mrs. Voorhees didn't understand it, but she knew one thing. Someone had to pay. Something had to be done. That camp was a death trap. It claimed the life of her son. She couldn't let them open it again. 1958. On Friday the 13th, the next summer after Jason's drowning, when Camp Crystal Lake opened back up, one of the counselors made a gruesome discovery on the second day of camp. The two counselors from the previous year were both found stabbed to death in the same old barn where they had been fondling each other when Jason drowned. The police were clueless. They knew they were killed sometime in the middle of the night. They just didn't have any clues as to who could have done it. John Christie didn't have much to gain from the camp closing down. It was his life's work. All of the counselors had been together and had given one another alibis. Who could it have been? The one disturbing feature that the police noticed was the sheer rage displayed by the killer. The two 17-year-olds' bodies were virtually hacked to pieces. The killer disappeared into the night, never to be seen or heard from again for the next 20 years. (1979) John Christie's son, Steve, reopens the camp in an attempt to sell it for profit. His greed would be his tragic flaw. Only after one short week before the camp even opened, the Crystal Lake police found Steve and all of his teenage counselors dead. Steve had a hunting knife driven into his chest like it was a stake used to slay a vampire, and was found hanging upside down like a freshly slaughtered pig. Marcy with an axe in her head. Brenda was tied to a tree, slashed, shot with arrows from the archery range, and thrown through a window. Ned, his throat slit from ear to ear. Jack, an arrow through his throat. Bill, impaled to the shed door with multiple arrows driven into him. Annie, the new camp cook, her throat also slashed, just like Ned's. One counselor, Alice Hardy, managed to survive the bloody rampage that night, a rampage inflicted by none other than Jason's mother, Pamela Voorhees. She fought Pamela, who was enraged by her son's hapless drowning at the camp 20 years earlier, and managed to decapitate her in one wild, frenzied, and desperate swing of a machete. Her headless corpse had grasped at the sky, and then it collapsed into a heap. The detectives found Alice panicking in the middle of the lake. She swore that Jason Voorhees had risen from the depths of Crystal Lake and pulled her underneath the water. Some people said she was just crazy, but others believed the legend of Jason Voorhees. For the ones who continued to die, they definitely believed in the last months of their lives, and it wasn't over. More murders continued to plague the area for years to come. 1984. First, a counselor training center right beside the abandoned Camp Crystal Lake was struck by a maniacal, pitchfork-wielding killer. Jenny Field, a psychology major and a grad student, told authorities it was Jason Voorhees. She said he was living in a shack in the woods near the camp and was storing the mutilated bodies of his victims there, including the body of Alice, who was responsible for Jason's mother's death. But when authorities searched for the shack, they found nothing but charred remains. There was no shrine to Jason's mother like Jenny had described. There was no way to prove it had been Jason Voorhees. But the townsfolk and Jenny knew the truth. She actually saw him, smelling like rotting meat and filth and blood, wearing tattered clothes and hideously deformed. The next victim was 19-year-old Chris Higgins, who found all of her friends that she had invited to her childhood lakefront property viciously slaughtered. Andy had been split in half by a machete. Her best friend Debbie was dead in an upstairs closet, a knife through her throat. Vera had a spear fired into her eye from a spear gun. Chris survived, but was far too traumatized to tell the authorities anything. All she could get out was, it was him. It was him. Then, a family was brutally attacked in their lakeside home. Tommy Jarvis was the young boy who had to fight and defend his family from a deranged serial killer in a hockey mask. He managed to hack Jason to death with a machete. After that, he became severely traumatized. A few years later, Tommy was sent to a halfway house out near Crystal Lake. All the patients were slaughtered in one night by a man in a hockey mask. But this time, it was not Jason. It was a local ambulance driver, enraged by the death of his son, who was in the care of the halfway house. Some said he was a victim of the curse. It was just another murderous week at Crystal Lake. Some said it was a death curse, like the town drunk Ralph. Nobody believed him when he tried to warn people about living at Crystal Lake, or at Camp Blood, as Ralph called it. Camp Blood is cursed. You'll never come back again, he would say in his raspy voice. Camp Blood is cursed. You'll never come back again, he would say in his raspy voice. They found Ralph dead too, strung up to a tree with barbed wire and brutally garroted. Everyone didn't want to believe that living in their small town was a death sentence. Nobody believed that it was Jason. How could it be Jason? Jason drowned back in the 50s. There was no way he could have been alive after all this time. Or was there? Bodies kept falling and more people kept reporting that it truly was Jason Voorhees. At a town meeting in 1990, the whole town managed to convince the mayor to change the name of the town. They wanted to forget the murderous and violent history associated with the name Crystal Lake. Thus, they changed the name of the town to Forest Green. Camp Forest Green was newly renovated and rebuilt on the shore of Crystal Lake, which was now called Lake Forest Green. But Tommy Jarvis knew that Camp Forest Green was still Camp Crystal Lake. It was still Crystal Lake to Jason. Tommy couldn't accept the fact that Jason was truly dead. Even after he had seen Jason lying in a pool of his own blood, with his head split nearly in half with a machete, he couldn't believe Jason was dead. That's why he had gone to the cemetery. He had to be sure. It had hopelessly backfired on him, and just like that, Jason was back. But now that Jason's body was at the bottom of Crystal Lake, pinned by a chain tied around his neck like a lynching, the town of Forest Green could now rest. Years passed. Friday the 13th was approaching. Forest Green eventually changed the name back to Crystal Lake. But no matter what the name of the town was, there was still a price to pay. Jason's mother's work was anything but finished. "1985, Friday the 13th, October. There was something off about 10-year-old Tina Shepard. 48-year-old Amanda Shepard leaned against the porch column of the large two-story clapboard house that sat on the edge of Crystal Lake. Her husband, John, had built it many years ago thanks to his late father's surplus of money that was passed down to him. It was settled in a large clearing surrounded by pine trees. The scent of the pines and the smell of the lake filled the air. A weather-worn, rickety wooden dock, covered by a gable roof, jutted out into the water. A small canoe rocked back and forth gently in the small waves, laid out by a speedboat that flew by. Mrs. Shepard gazed out nostalgically at the place where she had spent the last 20-some years of her life. The lake's surface was glassy smooth. In the late afternoon, the crickets were chirping, providing a beautiful ambiance. Her daughter Tina was skipping rocks across the pond, something her father always did with her to spend time with his daughter. Her blonde hair reminded her of how her own hair used to be, long, blonde, and wavy. Now Amanda's hair had faded to a light blondish gray. Tina's hair was so blonde it reflected the sunlight. It made Mrs. Shepard happy. Tina had been a beautiful, angelic baby with those deep crystal blue eyes. Tina's eyes were really what made Amanda fall in love with her daughter. There was something beautiful and mysterious about them. It had almost been a spiritual experience the first time she held Tina as a baby and had stared into those eyes. Now Tina was growing into a young, healthy girl, albeit some strange quirks, and it scared Amanda more than she was comfortable admitting. Living out in the woods like they did worsened her fear, and that's why she always watched her daughter like a hawk. Anything could happen. A wild animal could attack her. She could fall in the lake and drown. Crystal Lake was a small, close-knit, and safe town to live in, for the most part. Amanda had heard about some murders that took place on the opposite side of the lake they lived on, but that had been over a year ago. That had been the only time something like that happened since she'd been living on the lake. Still, it never hurts to be cautious, she thought, as she watched Tina playing down by the lake. She had noticed something off about Tina ever since she was only a few months old. Things would happen around the house that were totally unexplainable. Objects moving, doors slamming, and lights flickering on and off. Candles being lit without anyone being home. The oven would be left on overnight even when Amanda swore she turned it off. All of these things typically happened whenever Tina was around. That was the strange part. She was able to shrug most of these odd occurrences off until Tina started acting really strange. First, she would say that she could see things move by themselves. Then she would say that she could see people in the house, all kinds of people. But when Amanda would take a look, there would be nothing there. Then, a few years ago, on Tina's 7th birthday, they bought her a pet goldfish that she kept on her nightstand by her bed. It died in the night, and they found it floating at the top of the bowl. When Mrs. Shepard went to get something to fish the carcass out of the bowl and then come back, the fish was suddenly alive again. Tina had been standing there with a hazy look in her eyes, staring at the bowl. Mrs. Shepard wasn't at all a superstitious person, but she couldn't think of any reasonable explanation for these things. She tried taking Tina to a doctor, and they brushed it all off as the silly fantasies of a child. Psychiatrists tried to analyze her, and blamed her behavior on not getting enough attention. They said she was just lashing out to try and get the attention that she was starved of. Mrs. Shepard knew better. She loved and doted on her daughter. There was no way the psychiatrists were telling the truth. Then again, she knew how crazy she must have sounded. She would tell them that Tina would sometimes speak of seeing things, and they would always glare at her with a dubious expression. She could tell that these visions that Tina had distressed her a great deal. She would spend nights sleeping in Tina's bed with her because she was too scared to go to sleep for the fear of seeing another strange man or woman roaming around the house. Over the past few months, things had been starting to die down. Her and her husband's marriage was even getting better. Before, he would come home drunk and yell at her, and a big fight would break out. Mrs. Shepard figured it was the stress of owning a business that was really starting to take a toll on him. It was hard in a small town where there was lots of competition. John's furniture store barely brought in enough customers to get by. His inheritance from his father was all spent building their home. Now it was hard to make ends meet considering Mrs. Shepard quit teaching. Teaching was certainly her passion, but she once was assaulted by a student. After that, she was always too afraid to go back and do what she loved to do. Maybe that was why she begged her husband to move out of the city and somewhere that was safe. Plus, she had a daughter who was going through some kind of imaginative phase and needed to be taken care of during the day. To cope with all of the financial stress, John had turned to the bottle, and the last few years had been rocky to say the least. But now he seemed to be working on his anger and his drinking problem. They were actually getting along as a family. Mrs. Shepard had noticed that strangely, when she and her husband were getting along, the strange occurrences surrounding her daughter would cease. There seemed to be no need to call in a priest or do something along those lines, because nothing too bad ever happened. Most of the time, they'd just see objects moving on their own, sometimes flying all the way across the room. It scared them all, but eventually they learned to live with it. As long as she and her husband weren't fighting and making Tina upset, nothing would happen. Their lives could finally be normal again, and Mrs. Shepard was rejoicing in that. As she looked out onto the shimmering lake, she watched the afternoon sun slowly sinking down towards the horizon, painting the tops of the trees with a golden haze. The sky was getting darker as the minutes passed by. Tina looked like she was having way too much fun to ask her to come inside. Why not sit outside for a bit longer and soak in the oncoming sunset? It was the perfect afternoon for it. Everything seemed so tranquil, it was like a scene out of a movie. The wind was picking up, and the sky turned a deep shade of turquoise, embellished by the bright pink and violet colors that streaked across the horizon in a dazzling array. Crystal Lake seemed like the perfect place to live. Mrs. Shepard hated the city. Her husband liked it, but succumbed to his wife's wishes once he realized that he could build his own property. So they found a spot of land on the lake, and the rest was history. Her husband would be home soon from his job at the local furniture store which he owned and managed. She prayed that he hadn't been drinking again, but he was supposed to be home at 5 and it was already 7. This was a telltale sign that he had stopped off at a bar somewhere along the route back home from town. Just great, she thought. Tina had been so happy recently. For months, Tina hadn't been able to make any friends at school. It was almost time to have to homeschool her. It was getting that bad. Too many of the kids said Tina had crazy eyes, and they steered clear of her. They were afraid of her, afraid of what she was thinking behind those piercing eyes. And then, just a month ago, a kid that Tina had gotten into a heated argument with was involved in some kind of terrible accident. Nobody knows how it happened. At recess, he had suddenly flown through the air off of some playground equipment and ended up breaking his arm. There was no explanation. Tina had been found standing nearby, still as a stone, staring at the boy. Her jaw had been locked tight and her fist had been clenched. It really spooked Amanda and was pushing her closer and closer to homeschooling Tina. It would be a cinch, considering Mrs. Shepard was a retired teacher. Maybe something was wrong with Tina. Maybe she had one of those awful mental disorders like bipolar, but she didn't think children could be diagnosed with that. Maybe she was autistic, one of those children who had trouble fitting in, but it wasn't that she was socially inept. She seemed just fine. She wasn't antisocial. It was the other children who had a problem with Tina, and Mrs. Shepard couldn't fathom why. Maybe she was different. Just one of those kids who just didn't fit with most other kids and didn't share the same interest. Tina hadn't really taken the time to develop her interest. She was only 10 years old. Maybe, given some time, Tina would find herself and fit in with the right crowd of people. All things take time, she thought. Life takes time. After all, she herself had been a quiet, bookish kid and never fit in well either. And she turned out to be a stable adult with a somewhat pleasant marriage and lakefront property. "Tina!" Mrs. Shepard called. "Yes, Mom?" Tina replied. "It's almost time to come into the house. Your father's almost home." Tina let out a small groan. Okay," she said. Suddenly there was the sound of spinning tires, and John Shepard's 1972 Cadillac pulled into the lot, screeching to a halt. Mrs. Shepard just knew in her gut that it was time for another brawl with her husband. He clambered out of the car, stumbling a little bit, and then finding his balance. He was clearly plastered. "John, what the hell is this?" she demanded. "Inside, we have to talk," he said, his words slurring. Mrs. Shepard controlled her urges to talk back to him and followed him into the house. She knew what talking back to him would bring. The screen door banged shut. John paced around the living room nervously, shaking his head. His light, sandy blonde hair was disheveled, and his shirt was rumpled. He reeked of alcohol. "I'm sick of this, Amanda. I am sick to death of living out here," he said after a brief hesitation. "John, we have something good going on here. Let's just talk about it," Mrs. Shepard said, in the kindest tone she could manage. "Don't give me that!" John bellowed so loudly it echoed off the walls. "John, please," Mrs. Shepard protested. It was no use. He was drunk out of his mind. His bloodshot eyes leered at her. "No, listen, Amanda, I'm going to sell this place and get the hell out," he said furiously. It was the same fight they always had. He always ranted about how building a house out in the boonies had been a bad idea from the start. He had said they'd be better off living in an apartment in the city instead of blowing their savings on maintaining and repairing their home. Mrs. Shepard tried to just ignore him and thought that maybe he would go and settle down upstairs. "Tina!" she called out the screen door. "Leave her out of this," John said. "Tina?" Mrs. Shepard called again. "Please come inside." Tina stood in the doorway listening to the argument. Her alluring eyes were watching them intently. "Yeah, come on. Have her join the party," John said. Then he snatched up a potted plant and heaved it into the wall. "Please, John," Mrs. Shepard cried. "Please don't drink any more." John snapped his head around to stare at her, his eyes wide. He was fully irate now. "Don't you tell me what to do!" He reared back, and that's when he hit her. Mrs. Shepard was dumbfounded at the stinging sensation that suddenly burned across her cheek. Her jaw dropped. She held a hand to her face in astonishment. John's eyes immediately turned apologetic. He couldn't believe he had actually done it either. He froze in time, staring at his own hands in bewilderment. As Mrs. Shepard caught a glance of the screen door, she saw Tina in the doorway with a look of despair and terror on her face. "Oh, Tina, it's okay, baby." Mrs. Shepard tried to console her, but Tina turned and ran towards the lake, disappearing into the approaching darkness of night. John instinctively felt the pang of guilt hit him like an 18-wheeler, and he ran after her. "Tina!" he cried. He ran out the screen door and onto the covered porch, through the mesh screen that provided a way to look out onto the lake. There he saw Tina's tiny figure running out onto the rickety dock. "Tina, no!" he shouted. She wasn't listening. That dock was dangerous, full of splinters, and could topple at any second. It was already rocking unsteadily back and forth in the waves. "Tina, please come back inside, honey." She still didn't listen. She started climbing into the canoe and paddling off into the water. "Tina!" he yelled again. "Wait!" It was too late. She was floating off into the middle of the lake, tears streaming down her cheeks. John ran his hands through his dark hair, exasperated. "What have I done?" he thought. He started sprinting towards the old wooden dock, running up the steps and onto the sagging wooden planks. "Tina!" he cried. "I'm sorry!" The dock tediously swung back and forth. The old logs that supported it creaked under his weight. He ran to the edge of the dock and called out to her. "Tina! Please come back, I'm sorry." "You hit Mom!" Tina cried back to him. And then another voice rang out. It was the frantic voice of Mrs. Shepard. "Tina! Tina!" she screamed at the top of her lungs, now seeing that Tina was out in that lake by herself. "Please, baby, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," John exclaimed. "Go away, I hate you, I wish you were dead," Tina screamed. Tears stained her fair cheeks. That made Mrs. Shepard stop in her tracks. John's jaw dropped and he stood on the edge of the dock, speechless and stunned at what he had just heard. And then he saw the sheer look of hatred in his daughter's eyes. Her fists were clenched down by her side. She stood up in the canoe and became transfixed on John. Her jaw locked tightly. Her eyes narrowed. Without warning, the lake began to churn. Bubbles rose to the surface violently. The dock began to shake. It thrashed back and forth without the help of any wind. It was like it had taken on a life of its own. John tried to keep his balance, but the dock suddenly swung sharply to the right, knocking him to his knees. It thrashed again, sending him onto his back. "Oh my God!" Mrs. Shepard vociferated helplessly. There was no time for John to make it back to the shore. The wooden beams that held up the old ramshackle pier began to splinter. And then the wooden planks that John was lying on suddenly fell out from beneath him, and he went plunging into the lake with a scream. "No, Daddy, no! John!" Mrs. Shepard cried. The roof of the dock caved in, and the whole thing came crumbling down right on top of John with a resounding splash. As a mysterious fog started to spread across the surface of the lake from seemingly nowhere, the lake was quiet again. Tina let out one more guttural, sorrowful scream. "Daddy!" Another life was lost at Crystal Lake. Chapter 1. 8 years later. Crystal Lake. Tina awoke from the vivid nightmare with a gasp. The pretty blonde 18-year-old looked around frantically and then relaxed when she saw the familiar interior of her mother's 1986 Oldsmobile. Mrs. Shepard looked over at Tina from the driver's seat with a startled expression. Her once blonde hair was now fading to a steely gray color, and her face had aged considerably, probably due to her husband's unfortunate death 8 years prior. Wrinkles had started to show at the corners of her eyes and mouth. Tina had put them there. Mrs. Shepard steadied the steering wheel, trying to keep her eyes on the winding, tree-lined country road, but she couldn't help but look and make sure Tina was keeping it together. "Tina, honey, are you all right?" "I'm fine," was Tina's quick reply. It was her usual scripted reply whenever she was asked that question. She hated being asked that question because she always felt the need to lie. The truth was that she wasn't fine and hadn't been fine for some time. She was reliving that terrible night of her childhood every night. It was the same vivid reenactment every time. She could still remember the way she screamed for her father as he plunged into the lagoon. It was a nightmare that had haunted her for the last 8 years. 8 long years. 8 long years of doctor's visits and always getting the same response. They couldn't understand. The only thing she could do that would bring her back to reality and solve all of her problems was to go back in time and prevent that night from ever happening, however she could. And that wasn't possible. Her father was gone and he wasn't ever coming back. That was something Tina was going to have to accept. They never found his body at the bottom of Crystal Lake, so sometimes Tina still held on to hope that he was alive, out there somewhere looking for her. Some days it was all she had to hold on to keep her from losing her sanity. As hard and as far-fetched as it was to believe, it was the only thing that kept her waking up and getting out of bed every morning. It could happen, though. Maybe he'd floated all the way down the lake and gotten lost. No, Tina, she told herself, he was dead. John Shepard was dead. There was no way he was alive after all these years. He had to have drowned at the bottom of the lake. There was no other reasonable explanation. Any inkling that he was still alive was nothing but her own wishful thinking. Dr. Mark Cruz, a reputable psychiatrist on all accounts, had been seeing Tina for the last 3 years, ever since the nightmares started, ever since she started that fire. She didn't know if she could trust him, since so many doctors before him did nothing but gaslight and manipulate Tina for her family's money. They would suggest tons of expensive and risky procedures, brain scans, MRIs, and the whole works. Of course, it was hard to make anyone understand what she was experiencing, and that was the worst part. Tina felt like she was just out of her mind. One of those grandiose and delusional schizophrenic people that believed they were Christ incarnate, or that the government spies were coming to take them away. She was still seeing things that weren't there. Things kept moving on their own somehow. Dr. Cruz seemed mystified and fascinated, and to Tina, that was a warning sign. She hated being treated like some kind of science experiment. At appointments, she felt like she was in some kind of white, sterile alien spaceship, and the doctors and the psychiatrists were the little green men probing and prodding her for information. To them, she was their guinea pig. Maybe this time with Dr. Cruz would be different. Tina still felt she couldn't trust him, possibly due to the fact that he was taking them both on a weekend excursion as part of her treatment, and Tina did not like the idea, especially since he was taking her back to her old childhood home at Crystal Lake, back where it all started. Tina could feel the nervousness tingling just underneath the surface of her skin, a sensation that made her want to crawl out of her own body. The car was plunging ahead into the wilderness and into the unknown, back to Crystal Lake. She gripped the hardwood paneling on the passenger side door, dug her nails into the upholstery, and took a breath. Then, finally, a sign of life. A blue Volvo was coming towards them in the left-hand lane. It passed by in a blur. Tina glanced back at the passing motorist and then turned back around. She adjusted her position in the seat nervously, fidgeting with her seatbelt. Finally, she felt the urge to voice her rising anxiety that was threatening to consume her. There they were, driving out to the middle of nowhere, back to Crystal Lake after all these years. "I don't think this is such a good idea," Tina said. Mrs. Shepard turned to her. Tina immediately felt guilty about complaining when she saw the look on her mother's face. "Tina, honey, this is really hard on all of us." She was right, Tina thought. Her mother was also going back to where it had all happened, all out of love and support for her. She was forcing herself to go back to the place where she witnessed her husband's untimely death. Maybe she shouldn't have said anything at all, but voicing her concerns was better than sitting in silence. "Will you just give it a try?" Mrs. Shepard beseeched her. "It doesn't seem so hard on Dr. Cruz," Tina said bitterly. "He really wants to help you, Tina. I'd hate to see you go back to the hospital," her mother replied. Tina looked anxiously out the window. What her mother didn't know is that was the only reason Tina wasn't forcing her mother to stop the car, getting out and running back down the highway and away from that awful place filled with harrowing memories. Anything was better than being locked up in that hospital, she thought. Anything. She had been locked up with all kinds of people, schizophrenics and people with extreme suicidal tendencies. It terrified Tina to think that one day she could end up like one of those sad lost people, tormented by their own brain. Then her mind drifted over to Dr. Cruz. The man had some nerve asking them all out to stay with him in a house on the lake. It seemed so unethical. If it kept her away from the hospital, then sure, she thought. But what doctor takes his patients on vacation? To Dr. Cruz, going back to the scene of her father's death would help her process those emotions. But Tina didn't believe it. What if it only served to bring up the past and bring up those emotions and make it worse? She never would be here, driving down the road back to Crystal Lake, if her father was still alive. They probably would have sold their house on the lake, moved back to the city, and her mother would be teaching again. They could have been one big happy family. If only somehow she could go back in time, she'd do it all over again. She remembered how her last words had been, "I hate you." Those words to her own father before his final moments, and it brought up the unmistakable pang of guilt. Her mind went back to the incident that got her sent to the hospital. She remembered a photograph of herself and her father when she was just a toddler. It was a picture of her in a red and blue striped parka that was too big for her, standing by the lake, hand in hand with the late John Shepard. That was when it all started. That was when the mental breakdown happened, the one that got her sent away. She remembered gazing down at the framed photograph in her hands and feeling her eyes misting over with tears. She remembered the lump in her throat as she started to cry. She remembered the powder keg of emotions rising up inside of her, threatening to implode with just one tiny spark. Tears had dripped down onto the frame, and she tasted their saltiness on her lips. Then suddenly she was overcome with something, a force, some kind of energy. It had gripped through her, rippled through her, feeling like the most intense shock waves you can imagine. Her hands had gone limp, and the photo fell and smashed on the floor. And then it erupted into flames, right next to a curtain. And soon the whole entire drapes were lit ablaze. That was when her mother found her crying in a fetal position as her room burned down around her. Luckily, the fire hadn't caused too much damage and was put out quickly. Mrs. Shepard began to think it was Tina who started the fire. After all, to everyone around her, the idea that something could just spontaneously combust out of thin air was absurd. But that's what Tina said, because that's what happened. The thing was, she had no proof. It was a grief-stricken hormonal teenager's word against an adult's. She remembered thinking that they all just thought she was crazy and started the fire out of spite. It did seem ridiculous that Tina could just stare at things and cause them to burst into flames. The only other alternate explanation was that she had started the fire, negligently or otherwise. It didn't matter. They had to send her away. That's when she found Dr. Cruz, who immediately took a vested interest in her above all his other patients. And that was suspicious to Tina. Her mother seemed to not notice it, but Tina could tell he was taking a unique, special interest with her, and she suspected it was the fact that he wanted to be the one who discovered the real-life Carrie for himself. I guess that's what I am, Tina thought, a real-life Carrie. That's what they called her at school, a freak. Her life was no longer about proms and dating and all the trivialities of being an adolescent. It was about doctor visits and tedious psychoanalysis day in and day out, and she knew that everyone in school could tell how unstable she was. It was about walking on eggshells, trying not to get triggered and trying to avoid all of the inevitable accidents that seemed to transpire out of nowhere all around her. It was about pouring through her mind and trying to understand what had happened every day, trying to remember some hidden puzzle piece that had been tucked away somewhere in her consciousness. A missing piece that would finally make everything make sense. There had to be something she was missing. Was there? Maybe it was all a bad dream. Maybe she'd wake up any time now and she'd be in her warm bed, waking up to pancakes and sitting on her father's laps in her pajamas. But that was just too much to ask of God, Tina thought. Far too much to ask of him. Just give me a normal life, she would pray. Just take me away somewhere far from here where I can start over. But it never happened. Nobody came to save her. If God couldn't help her, she didn't see how Dr. Cruz could do a goddamn thing for her. She was going to have to uncover her past by herself, one piece at a time. She was going to have to come to terms with whatever was wrong with her. This special gift was going to have to be examined and controlled. At least that's what Dr. Cruz had said. But she knew it would be insanely difficult to be back in that house again, back at her childhood home. There could possibly be traumatic triggers everywhere, from a rustle in the leaves to a fish splashing on the surface of the water, to even a small wave in the lake. The sound of wood splintering brought her back to the sound that the dock had made when it had caved in on her father on that awful night. Even though she wouldn't be alone, Tina couldn't help but think that somehow this trip would turn out to be the worst weekend of her life. Tina looked back again, out the window, and her eyes became locked on a road sign that read, Crystal Lake, 20 miles. Tina didn't know just how right she was. The winding paved road turned to dirt about 5 miles from Crystal Lake. It had rained that morning and thick mud splattered the sides of Mrs. Shepard's Oldsmobile. The tall Virginia pine trees that lined the road suddenly cleared and the car pulled into a large clearing. Crystal Lake came into view, its surface glimmering in the early afternoon sun, and Tina's eyes went straight to it. She half expected her father to be standing on the dock waiting for her, but there was nobody there. Her childhood home stood before them, looking lonely and isolated. The rain had weathered the white paint, and the house had now faded to a dull gray color. Some of the clapboard shutters had fallen off due to weather. It still looked the same, Tina thought. My God, it's all the same. A flock of crows scattered noisily as the car slowly drove down a winding dirt path that led around to the front of the house. Tina caught something out of the corner of her eye, and her gaze was directed to a dirt-speckled Jeep sitting in front of a large 2-story log cabin about 10 yards away from the Shepard home. Someone had lived there long ago, but the home was mostly vacant and used as a rental for as long as Tina could remember. It looked like some people were renting it now, and Tina felt a sense of relief wash over her. Maybe this wouldn't be such a bad weekend. Maybe she wouldn't feel as lonely out here if there were people nearby. Safety in numbers was surely something that she believed in. A young, attractive, and posh blonde woman in an expensive bikini and a sun hat was sunbathing in the front lawn of the log cabin next to an open cooler full of beer. Beside her, another young and petite blonde was also sunbathing in a lime green bikini. A strapping young dark-haired man of about 20 years of age was unpacking some luggage from the back of the Jeep. As Mrs. Shepard's car drove up to the front of the house, Tina watched them as they watched her. They looked like older kids, maybe in college, but anyone beat being alone out in the woods for a weekend with her mother and her doctor. Dr. Mark Cruz was an average-looking middle-aged man with dark, coiffed hair, wearing a gray blazer over a flannel shirt and slacks. His loafers were neatly shined. He stood on the front porch of Tina's childhood home, his hands in his pockets. His 1990 Buick was parked nearby. "There he is," said Mrs. Shepard, as she stopped the car and turned off the engine. "Bad news Cruz," Tina remarked with a sly grin. It was what all the other patients at the hospital referred to him as whenever he wasn't in the room. Mrs. Shepard gave her a look. "Tina," she said disapprovingly. Mrs. Shepard wished Tina would be a little more grateful. After all, the man was paying for their little vacation, if you could call it that. It was more like an intervention. She knew that it was hard for her to come back here after all this time, and hard for her to trust people, but she wanted Tina to just try and get some help. Mrs. Shepard rolled down the window and smiled at the doctor. "Hi, Dr. Cruz," she said. She gave Tina the keys. "Go grab your bags, honey," she said. "Hi," Dr. Cruz greeted them, flashing a smile full of pearly white teeth. Probably from some dental work that he could easily afford, Tina thought cynically. "I hope we didn't keep you waiting too long," Mrs. Shepard said. No, Dr. Cruz replied. "I really like it up here. It's beautiful." He gazed out at the lake, and Tina followed his gaze. The lake even still looked the same. It hadn't changed at all, except for the rickety old pier, which now had been rebuilt and refurbished by some neighbors. If their home hadn't been built by the Shepards themselves, there likely would have been a massive lawsuit brought upon the homeowners agency for that old dock. Tina felt a chill down her spine as she stared out at the lake. It flashed through her mind all at once. She didn't even hear her mother's conversation with the doctor. Mrs. Shepard climbed out of the car as Dr. Cruz approached. "Did you have a good trip?" he asked. "Oh, it was a very nice drive," she replied. "Hi, Tina, how are you?" Dr. Cruz called to Tina. Tina was snapped out of her trance. She turned to the doctor and forced a weak smile. "Hi," she said half-heartedly. She took one last look at the lake and then went to the car and started to open the trunk to grab her bags. As she started to unlock it, she felt something again, the same feeling she had felt at the dock that night back in 1985. The same tingling sensation that she would get whenever something bad would happen. She knew they were watching her. Tina turned and looked towards the 3 young adults, and she was right. They were all staring at her curiously. "Hi," the shorter, chubbier blonde in the green bikini called to her over the sound of the small portable radio that was blasting tunes. "There goes the neighborhood," Tina heard the taller, slimmer blonde in the expensive sun hat say. Tina didn't respond. It was always the same with kids around her age. She'd get to know them, and pretty soon, once they found out just how messed up Tina was, they'd purposely ostracize her. Nobody could handle her problems. She could barely handle them herself. Maybe it would be different in this environment. Maybe she could meet a foxy guy. Maybe she could finally have a sense of normality for once in her life. And then she heard it, snickering, devious, hateful snickering. She heard the slim blonde mutter under her breath. "Nice outfit. It looks like her mom dressed her," the blonde quipped nastily. So much for that idea, Tina thought. She tried not to let them see that she was self-consciously looking down at her pink sweater and slacks. Maybe if she just pretended she hadn't even noticed them, the weekend would fly by and Dr. Cruz would realize that there was nothing anyone could do to help her. Mrs. Shepard and the doctor continued with their casual conversation and went into the house, leaving Tina outside to grab the bags. "So, this is where it all started," Dr. Cruz said as he and Mrs. Shepard stepped into the small sitting room. The interior of the home was old-fashioned and cozy. A wooden staircase with an intricate painted banister led to the second floor. An old thick oak door led to the dining room, and then another led into the kitchen. Dr. Cruz helped Mrs. Shepard with her shawl and her purse, and then they both stood, taking in the small farmhouse. "Dr. Cruz," Mrs. Shepard said hesitantly, "we're doing the right thing, aren't we?" "Well, we have done all we can for her at the hospital," he said matter-of-factly. "She just wasn't making enough progress." Mrs. Shepard took in those words with a great sense of reassurance. "Now, I know it's tough for both of you to come back here after what happened." His voice trailed off as he saw the glimmer of grief in her eyes. "Trust me, I will do the best I can." "You'll help her, I know you will," she replied. Amanda looked in the house all at once, staring around at all the familiar knickknacks scattered about and the smell of must. The wallpaper had started to peel, and she noticed the ceiling light bulb had blown out, probably years ago. The television set where John used to sit, drink beer and watch old movies still sat in the corner. A thin layer of dust and grime had settled on the screen. The fireplace still had ashes from the last fire they lit when they still had a family. The emotions started to hit her all at once as she remembered that single night where her entire life took a turn for the worst. All because of that old rickety dock that they never got the chance to tear down. She took a deep breath, trying to swallow the lump in her throat and keep her composure. Maybe it would be just what Tina needed. Fresh air and the birds and the sound of the lake lapping on the shore. It looked like there were some kids that had rented a cabin next door. Maybe Tina could actually socialize and experience what it was like to be a normal teenage girl. It might be the perfect treatment. It also could turn into a nightmare. All she had to do was wait and see just what would happen. As Tina pulled her suitcase out of the back of her mother's old car, it fell, somehow unfastened itself, and its contents spilled into the leaves. Shit! The young, dark-haired man who had been unpacking his luggage next door came running over in a hurry. She heard one of the blondes stifle a laugh. She scurried down on all fours, snatching up her clothes and stuffing them back into the suitcase. "Here, let me help you," the young man said, as he bent down next to Tina. "No, it's okay, I got it," Tina said curtly, not looking up at him. "No, really," he said kindly, and picked up one of her shirts, handing it to her. "It's no problem." Tina took a glance at him and wished she didn't. She wanted to look away, but she couldn't. He was quite attractive to her. His muscles bulged in his white tank top and denim cut-off shorts. His eyes were a deep shade of chocolate. His hands seemed so strong and so masculine when hers had brushed against them. Then, as she glanced down, she saw him pick up a pair of her blue lace panties. When he noticed what they were, he looked at her, embarrassed. She snatched them away, mortified. I'm sorry," he said. "Thanks," Tina said. Her tone was turned incredibly hostile. "Thanks a lot. You've been a great help. I don't know what I would have done without you." The young guy heard the biting sarcasm in her voice and stood up, hanging his head and watching her as she scooped up the suitcase and hurried towards the house, trying desperately to hide the vibrant red color that her cheeks were becoming. "Great," he muttered to himself. 23-year-old Melissa Carter smirked as she watched Tina run into the house. Then her eyes cut directly to Nick, and his firm ass flexing in his shorts as he also stared after Tina. She watched him as he bent down and picked up a sweater Tina had forgotten. "So what do you think about Nick?" the second blonde Sandra asked. "I hadn't noticed," Melissa replied, lying through her teeth. Melissa was far too focused on Nick, and she had been that way from the moment she arrived at Crystal Lake. How could she not be focused on him, she thought. He was probably the most attractive man she had ever set her eyes on, and when she set her eyes on something, she always got it. It was inevitable. Whether it was with her money, or her parents' credit card, or with sex, she always got what she wanted. Before the weekend was over, she was going to get it. Nick was going to fuck her before Sunday, before they'd all be going home and back to their lives. She just knew it. She knew it in her core. Sandra started giggling as Nick started walking back to the cabin like an ashamed dog, still carrying her sweater. How could anyone run from a guy like Nick, Melissa wondered. That girl, the one next door, must be out of her fucking mind. She knew it had been a good idea to come out to a cabin to celebrate her friend Mike's birthday with guys from her university. After all, her school was a party school and everyone knew it. She had known there would be a lot of sexy guys, and it was for almost a whole week. It would be plenty of time to really strike up conversation and eventually get someone in bed. It was a surprise party, and Mike was supposed to be arriving tonight. But knowing him, Melissa figured he'd probably show up late and arrive tomorrow. They had invited tons of people, and it was looking to be a real rager. First was Melissa's friend Sandra. She had met while working at a cosmetics store, and her boyfriend Russell, whose family owned the cabin. Then there was another couple, Ben and Kate, they had gotten to know from class. They invited a few more, and before they knew it, they had an entire vacation planned out at Crystal Lake. It was summer, and they were all mind-numbingly bored when class wasn't in session. So why not? Russell's family was loaded, and his uncle owned a cabin right on the lake. Melissa turned to Sandra. "So, what do you think of our neighbors?" she asked. "They seem nice," Sandra said, as she sprawled back on the foldable lounge chair. "Well, I think that girl dresses like someone who was definitely homeschooled," Melissa scoffed. "Melissa, you are such a bitch," Sandra teased with a giggle. If there was one thing that Melissa knew, it was that she was all too good at being a bitch. She also knew another thing for sure. It was going to be one hell of a weekend. Chapter 2. As the afternoon went on, the sun started its slow journey across the sky and down below the horizon. Tina watched morosely from her bedroom window as the rest of the partygoers began to pull up in various cars. The first caravan that came sputtering down the road into the clearing was a big blue four-door van. An African-American couple in bright clothing, clearly city-dwelling kids, climbed out and laughed, groping each other playfully. Two more girls and another guy climbed out of the back, and Tina saw the copious marijuana smoke pouring from the windows. She felt the bitterness clenched tightly around her heart. They all seemed so happy, so normal, free of their problems, free to enjoy life. Tina didn't have that luxury. Another car came down the winding path and stopped next to the van. A tall, slender, dark-haired guy in an expensive dress shirt came out of the driver's side, and one of the blonde girls that had been sunbathing came running out of the house and leaped into his arms. As everyone else went inside, the two of them and the African-American couple climbed into the van. It was just your average group of college students having a fun weekend, and Tina wasn't a part of them. She never would be. She never would be normal. Her thoughts began to race, and then she took a deep breath, something she learned at the hospital. She could still see those austere gray walls surrounding her. She could still hear the psychotic ramblings of her fellow patients in her mind. It was all coming back. Thank God, she thought. Thank God I am out of that hospital. But now she was here, where it all came crashing down around her. She felt a sense of calmness rush over her after a few more slow, deep breaths, and then she looked around at her childhood bedroom wistfully. Her bed was still adorned with her favorite white frilly blanket. Her dolls were still lying in a corner next to her rustic old dollhouse. It was like nothing changed. Some of the paintings on the wall were crooked after all the years that the house went unoccupied, and she quickly fixed them, trying desperately to find something for her mind to grab onto. At least she could control that. The rest of her life was totally out of control, but fixing the paintings gave her some kind of ethereal sense of control. It was all about control, Dr. Cruz had said. Control your urges, he said. Control your feelings. She had tried to tell him that it wasn't that simple, but he didn't believe her. Nobody believed her about anything. Every time she would tell her mother the truth, she would get this suspicious look in her eye. What was worse is that the feelings just came over her randomly, with no warning. And before she knew it, things were catching on fire and moving by themselves. There was no control. She couldn't control when or where it happened. It just did. It had to be something supernatural, some kind of curse. The curse of Crystal Lake. There had to be something she had overlooked. She sat down on the edge of her bed and started pouring through her mind again, just like she had done many times before. She had racked her brain for years, trying to understand what had happened and why it kept happening. Maybe she was one of those people that God blessed with a special gift, and maybe she could learn how to use it for good. But it wasn't working out too well, since she didn't know how to control it. She couldn't control it no matter what she did. No matter how hard she tried, no matter how hard she concentrated on certain objects that Dr. Cruz had placed in front of her, she couldn't make them move. But then, at school and at home, she'd find herself shocked at the things that would happen. Lights flickering in the bathroom for only her, doors moving. Seeing ghastly images of strange, distorted people from seemingly foreign realms. "Tina, you know you can do this," the doctor would say. He would even accuse her of deliberately not trying. The thing was, she didn't exactly know who else to trust except Dr. Cruz, but something in the back of her mind told her that, to him, she was just another guinea pig. She was his ticket to success, and she knew it. She just had to hold on to hope that he was looking out for her best interest. If only she could control it. It was ruining her social life. How could she have a job in the future if her accidents continued to happen? How was she going to meet someone and have a normal life? All Tina could do was to wait and see what would happen. One thing kept gnawing at her, something she couldn't ignore. She kept thinking to herself, if I can make things move and catch on fire, what else can I do? Ben Johnson, a tall, muscular African-American jock of a guy, lit up a freshly rolled joint and inhaled deep. "So your uncle owns this place?" he asked Russell Winthrop, who was sitting back against the back doors of the blue van that was now filled with thick smoke. "Yeah," Russell said. "He was totally cool with us coming out and using it for Mike's birthday, as long as the whole place doesn't smell like weed." Kate, Ben's girlfriend, a young African-American, doe-eyed college freshman, took the joint from Ben and took a drag. "Like your rich parents don't smoke weed," Kate remarked. "Well, they do, but they hate it when I do it," Russell said. He was dressed just like you'd imagine a rich boy to dress like. He wore a plaid dress shirt and khaki shorts, and his dark, curly hair was neatly styled and gelled with hair styling paste. Russell's girlfriend, Sandra, a slightly husky yet still very pretty blonde, took the joint next and inhaled the hazy, odorous smoke. "So when is Mikey supposed to show?" she asked the group. "He's supposed to be here any second now," Ben replied. Sandra took another drag and then turned to Ben. "So, this is a nice van," she said. "Lots of room in the back?" She winked at Russell. "Well, you guys are welcome to use it. After all, it's the least I can do since Russell's letting us all use his family's cabin." "Sweet," Russell said, and took the joint from his girlfriend. Russell took a hit and inhaled deep, coughing afterwards. He was clearly not an experienced smoker, and he started coughing even more. "Shit!" he exclaimed as the group laughed. We might as well take the van to sleep in, Sandra suggested. Are there even enough rooms for everyone? Kate inquired. Oh, yeah, there's plenty of room, Russell said, still coughing intermittently. If it gets too cramped, there's always the tool shed out back. Anyone care for a roll around in the hay? He kissed Sandra's neck and she giggled. I thought I saw that old thing when we pulled in, Ben said. Why do you have hay? My parents always were wanting to have a couple of chickens or horses out here, but they just never got around to it, Russell explained, coughing raucously. Oh, rich boy's gonna get smoked out, Kate teased, as Ben toyed affectionately with her jet black hair that was tied in a long braid. Just then there was a rapping on the door, and Russell jumped out of his skin. The group stared at each other apprehensively. Then the doors were jolted open. It was Melissa, her face mad with determination, and changed into a stark white blouse and capri pants. A pearl necklace and several expensive diamond bracelets embellished her. Have you guys seen Nick? Melissa said, crinkling up her nose in disgust at the herbal smell of marijuana. I think he's down by the lake, Sandra replied. Thanks, Melissa said, and strolled towards the water. Surely enough, there was Nick Rogers standing at the shore of the lake that shimmered in the afternoon sun. He looked like a rugged cowboy from a western in his newly changed party clothes, a full denim get-up complete with jeans and a jean jacket that was lined with thick wool. Melissa was captivated. He threw pebbles absent-mindedly into the water and gazed out at the coniferous wilderness. Why aren't you inside with the others? Melissa asked as she approached him. Nick turned to her and smiled sheepishly, running his hands through his hair. He was deeply aware of Melissa's fondness for him. Then again, she wasn't too good at hiding it. I guess these really are Mike's friends, not mine, he replied. Melissa pursed her lips and walked up beside him, staring at the muscles that rippled underneath his outfit. You know, it is a party after all. You could get to know some of us, she said, trying not to make her attraction towards him too obvious. Her 2 buttons at the top of her blouse were strangely unbuttoned, and Nick knew why. I guess so, he said, making an effort not to stare at her open blouse and an effort to hint to her that he wasn't interested. He was much too preoccupied with someone else. So, what's your major? Melissa asked. She wasn't interested in that question, but she asked anyway to try and start a conversation. Psychology, Nick said. I think it's a fascinating subject. If Nick had more confidence, he would have told her how obvious she was being with her flirting. Psychology was what helped him notice subtle things like that, such as changes in body language. He also noticed all of her expensive makeup, false eyelashes, and designer clothes, and he wondered who she was trying to impress. If it was himself, she wasn't doing a good job. Nick wasn't impressed by designer clothes. He was impressed by character. It was how he had noticed Tina, and how different she seemed to be from other girls he had met. He couldn't stop thinking about her eyes and how sad they were. He wanted to know more. He wanted to know everything about her. But considering he had just mortally embarrassed her, he didn't feel like it was going well. There was something definitely alluring about her. It was the mystery that intrigued him the most. Why had she freaked out on him like that? Why was she out here with seemingly her parents? Family vacation? If that couple wasn't her folks, then who were they? Psychology, huh? So can you psychoanalyze me? Melissa asked flirtatiously. I don't know, he said, laughing nervously. Maybe, once I get through grad school? Melissa faked laughter and then glanced back at the cabin. Well, I'm going to go grab a drink and mingle. Care to join? Nick followed Melissa reluctantly up the hill towards the cabin, and they both went into the kitchen through the back door. The kitchen and living area of the rental home were side by side, connected by a pair of sliding doors. The kitchen was old-fashioned, with pots and pans hanging from a large rack above the kitchen island. Knick-knacks were scattered all about the living room, and a large stone fireplace made for a nice centerpiece. A staircase by the front door led up to the second floor. Two girls were standing in the kitchen and smiled at Melissa and Nick. Robin Lancaster was the taller of the two. She was someone that Ben and Kate must have invited, Melissa thought. Robin was drop-dead beautiful. She was a stunning, vivacious redhead with a perky chest accentuated by a low-cut maroon top. Her friend, Maddie Paulson, was shorter and mousier, with wire-rimmed glasses and thick blonde hair. She wore a sweater and jeans and looked very plain and ordinary. What is a bookish girl like that doing at a college party? Melissa wondered. She must have been invited out of pity. This was totally not her scene, she thought. She was short and chubby, and her blonde hair was up in pigtails. What a dweeb, Melissa thought nastily. But she wasn't nearly as much of a dweeb as Eddie. Her eyes scanned the room until she found him, one of Mike's old roommates, Eddie Hassel. He was geeking out to Robin and Maddie now about writing fan fiction, and Robin looked as if she might die of boredom. Melissa scanned the room, studying everyone for their weaknesses to use against them. David Foster, another friend of Ben and Kate's, was the most attractive guy there, besides Nick, Melissa decided. He was kind of scrawny, but he was attractive in a preppy rich boy kind of way. He wore a plaid button-up and tight-fitting jeans, and his dark hair was slicked back. Melissa thought about hooking up with him, but he seemed to be really attracted to Robin from the way he was looking at her. That only left Nick. Everyone else was taken. Melissa knew that she'd have him before their weekend excursion was over. If only he wasn't so preoccupied with that girl next door, she thought. She looked over at him, noticing the distracted way he shuffled his feet and the way he kept staring out the window. Maybe he was just worried about his cousin. After all, Mike was supposed to show a little bit after the others did, and an hour had passed with no word from him or his girlfriend Jane. Night was falling, and Melissa started to worry too. But knowing Mike, he probably had gotten lost. "So, when do you think Mike will be here?" Melissa asked, pouring herself a glass of wine. Nick ran his hands through his hair and chuckled. "He'll be here. He wouldn't miss his own party," Nick said. "He probably had some car trouble. He drives a real clunker." "Ah," Melissa responded, feigning interest. Melissa surveyed the room of party people once again, studying them all and deciding which one of them would be a threat to her and Nick's inevitable passionate love affair. Robin was probably her only other competition. Her breasts were larger, Melissa thought. Much larger. David seemed to have taken an interest in her and was now flirting with her in the kitchen. Maddie stood nearby, fixing her hair in the mirror. "Poor thing," Melissa muttered under her breath. Somebody definitely invited her just out of politeness, Melissa thought cattily. Maybe all of them would run off together and leave Melissa and Nick to do whatever they wanted, or rather for Melissa to do whatever she wanted with Nick. Ben and Kate snuggled in an armchair while Eddie was rambling on about Star Trek. They weren't listening. There were two missing, Russell and Sandra. Melissa began to wonder where they were. The blue van that was parked outside the rental cabin rocked back and forth to the beat of an 80s rock song. Sandra and Russell were high. They rolled around in the back of the van on top of a small mattress that was set up on the floorboard, naked, kissing each other as Sandra giggled. The sex had been even better now that they were stoned. If you looked at them side by side, you'd never know they were a couple. Sandra was far from an average-looking girl, but Russell looked fairly ordinary. It was the money that kept them together like glue, and Russell had plenty of it. As the afternoon sun bathed the couple in a warm glow, they rolled out of each other, catching their breath. Sandra snuggled next to Russell, stroking his chest. "So," Russell said. "Yeah," Sandra replied. "If we're in my uncle's cabin for the weekend, Why did you opt to sleep in the van? Sandra smiled slyly. Who says we'll be sleeping? She climbed back on top of him ferociously and kissed him hard. They had met at Russell's parents' country club a few years back. Both of them were college freshmen and hit it off immediately. Truthfully, it was the size of Russell's bank account and his hefty trust fund that pulled Sandra in. Marry rich, her mother had always taught her, and that's what she planned on. Once her and Russell were actually married, they'd be set for life, and they were both ready for adulthood. They were done with school soon, and this weekend would be their last big chance to have some fun. And there would be lots of fun this weekend. They both knew it. Russell knew that Sandra wanted the money and didn't care. After all, she was hot, the sex was good, and he didn't have to work very hard to attain her or keep her happy. He got the sex while she got the money. It was a win-win for both of them. He kissed her back, running his fingers through her platinum blonde hair. I just know I'm not cleaning up you guys' mess before we leave, he said, as she rolled off him and started lighting another joint. I just know I'm not cleaning up you guys' mess before we leave, he said, as she rolled off of him and started lighting another joint. I swear, I won't touch a thing, she said, holding up her hands in mock terror. Come here, you, Russell said, and leaped on her again, lip-locking with her in a passionate kiss. Back inside the rental cabin, Melissa stood away from the others, observing the party. Everyone seemed to be getting along just fine. Maddie was now trying to inject herself unwantedly into every conversation. Robin and David sat on the couch, listening and trying their best not to laugh derisively at Eddie's diatribe about how Star Trek was now ruined by the sequels. Ben and Kate now sat on the staircase. Kate's head rested on Ben's shoulder. It was one to remember. If only those neighbors hadn't shown up. They seemed like the uptight type, like they might try to call the cops if they got too rowdy. Other than that, there was surely nothing that would ruin this party. After all, it was summer. Summer at Crystal Lake. Nighttime slowly crept over the heavily wooded area, and the lights from inside the party cabin shone brightly, illuminating the darkness that surrounded it. The lake was stone still, and the wind was not whipping the trees. It was like looking at a painting, a snapshot frozen in time, the peace before the chaos. The reeds thrashed gently in the warm summer breeze. Crickets and other nocturnal animals started to make their presence known. The long dirt road leading back into town and into civilization had remained inactive all night. There was no sign of Mike or his girlfriend, and it looked like they weren't going to show, so they all decided to party anyway. The Shepard house was all quiet. 2 lights were on upstairs, one in Mrs. Shepard's room and one in an office space. Inside Tina's father's office, Tina looked around at the room, at what Dr. Cruz had done to it. He had taken over her father's old mahogany desk and covered it with stacks of files and other papers. In the middle of the room was a table and a chair, next to a video camera on a tripod pointed straight at the table. On the table was a matchbook and a tape recorder. It now looked like one of those depressingly austere interrogation rooms in a police station. Dr. Cruz paced the room, thinking deeply as he always did. It was time for another one of their sessions, and Tina was not up for it. She had just been filled with all the memories that had been locked up in this house, and she just felt like crawling into bed. Sleep was the only way to make her mind just shut up for a while. Do we really have to do this now? Tina asked him. He thought for another moment, as if he hadn't even heard what she said, and then he looked up at her. The expression on his face was one of pure, quizzical interest. He was still deep in his thoughts and, indeed, hadn't heard a word she had said. Tina, you're late. Have a seat, please, he said. Tina scowled at him distrustingly. Why won't they listen, she thought. They never listened. Reluctantly, Tina shuffled over to the chair and sat down at the table. Dr. Cruz picked up a file from the desk and rifled through it. He then set it down and started fidgeting with the camera, making sure that it was positioned perfectly. Tina watched him, wondering what he was thinking. She knew what she was thinking. She wanted answers from this man, instead of more therapy. "Why am I seeing things?" she asked. "I don't know, Tina," he said, not looking up from the video camera. "Why do you think you're seeing things?" Tina looked down at the table in silence. God damn it, she thought. More questions instead of answers. She felt like she was in a police interrogation instead of a therapist session. Tina glanced back at the big, expensive video camera that was aimed at her face. "Is that really necessary?" she inquired, gesturing to the camera. Dr. Cruz's head turned to her quickly, almost surprised by her question. "Oh, the camera? I just want to keep track of our progress," he replied. "Now," he said in a more serious tone, "let's get back to work." He turned his attention away from the camera and back to Tina. "You see that matchbook?" he asked her. "I want you to concentrate on it. Think about your feelings and focus them on the matchbook. Maybe we can get it to move." He stood back with his hands in his pockets to give Tina some space, and then she started to stare down at the matchbook intently. He turned on the tape recorder and watched. The matchbook wasn't budging. Tina stared at it for several more seconds, concentrating hard enough to make the muscles in her face sore. "You're not trying, Tina," Dr. Cruz declared. "Yes, I am," Tina protested. Her face started to turn red. "Think about it moving and make it move," he demanded of her. She stared harder, but still nothing happened. Finally, she released a heavy sigh and threw her hands up. "I can't!" she cried. "I've told you 1,000,000 times. Sometimes it happens and sometimes it doesn't." Dr. Cruz raised his voice angrily. "You're lying to me!" It almost startled her. He had never spoken that way to her before. She felt tears surfacing as she glared at him with pleading eyes. "You're lying, Tina, because you know that these things happen when your emotions are at their peak," he said. "Now concentrate, Tina. Concentrate," he urged her. Tina stared back down at the matchbook as she felt the surge of emotions rising in her, like lava threatening to erupt from the mouth of the swirling volcano inside her. She fought the tears that welled up in her eyes, staring down and focusing as much as she could on the matchbook. Maybe if she finally did it for him, he would leave her alone. Then she felt it come over her like a storm cloud. She felt all of her anger at him focus in like a laser beam on the single matchbook lying in front of her. It still wouldn't move. She pictured Dr. Cruz instead of the matchbook. Visions of Dr. Cruz being thrown into the wall raced through her mind. She pictured him being the one to catch on fire. She could hear his screams of agony. And then the matchbook fluttered across the table before their very eyes. Tina's eyes flickered across the table, and the matchbook suddenly moved again, following her gaze. Then Tina released, feeling her muscles relax as tears started flowing. The feelings washed over as quickly as they had appeared. Dr. Cruz looked on in amazement. He blinked, trying to make sure what he had seen wasn't just a trick of the light. No, he thought, it can't be. She actually had done it. Tina's eyes were widening at the realization that she had made it happen. She could control it. She looked at him. He lowered his voice. "Now," he said, "what did you do? What went through your mind?" Tina swallowed hard, hesitant to tell him the truth. I was thinking about you," she said. Dr. Cruz raised his eyebrows and chuckled, taken aback for a second. "Look, I don't know how any of this is going to help me," Tina said. Dr. Cruz shook his head, thinking. "Your psychokinetic abilities seem to be a projection of the suppressed guilt that you have. Tina threw her hands up to her head in frustration. "Would you speak English?" she cried, pushing away from the table in anger and scraping the old wooden legs of the chair against the sagging wooden floor. "You're more interested in this telekinetic stuff than you are in me," she said with an accusatory tone. Dr. Cruz wagged a finger at her sternly, like he was scolding a child. "That is not true, Tina," he exclaimed. "The only reason I am here is to help you overcome the guilt you feel about your father's death." Tina felt it again, that same rush of rage, the same visions of Dr. Cruz suddenly bursting into flames and screaming in agony flooded her mind. "That's bullshit!" she screamed, and then, without warning, the matches in the matchbook suddenly were lit ablaze by a fire that came out of nowhere. The flames rose high, grasping at Tina as she jumped backwards in absolute shock. They both watched in silent awe as the flames slowly burnt out. Without saying another word, Tina ran from the room in tears. Dr. Cruz kept his eye on the now smoldering matchbook that had been burnt to a crisp. He inhaled the woody smell of the matches to make sure what he had seen was real and that they were really burning. Then he looked back towards the open door and muttered something to himself. "I rest my case." Tina slammed through the door of her bedroom, fighting back the emotional meltdown that was threatening to come spewing out of her. The tears in her eyes stung, and she tasted their saltiness on her lips. What an awful man, she thought. She knew exactly what he was doing now. She wished she never would have come out here. She almost wished she was back in that quiet room at the hospital, where there was nothing but 4 white walls to stare at, nothing but peace and quiet, 4 solid concrete walls that would effectively keep out the world. There she'd truly be safe. She wished everything would stop going so fast. She felt like the room was spinning, and she sat down on the bed to try and ground herself. In, out. She took deep gulps of air, trying not to panic. "You're okay, Tina," she said to herself. "You're okay." That awful Dr. Cruz was going to make her go even crazier than she already was. He was just trying to rile her up because they both knew that her strange abilities flared up whenever she was under duress. Now it was going to be a process of him making her cry over and over again so he could record her telekinesis, as he called it. She wished he would just speak to her like a human being instead of her doctor. She didn't need any more doctors. She needed someone to take her away from the abject insanity that was her life. "God, just take me away from my life," she prayed. Her life was unfolding in front of her like some sick, sad, mythical tragedy, and Tina was the star, the damsel in distress. Not anymore, she thought. She was going to get to the bottom of things. She was going to learn to control whatever this was and figure out how to stop it, even if it meant dying while trying. She didn't care anymore. Her daddy was dead and there wasn't anything she could do about it. What did she have to lose? Not a damn thing. Not a damn thing, she thought. Not anymore. She couldn't believe her mother had stuck with her for all these years and dealt with all her trauma. No, I can't die. She thought it wasn't an option. She wasn't about to leave that poor woman alone. Tina was all that Mrs. Shepard had left. She had to figure this out in one way or another. If Dr. Cruz wasn't going to help her, then she had to help herself. Tina started to relax as she felt the huge, encumbering and overpowering emotions slowly subside. Then she saw the framed photo of her father on the wall. He was wearing his favorite fishing hat and smiling from ear to ear. She felt the tears coming again, hot, burning in her eyes. She felt her face flush, and she brought her hand up to her mouth as the tears fell freely. "Daddy, I'm so sorry," she thought. The helplessness was overwhelming. There was nothing she could have done to save him. And it was her fault. It was all her fault. If she wouldn't have gone out in that canoe, if she only wouldn't have said those words, I hate you. I wish you were dead. They echoed in her mind. Maybe Dr. Cruz was right. Maybe it was all just suppressed guilt, and she really was out of her mind. She didn't know anymore. Everything was so confusing, and she wanted to just shut her eyes and pretend she didn't exist. She wanted to crawl into a hole and never have to engage with life again. Her world was quickly spinning out of control. What was next? Would she set the house on fire? Would she hurt someone or worse? All of a sudden, a hand gingerly touched her shoulder, and Tina leapt out of her skin. "It's me, honey, it's Mom," Mrs. Shepard said, consoling her. "Are you all right?" Tina sobbed into her mother's arms. "Mom, I miss him so much," she wailed. Mrs. Shepard sighed and rubbed her daughter's shoulder, trying to comfort her. "I know. I miss him too." Her voice trailed off as Dr. Cruz entered the room. Tina glared at him, and then as more tears began to surface, she ran from the room. "Tina!" Mrs. Shepard called after her. It was no use. Tina was already scrambling down the stairs. She threw open the door and rushed out onto the covered porch in the warm summer air and stopped to take a breath. She had to get away somehow. She had to get as far as she could away from this dreadful place. Then she froze suddenly. That was the same exact thing she had thought the night her father was killed. All she had wanted to do was to get as far away as possible, and that's why she went out on the canoe in the lake. If she hadn't done that, her father wouldn't have come out onto the rickety pier. It never would have happened if she hadn't followed those urges she had to run away from it all, to escape. No more running, she thought. She couldn't run from it anymore. She had to face this thing head on, no matter what it took. Tina had to solve the mystery of Crystal Lake. She started down the porch steps and started walking through the yard towards the lake. She kept her eyes straight ahead, determined to make it to the lake. That was the only place she thought she could go. Back to where it all happened, Crystal Lake. She didn't dare look at that rental cabin. The college kids didn't matter right now. Nothing else mattered except figuring out why this was happening to her. She stared ahead, not even blinking. No more tears fell. They had stopped when she became determined to fight this. If nobody else was going to help her, she had to do it herself. As she walked, the nocturnal animals rustling in the fallen leaves and crickets chirping accompanied her slow, silent walk as she looked out at the water. Her eyes were transfixed on the shimmer of the full moon's reflection on the placid surface of the lake. She strolled out onto the rebuilt dock and stopped at the edge to catch her breath from her brisk walk. She closed her eyes, remembering how it had felt on that night 8 years ago. The air had been warm and still, just like it was now. The crickets and cicadas had been singing. Everything seemed so quiet and ordinary until it had happened. She never saw it coming. The snapping of the pier's support beams, the splash, her father's petrified scream. It all came back to her in a rush as the summer breeze brushed her face and hair. And now the lake looked as still as ever, as if nothing had ever happened. But her mind was seeing it all in her heart. "Tina! I'm sorry, I didn't mean to!" Her father's voice reverberated around in her mind. Then she heard the sound of her own voice. "I hate you! I wish you were dead!" It all came back to her. The crystal-clear snapping sound of the wooden beams that supported the pier, made before it fell apart, seemed to ricochet all around her, as if it were happening again in this moment. She heard her own scream as she watched her father tumble into the water in a free fall as the boards under his feet fell out from beneath him. "No, Daddy, no!" "I'm sorry, Dad. I wish I could bring you back," Tina said, staring out at the water. Then she remembered how her goldfish came back to life. Maybe it was finally time to see what her powers could do. She was feeling all the emotions, and if she just focused them on the water, maybe she could actually bring him back. After all, she just watched herself light a matchbook on fire. What did she have to lose? Tina got on both of her knees and closed her eyes, focusing intently on the lake and the memory of her father, just like she had done with the matchbook. She pictured him rising and rising from the muck of the lake bed until he finally could breathe oxygen again. "Come back, Daddy, please. We miss you and need you," she silently wished with all of her might. Then she thought she felt a presence, something under the water. She saw bubbles rising to the surface. "Oh my God," she thought, "it was working." "Daddy?" she said aloud, scanning the surface of the lake fervently. What Tina didn't know was that a presence was awakening under the water. A dark, sinister presence. A rusty chain snapped. Bubbles violently rose to the surface as whoever was coming up from the depths began to breathe for the first time in years. Tina closed her eyes. "Come back, Daddy, please come back," she begged the universe. The tears kept streaming as she felt the emotions boiling just under the surface of her barely kept together composure. She felt him. She felt him coming up from the depths. She saw his heavy body rising and rising to the top in her mind. Then a loud, resounding splash jolted her out of her focusing. She opened her eyes and her jaw dropped in shock. What had risen up from the bottom of the lake was almost certainly not her father. It was someone else, someone huge, someone monstrous. She only got a quick glimpse of what appeared to be some kind of mask over his face, and then, emotionally exhausted and in shock at what she had done, Tina suddenly fainted and slipped down into a pit of endless darkness. Chapter 3. "Dr. Cruz!" A shrill voice penetrated the silence of the night as an eerie white fog began to disappear into the pitch blackness that surrounded Crystal Lake. "Oh my God, Dr. Cruz, it's Tina!" Mrs. Shepard exclaimed as she felt a rush of adrenaline seeing her daughter passed out on the dock, sticking out over the lake. She sprinted onto the dock in near hysterics, grabbing Tina and holding her up, shaking her. "Tina, sweetheart, are you all right?" Mrs. Shepard cried frantically. "Tina, what happened?" said Dr. Cruz, who walked down the dock towards the scene. Tina's eyes fluttered open at the sound of the familiar voices, and then they flickered around in fear. Where is he?" Tina cried, looking around with a terrified expression. The doctor and Mrs. Shepard both looked at each other in bewilderment. Then they helped Tina up and hurried her back into the house. Mrs. Shepard laid her down on the couch with the blankets and went into the kitchen to brew some tea. Dr. Cruz paced the house, thinking, rubbing his jaw and observing Tina inconspicuously. As the tea was brewing, Amanda sat down next to Tina and stroked her hair, visually examining her daughter. Tears stained her cheeks. She took deep breaths of air and hugged the blanket close to her. She looked frightened out of her mind. What had she seen now? Mrs. Shepard wondered. After a few moments of tense silence, she heard the tea timer go off, and she hurried into the kitchen to pour Tina a warm glass. She came back into the living room with the tea, where Dr. Cruz was now leaning against the doorframe. Tina gulped down a few warm, lengthy sips, and then shakily set the teacup down on the coffee table, hugging her knees to her chest on the couch. "What happened out there?" Dr. Cruz asked, his serious voice cutting through the silence. Tina looked up at him with fearful eyes, shaking her head as she tried to think. She hesitated. I thought I saw someone," she stammered, trying to remember those last few minutes before she had gone into mild shock and fainted. "Who?" Dr. Cruz asked curiously. I don't know," she replied. She was now completely lucid and feeling better now that her mother was close and it was all coming back to her. "He came out of the lake. I know I saw him, but I can't describe him," she said. "Him?" Dr. Cruz asked, his interest piqued. "Are you saying a man came out of the lake?" Tina immediately narrowed her eyes in anger. "I know what you're thinking, but this has nothing to do with my father," she spat at him. I'm not about to sit here and be psychoanalyzed again, Tina thought. Tina knew she saw someone, and it was not her father. She would have been sure that it was her father if she had seen him. Dr. Cruz bit his knuckles to keep from probing her and working her up even more. Then he went on, ignoring his reflexive compassion. Tina, don't run away from it, he continued stoically. Your guilt over your father's death, well, it's a powerful thing. I think it explains what we are dealing with here. But it wasn't my father, Tina protested. And your mind is manufacturing these hallucinations. Tina cut him off. But it wasn't a hallucination, she cried. Yes, it was, Tina, the doctor said. Tina scrunched up her face in absolute reproach. No! She screamed. The glass in the picture of John Shepard that sat on the mantel suddenly shattered. Dark presences tend to prowl at night. Nighttime was where helpless victims of whatever beast was lurking could no longer see as well as they could during the day. It was the perfect time for slaying. One dark presence was awakening deep in the woods at Crystal Lake. Endlessly it stalked. It felt no pain. It didn't feel weary. It couldn't feel weary. It had no reasoning, no understanding, no comprehension of big questions or worldly concerns. All it needed to do was to hunt for its prey. Onward it went, straight through the woods and onto a road, breathing in the night air that was forced down into the rotting, barely functioning waterlogged lungs of the beast that roamed the darkness. Still, it was very much alive. Some would say the curse of Crystal Lake was what had awakened him time and time again. The beast knew almost nothing of its origin. Pieces of memories would come in fractured bits and shards, remnants of its long and bloody past. But now it was moving through the night, heedless of big questions. Big questions didn't concern him. The here and now concerned him, and the need for the thrill was overpowering. What the beast didn't realize was that just a few miles down the road, some unfortunate victims would be waiting. They too would become quick prey for the curse of Crystal Lake. Two headlights became slowly visible in the distance on the dirt road outside Crystal Lake, but they weren't moving. "23-year-old Mike Rogers was an average-looking guy with an average job. He worked at an office making coffee runs, typing up invoices, and performing other mundane tasks. But this weekend, he was looking forward to some leisure time in the woods with his girlfriend. He was dressed in a collared shirt and slacks, and his sandy hair was styled and gelled. 22-year-old Jane Albright stood on the side of the dark, desolate country road with her hand on her hip, tapping her foot impatiently as Mike leaned down into the hood of his 1979 Chevy Impala. "Piece of shit," Mike swore loudly as steam hissed out of the radiator. "When's the last time you put oil in that thing?" she asked as he fumbled with the cap on the oil tank. "Yesterday," he grumbled. Jane rolled her eyes in the back of her head. Great, she thought. She scanned both ends of the road, looking for any oncoming headlights. Surely there had to be some latecomers to the party, she thought to herself. But knowing Mike, everyone was probably already there, waiting on him like they always were. So now, she realized they were pretty fucked and would likely be sleeping in the woods tonight. Maybe it would all be worth it. Maybe being stranded on the side of the road would be a funny story to tell. She couldn't wait to see the look on his face when Mike walked into the cabin and saw all of his friends. And when he saw Nick, his estranged cousin, They hadn't seen each other in some time, and Jane hoped that their reuniting would be a pleasant experience. She wondered if Mike knew about the party or even had an inkling of what exactly she had planned. It had been very hush-hush, and she wasn't aware of anyone spilling the beans to him. She hadn't said a word about it. And now it looked like they were going to be late to his own goddamn surprise party. And it was all the birthday boy's fault. Why hadn't he made sure the car was functional? Jane thought anxiously. Why had he decided to wait this long to leave so that nobody would be driving by to help them? It was getting late, almost 9:30, and surely they weren't going to see any passing motorists, especially considering everyone was probably already at the party and had probably arrived hours ago. Sometimes Jane wondered about their relationship. She didn't know if she could handle much more of Mike's laziness and procrastination. She had worked so hard putting this weekend together for him, and this was how he was repaying her. By forcing her to spend the night stranded in a dense and dark forest? An eerie fog had started to appear in the nearby woods, and Jane shivered. The moon was full, high in the sky, providing them their only source of light, and it wasn't much. Now they were out in the woods at night. It was just the two of them. All because of his stupid car, she thought. She had told him to take it to a mechanic to check it before they left, and he didn't listen. Mikey always wanted to do things the way Mikey wanted to do them. And it had ended them up here, in the middle of nowhere with a car that wouldn't start. Plus, they were going to have to show up to the cabin in the morning and explain their situation to their rightfully worried friends. Maybe if they just stayed by the road, someone would come looking for them. After all, they were supposed to show up at the cabin at 7, but that wasn't going to happen. They were all probably worried sick, or knowing them, they were probably throwing the party without them. "I told you to get that thing fixed," she said. Mike smacked his head on the hood as he stood up, rubbed the spot where he had bumped it, and turned to her. "Jane, I don't need this shit right now," he said, exasperated. He wiped the grease off of his shirt. "Great, now your shirt's ruined," she said. Now he was going to look horrible and dirty for the party, she thought. This was turning out to be a disaster. She had been planning it for months now. First, she talked to their friend Russell to make sure he would have his uncle's cabin available for the week. Then she had secret conversations with all of Mike's friends, including his cousin Nick. Apparently, there had been some beef between the two of them a couple of years back, something over a girl when they lived together as roommates their freshman year of college. Surprisingly, Nick had happily agreed to join them for Mike's birthday party, but now Jane didn't even think there would be a surprise party at all. It was all ruined. Everybody would probably figure that Mike bailed, pack up their things, and bail themselves tomorrow morning. A wasted effort this turned out to be, she thought miserably. All the months of anticipation led up to this, stranded out at Crystal Lake in the middle of the night. That's what had to happen, unless they just walked the 3 or 4 miles to the lake. It sounded like the most reasonable option to her. As she brushed a strand of curly hair out of her face, she sighed. "Well, you're not going to fix that thing. Let's just walk," she said. Mike stared down defeatedly at the open hood and thought for a moment. "I don't know if that's a good idea. Out here? You thinking of hitchhiking too?" "Do you have a better idea? It's either walk or sit here and wait to have a threesome with Bigfoot," she retorted. Mike couldn't argue with her. He was much too pissed off at his car. He pictured kicking at it as hard as he could, but he restrained himself, knowing he could break a leg or a bone in his foot and make their situation even worse. Finally, after a few more moments, Mike slammed the hood down. The couple opened the trunk, got out their sleeping bags and duffel bags filled with supplies and clothes, and started down the road towards the lake. The road was hard-packed dirt and lined with tall pine trees. There wasn't a house or a street lamp in sight. Just endless blackness on either end of the road and the dirt leading off into oblivion. It was quiet, except for the sound of owls hooting in the trees, and the soft chirping of crickets. It was almost too quiet, and it unnerved Jane. She kept glancing around, feeling like anything could be watching her from the shadows. Guess that's what a full moon will do to you, she thought, and now it looked like the curse of Crystal Lake was already in full effect. Here they were, stranded, castaways in the land of Crystal Lake. They walked onwards. After about 2 miles, Mike stopped and glanced towards a trail leading off into the woods. "Let's camp out here," Mike said. He started to walk down the trail. "But we're almost there," Jane protested. Mike turned around, heaving his knapsack up higher on his shoulder with a heavy sigh. "Jane, I'm beat. Woods are woods. Come on." "Michael," Jane said. "What?" he exclaimed. "We're going to have to go back to the car in the morning anyway." Jane frowned. She was not about to sleep in the woods tonight, but her only other option was to tell him about the party. He was right. If they walked to the lake now, they'd have to walk all the way back for their things. Unless there was conveniently an entire group of people waiting for them at a cabin a few miles down the road. She had to tell him. Jane bit her lip, thinking. Fuck it, she thought. The party was ruined no matter what. "Nick can take us," she said dejectedly. "Nick?" Mike asked in bewilderment. "Why would he come all the way out here?" Jane dropped her bags on the dirt shoulder of the road and sighed defeated. "He's already here," she replied. Mike stepped closer, his eyebrows raised. "What are you talking about?" "This was supposed to be a surprise party for your birthday," she said. She was hesitant at first, but then it all came spilling out. "Everybody's waiting for us to show up. I got this great cabin and everything." "No way," Mike said, grinning. "Never mind, the whole thing's ruined. Happy birthday," she said glumly. In the midst of their conversation, they didn't notice the 2 headlights approaching in the distance. It was a 1965 Plymouth, and it was headed straight for them, towards Crystal Lake. Mike saw it first and held out his hands, waving them frantically. "Hey! Hey!" he shouted. Jane also ran up to the side of the road and called out to the motorist. They drove right on by, leaving a cloud of dust. Mike threw his hands in the air in frustration. "Eat shit, fuckheads!" he screamed into the night. And just like that, they were gone. The 2 taillights of the Plymouth receded around a bend. They picked up their gear and kept walking, grumbling to themselves. As they continued towards the cabin with Mike having a new surge of energy from hearing about the surprise party, the night grew darker. Rustling in the leaves kept startling Jane, but she kept assuring herself that it was only nothing. Mike huddled close to her, and they walked on down the road. Another mile passed. Finally, they passed the sign that read Crystal Lake, 2 miles. "Some birthday," Mike said. "It's going to be a great birthday," Jane said, truly sorry for him. "I promise." "Wait here, I'll be back in 2 shakes," he said, dropping his gear underneath a pine tree. "Just hurry," she replied. Mike walked off down a trail, and soon he too was receding into the darkness. Jane leaned against a tree and listened to the night quietly. She looked around at the woods, at the intimidating wilderness that surrounded her, and shivered in the night air. "Christ, it's getting cold!" Mike shouted from the woods. Jane laughed at him. She could barely make Mike out through the darkness, taking a piss just a few yards away through the trees. The only sounds she heard now were the nighttime animals coming out to make their calls and find their mates. She didn't hear the softly approaching footsteps from behind her. The presence that was now near her was far too quiet and stealthy to attract her attention. The huge, dark, looming figure, obscured by the shadows of the woods, bent down and picked up a sharp metal tent spike jutting out of the duffel bag that Mike had left lying under the tree. Jane didn't hear a thing. An elephantine yet incredibly dexterous hand rocketed out of the darkness and clamped around her mouth. She was viciously spun around and throttled. A hockey mask was staring right at her. The creature's rotting, meaty hand stifled the terrified scream that rose up her gullet. He was immensely strong. She could barely move in his inhumanly powerful bear hug. All she felt was helpless terror. Her eyes grew wide as she saw the sunken, rotted, and unblinking eyes of the monster that had her in his grip. Her eyes were then transfixed on the wickedly sharp tent spike in his right hand. The monster slammed her into the pine tree with such force that she felt the rugged bark pierce the flesh on her back. Jane tried to wriggle free, but it was futile. She could see her own petrified eyes in the reflection of the silver steel spike that was then rammed into her throat and then into the tree. For a split second, she felt an indescribably intense tightness in her neck, and then a splitting, tearing pain that started coursing through the rest of her body. Her masked assailant rammed the spike with his fist, sinking it in deeper, and she began to choke on blood that erupted from her mangled trachea and spilled out of her mouth. As her body stopped quivering, the monster let out a deep breath. It had been his first victim since his awakening. It always pleased him, but she could have appeased him more by putting up a fight. She had gone limp with terror in his arms. Jason enjoyed the fight. His senses were suddenly all coming back to him with the force of a lightning bolt, just like the first time he had been awakened from a subterranean slumber. For so long he had waited down at the bottom of Crystal Lake, perfectly preserved by the dark force that had awakened him. It was the force that Jason had first felt as a young boy. It was a strange and intense feeling that he had, and expressing it had terrified the other children around him. A feeling that would rush over him in waves, shock waves that would grip him and consume him until everything was burned out and all that was left was unquenchable bloodlust. A craving for flesh, a craving for pain and suffering, a craving for justice. Jason didn't know what justice meant, but he still had a sense of it. Biological evolution gave him that. It was the anger that fueled him to enact that justice. To him, they were all the same. To him, what he saw around him only confirmed what his mother had drilled into his brain from a young age. That they're all extremely and irrevocably sick, that they are all truly evil and needed to be punished, and that their careless actions were mortal sins to God. He had found it out the first time he had seen two teenagers having sex in the woods at Camp Crystal Lake, when he was just a 6-year-old child. His mind had desperately tried to piece together what they were doing at the time, and the confusion enraged him. What enraged him even more is that they had something that he would never have: normality, humanity, joy. His mother hadn't taught him about sex, only that it was bad, extremely bad. Bad enough that they all deserved punishment. Jason didn't quite understand what any of this meant for him, but he knew one thing. There was no more human reasoning left in him. There was no more normality. Anything that could be seen as humanity had been snuffed out like someone clamping their fingers over the head of a match. And as the flames burned inside him, they left behind ash and smoldering ruins in his soul. And hatred, a deep running hatred that would fuel him to grow stronger and get better at survival. That's all Jason had known how to do for years: survive. And now all he wanted to do was to annihilate anyone who came to his home. The place where it all started, Crystal Lake. With lightning reflexes, he turned his head at the faint sound of leaves rustling, and he saw the boy, who was zipping up his slacks and walking out of the woods. Mike's eyes grew wide as they adjusted. All he could do was stare in horror at the sight of Jane, her dead eyes looking up to the sky, as if she had been begging for God to just let her die. The tent spike was plunged all the way to the hilt through her neck, impaling her like a bug on a scientist's corkboard. Then Mike saw the enormous lumbering figure towering over him, and his knees went weak. Jason Voorhees stepped into the moonlight in terrifying, menacing form. He ripped the spike out of the tree, and Jane's lifeless body crumpled into the leaves. Mike didn't say a word. He turned and ran. Jason stalked after him, slowly, walking at an even pace. He knew he had plenty of time before his prey would get tired. Mike kept running, half stumbling and half falling, glancing behind him every few seconds to make sure there was enough distance between him and the hockey-masked maniac. He ran further in a blind panic, not knowing where he was going but not caring. He was in full-blown survivor mode. He glanced behind him again, and Jason was hot on his trail. No matter how fast he ran, Jason was always right there. And then whoosh, a sudden, sharp, agonizing pain tore across his back. The tent spike had been hurled through the air with tremendous force. It was now lodged deep in Mike's trapezius muscle, and blood started to spill from his mouth. Mike landed on all fours and tried to scramble away through the dead leaves, but Jason was suddenly right on top of him, moving with inhuman speed. Jason slammed his boot down on Mike's spine and then yanked on the spike, lifting Mike up into the air, twisting it in deeper. Blood from Mike's punctured lung bubbled up into his throat and out his open mouth as he unleashed a hideous gagging noise, one last pitiful cry for help. Jason ripped the tent spike out of his victim, the spike that had been thrown like a dart through the air with inhuman strength, and Jason felt alive once again. The maniacal urges he once had resisted, but eventually succumbed to, were now coursing through him like tiny bullets. Jason was back. Chapter 4. As a dark and eerie night continued to envelop the Shepard house like an all-encompassing and oppressive cloud, there was a hesitant knock at the back door. Mrs. Shepard was standing in the kitchen, washing her hands, and she frowned, wondering who it could be at this hour of the night. It was nearly 10:30. It's probably one of the kids from next door, she thought. She went to the back door and opened it. A young, handsome man was standing on the covered porch, smiling awkwardly and holding a pink sweatshirt. "Hi," he said kindly. "I'm Nick. I'm looking for the girl who lives here." "Oh, hi, I'm Amanda Shepard. She's right here," Mrs. Shepard said, turning to see Tina standing in the kitchen doorway. "I washed this for you," Nick said to Tina. She took the sweatshirt from his hands and smiled at him, blushing as he stared into her eyes. "So, have you been having fun up here?" Mrs. Shepard asked, correctly assuming that he was part of the group that was renting the house next door. Yeah. A bunch of us got together to throw my cousin Michael a surprise birthday party. I came over to invite your daughter," Nick said. Tina glanced at her mother. "I don't know," Tina said nervously. "Well, you could always spend the evening with me and Dr. Cruz," Mrs. Shepard said with a sly smile. Tina smiled and then looked at Nick, nodding. "Let's go," she said, handing the sweatshirt to her mother. Tina and Nick left out the back door, and Mrs. Shepard closed the door, with the smile still on her face. Perfect, she thought. It was a chance for Tina to hang out with others and socialize. It had never been easy for Tina to make friends, and as she watched Tina out the kitchen window, she grew anxious. What would happen if she freaked out? Mrs. Shepard couldn't help but feel intensely sorry for her daughter, and she didn't want it to turn into pity, but pity seemed to be an appropriate response. Sometimes Mrs. Shepard wondered if she had done something wrong during her pregnancy with Tina that had given her so many problems. She didn't drink or smoke, ever. So there was no way she had brought this situation into her life herself. But something in the back of her mind made her feel guilty as a parent. Then again, she knew that parenting wasn't easy, and at least Tina was physically healthy as far as she could tell. But mentally? Mrs. Shepard had ultimately began to worry that Tina would end up in the hospital her entire life, and with John gone, those medical bills would make things extremely difficult. Maybe that was why she had decided to take such drastic measures with Dr. Cruz and bring Tina back here. Mrs. Shepard truly felt deep down like this was their only hope, their lifeline to a more stable existence, an existence where they could move on from John's untimely death and start fresh. Nothing else had worked, and Amanda felt like she had nothing more to lose. There was a creak on the old floorboards, and Mrs. Shepard turned around quickly, snapping out of her thoughts to see Dr. Cruz standing in the doorway, looking confused. "Where'd she go? Who's that boy?" he asked with concern. "Oh, relax, Dr. Cruz," Mrs. Shepard said. "She's going to visit the kids next door." "I thought we agreed on no distractions," he said firmly. "I'd hate to see her go back to the hospital." "She just needs a chance to be normal. Isn't that what this is all about?" Mrs. Shepard said. He hesitated. Yes, of course it is." Tina and Nick were walking side by side down the path to the rental house. They had been walking in awkward silence for some time. Tina noticed his eyes glancing at her and averted her gaze nervously. "So, are you much for parties?" Nick asked her, his hands in his pockets as they climbed onto the sprawling front porch of the rental home. "You know, like, cake and ice cream." Tina didn't know what to say. They pushed open the front door of the rental cabin, and the party hit Tina like a truck. Boisterous laughter and loud music emanated from the room. Her eyes widened. She had never been to a college party before, much less any kind of party. Memories of her lonely past birthday parties flooded her mind, and she shuddered. As she looked around, she saw a few 19- and 20-year-olds were sitting on couches, chatting and laughing with one another in high spirits. Most of them with some kind of a drink in their hand. It made Tina incredibly nervous. A knot twisted tightly in her stomach, but she swallowed hard and remained calm. Suddenly, Russell, who was carrying a large bucket of ice and champagne, started to fall, and Nick saved him from spilling the expensive alcohol all over the floor. And then, while Nick was distracted, a short, stocky guy in his 20s with dark hair, wearing a United States Air Force jacket, extended his hand towards Tina. When she didn't return the favor, he grabbed her anyways and pulled her aside. "All right, I need an objective opinion," Eddie said, as Tina stared at him like a deer caught in the headlights. "What do you think of StarlyCon?" Eddie asked Tina enthusiastically. He held up a notepad where he had been sitting and writing down his ideas. "Listen, 30,000 years into the future, the entire galaxy is populated, all right, by highly evolved protozoa." "Good, huh?" said Eddie, proud of his work. Tina forced a tight smile, trying to be polite, and started backing away from Eddie towards Nick. "Only one human being and his woman still exist amongst the stars, and it's their duty to save the planet," Eddie went on, as Nick came up behind Tina and gingerly put his hands on her shoulders. "I see you met our resident writer, Eddie," Nick said. As Eddie continued explaining his novel, Tina glared at Nick. "Ice cream and cake, huh?" she said wryly. "Eddie's a little out there, but believe me, Tina, everybody else here is perfectly normal," Nick replied. Normal, Tina thought. Great, so much for fitting in. Tina glanced around the room cautiously, trying to mask her fear. Her eyes coming to rest on an attractive young guy smoking a joint and blowing it towards her. She gave Nick another look. Nearby, Russell and Eddie started to converse. "Russell, can I talk to you for a minute?" said Eddie nervously. "What's up?" sighed Russell. "This Melissa girl," said Eddie. "She's incredible. She's like a Numerian Catwoman." "What are you talking about?" asked Russell. "Sandra's friend, Melissa." "Cool your jets, pal. She's out of your league," said Russell. "Her father brings home 6 figures. Face it, you're outclassed." Russell then walked away from him as Eddie hung his head. Nick ushered Tina into the kitchen and away from Eddie, where a foxy redhead, also in her early 20s, was talking to a blonde, mousy girl wearing big glasses. "So," he goes, "let me see your ID," the redhead said, clearly in the middle of a juicy story. So I go, "Well, I left it at home," And he goes, well, you have to go and get it. So I go, okay, and I go. Put something under that drink. You're going to ruin the tables, said Russell from the living room. As the redhead's voice trailed off, the young dark-haired stoner, who Tina had heard being called David, came waltzing into the kitchen to grab a beer, starting to shotgun it. The redhead stared at him dreamily as he swaggered back into the living room. Outrageous, the redhead said, smiling from ear to ear. Do you like David? The blonde girl with glasses said. The redhead nodded. Me too, the blonde one said. And then Russell came barging into the kitchen, furious, with Sandra following behind him. The kitchen was a mess. Empty beer cans littered the counter, the freezer had been literally emptied, and packages of string cheese, ice cream, and juice were scattered all around the counters. God, would you look at this? This party hasn't even started and the place already looks like closing time at the stock exchange, Russell grumbled. Russ, honey, we'll clean it up, I promise, Sandra reassured him. Yeah, chill out, Brooks Brothers, said the fiery redhead. But they're eating my uncle's food. We were supposed to bring our own food, Russell said, shooting a dirty look at the two girls who were busy snacking. My uncle is gonna shit, Russell complained, and then Nick spoke up, awkwardly. Hey, everyone! The redhead, the girl with glasses, and Russell and Sandra turned to look at the young, blonde stranger who stood in the kitchen next to Nick. This is Tina, from next door, he said. Hi, I'm Robin, the redhead said, and this is Maddie. She gestured to the blonde girl with glasses. All of a sudden, there was a resounding crash that came from the living room. Oh, shit, Sandra exclaimed and ran into the living room, grabbing Nick by his denim jacket and hugging him with her. Nick, help me. This left Tina alone in the kitchen. She stood in a bungling attempt to appear normal with her hands in the pockets of her slacks. From another door that led to a back staircase came one of the tall blondes who had been insulting Tina earlier. She now wore a blue pantsuit and an expensive-looking pearl necklace. Now there's a guy I'd like to throw a surprise party for, she said, watching Nick leave the room. Then her eyes directed right at Tina. Hi, I'm Melissa, the blonde woman said with a distinguished air. I'm Tina from next door, Tina replied meekly. I know, Melissa said, narrowing her eyes at Tina. Her passive aggression was leaking out through her words, and she turned and walked around the kitchen island towards Robin and Maddie. Maddie, who is that scuzzball dopehead? Russell asked, gesturing to the living room where he was positive that David had knocked down something very expensive. I told him not to smoke in the house. Only the birthday boy's best friend? Said Melissa matter-of-factly. Melissa, those are so pretty, absolutely gorgeous. Where did you get them? Maddie asked, touching Melissa's pearl necklace gently. What a stupid place to put a lamp, said David, who was coming into the kitchen and rubbing his head. Russell's jaw tightened. Nick walked back into the kitchen as well, handing Tina a bottle of cream soda. They're real, Melissa said to Maddie, showing off her bling for the entire room to see. On my last birthday, my daddy goes, Melissa, you're the perfect daughter. Melissa went on like she was in a soap opera. And he gives me these and says, to the best little girl in the whole world. Meanwhile, David was shotgunning another can of beer, resulting in most of it ending up on the floor. Beer sprayed everywhere as he choked, and Russell threw up his hands in frustration. Ah, disgusting, Melissa cried. Tina started to laugh, but then her entire face dropped. She was no longer focused on the college kid's shenanigans. She was laser-focused on something else. Movement. Behind Robin stood a massive, hideous, and terrifying man in a hockey mask. The same one from the lake. A young boy, no more than 20, was profusely bleeding from the mouth. The metal tip of a tent spike protruded from his stomach. The man in the hockey mask ripped the long steel spike out of his spine. More blood sprayed out. It painted the wall behind the monstrous man. Tina's jaw dropped, her eyes filled with dread as she stared in raw, unblinking, paralyzing terror at the sight of a psychopathic killer ravaging his young victim. It was him, from the lake. No, not again, she thought. Not again. Her eyes flickered over to Nick, who was smiling and laughing at David. Nobody else could see it. My God, I'm the only one who can see it, she thought. The cream soda fell onto the kitchen floor and shattered, as the rest of the party turned to look at her. Everything went silent, and Tina ran for the back door, disappearing out into the night. Onwards, the deep maliciousness stalked through the woods of Crystal Lake. Mile after mile went by, but it felt like nothing to him. The past hour felt like mere minutes to this beast. The area was beginning to feel somewhat familiar to him. Memories had been slowly filling his mind. Distant memories, fractured memories. Images of blood and tissue being slashed and mangled flashed into his unhinged mind. Anguished screams filled his ears. They slowly were making him thirst for the kill again. His rotting hand was still curled around the blood-soaked tent spike. What angered him now was how different his campground seemed. They had been here. Them. They had come in and built their homes and camps all around his woods, tearing his world apart. These woods were all he knew. After all, he had survived out here for years, and now he was back. More distant and hazy memories flooded him. A woman came into view, surrounded by bright white light. "Jason," the woman said in a comforting, maternal tone. "They'll never kill you, Jason. They all must pay." He remembered her vividly now. Her voice was ringing in his ears like an alarm bell. It was the one who had cared for him and protected him as a young child, commanding him to keep killing. And Jason listened. How could he not? Her voice had been his only source of comfort as a child, his only solace from a world that refused to accept him for what he was. Memories of a place were now in his head. A campground, log cabins, a grassy field that served as an archery range, a sparkling lake. It was his home. Days he would spend out there, catching animals, spying on others, keenly attuned to their behavior and their mannerisms. He instinctively knew when someone was a typically more fearful type of person. He instinctively knew who would be a coward and who would be the one to fight back. He instinctively knew when other people were talking about him. It was as if he could just sense things. He could hear little sounds, tiny, almost inaudible sounds that other humans wouldn't be able to perceive. He could remember being incredibly adept at stealth from a young age. Spying on the other campers at Crystal Lake had been his favorite activity, and he almost always got away with it despite his deformed, abnormally larger body. He could still slink around and not be seen. There were many things like that, tiny subtle intelligences and abilities that Jason indeed possessed that had made him into what he was. He would watch the other campers and the counselors from afar, trying to soak in their normality like a sponge, but it never sank in for him. It was foreign to him, their laughter, their excitement for mundane things like birds or small animals, the way they touched each other affectionately and truly enjoyed life. None of it made sense to him, which made him angry, incredibly angry, angry enough to kill. And then they hadn't saved him when he was left to die, struggling alone in the deep, murky lake as it swallowed him whole. Then they took his mother. He remembered something else, a vision that fueled the rage inside him. His mother's head, severed from its body, an expression of surprise and horror permanently on its face. And that girl, the one who he sought vengeance on, the one who had decapitated his mother on that summer night back years ago. They had done it to her, all of them, the ones who were supposed to be watching him, the ones who cared about nothing but their own selfish desires, the ones who came to Crystal Lake. Camp Crystal Lake. He saw lights and went towards them. Pretty soon, he was standing at the edge of a clearing where one of their houses came into view. This Friday the 13th, they could all see and learn that his woods were not to be tarnished. Nobody would mess with his woods ever again. Once he showed them all how much pain he could make them feel. The same pain they inflicted on him and his mother. He could still hear her voice. "Jason, my sweet, sweet boy, they never cared for you." His hand gripped the tent spike harder as he heard something else. Voices, but this time they weren't in his head. Happy, carefree voices coming from one of the houses. On this Friday the 13th, their happiness wouldn't last because Jason was out there in the dark, and this time nothing and no one could save them. As tears blinded her, Tina ran down the path back to her home, back to her refuge, feeling the raw terror ricocheting off of her bones, like tiny bullets were hammering her. She had seen another vision, and this time it was more gruesome than any of the ones she had thus far. The color of the blood flashed into her mind. It had been flowing from his mouth like a waterfall. And then she had seen the man from the lake, slaughtering him. "God, I really am crazy," she thought as she stumbled through the darkness. She stopped and leaned against a tree, catching her breath. "I never should have gone over there," Tina thought. "What was I thinking? I'm too fucked up to be normal. I'm far from normal. I'm a freak." Then she heard something that abruptly severed her stream of panicked thoughts. Footsteps. A twig snapped. Tina jerked her head towards the sound, but there was nothing there. Then again, the darkness could have been fooling her. Maybe there was a figure standing just a few feet away watching her, shrouded in blackness. Tina immediately sprang back into action at the thought of that notion and ran towards her mother's house, tears still streaming down her cheeks. As she reached for the screen door leading to the covered porch, she froze. Her eyes widened. Her heart almost skipped a beat. The tent spike that the boy had been killed with was rammed into the wooden porch column. It protruded out into the night. Dark, purplish, coagulated blood was splattered all around the tip of the wickedly sharp spike. Tina couldn't believe it. But then she felt it. It was real as rain. She felt the coldness of the still. She took in a huge breath as her eyes scanned her surroundings. The man in the mask, she thought. He had to have been here. With the paralyzing image of the masked man using the tent spike on her running through her mind, Tina hurled open the screen door and scrambled inside. "Mom! Mom!" she cried frantically as she ran into the kitchen. Mrs. Shepard became alarmed at the hysteria in her daughter's eyes. "What is it, Tina?" Mrs. Shepard asked, grabbing Tina by her arms. "Mom, I saw him again," Tina cried, her eyes wide and filled with immeasurable terror. "What? Who?" Mrs. Shepard asked. "The man, the thing, in the lake. I saw him again. He was killing a boy with a metal spike." "Tina!" proclaimed Dr. Cruz, who had walked in from the living room. He grabbed her firmly, almost snatching her from the arms of her mother. "Relax, relax," Tina glared at him. "What do you mean you saw him?" Dr. Cruz inquired. "Well, I didn't see it happen, but I know he's dead," Tina said. Dr. Cruz brought his hand up to his jaw, thinking. "All right," he said skeptically. "What were you doing right before it happened?" "Why?" Tina protested. Her eyes were flickering back and forth from the front door to the back door, as if she were terrified of something or someone coming in. "Because these are delusions," Dr. Cruz explained. "You're creating images of your father, Tina." Tina backed away, shaking her head, her lips curling with rage. "No! No! 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 She cried, and then her eyes widened as she remembered the tent spike. All right, well, he left a large delusion stuck in our back porch, Tina said. Relief washed over her. Now she finally had evidence that what she had been seeing was real. Why don't you go take a look if you don't believe me? Dr. Cruz glanced at Mrs. Shepard skeptically and then towards the back door. All right, I will, he said. And with that, he walked into the kitchen and out of sight. Tina and her mother both heard the back door open and close, and then Tina fell into her mother's arms. I know I'm right, she said through more tears. I know I'm right. A few seconds passed by, and then Dr. Cruz's voice rang out from outside. Tina, he called. Tina and Mrs. Shepard rushed outside to the back porch, and out the screen door where Dr. Cruz was standing looking around cluelessly. Where, Tina? He asked. Tina gasped with bewilderment. Her eyes were affixed to the indentation in the wood where the tent spike had been lodged. The spike was gone. Tina was dumbstruck for a second, and then turned to her mother and the doctor, who both had expressions of disbelief. She pointed madly to the indentation in the wall. It was right there! The large spike that I saw! Her voice trailed off as she glanced at the indentation, shaking her head. How? She thought. I have to be going crazy. It was right there, covered in that poor boy's blood. She should have gotten the blood on her fingers so she could have had some kind of substance, some kind of evidence for her claims, but she hadn't thought of it at the time. The indentation was there, but to her mother and Dr. Cruz it just looked like part of the old wood that the house was made from. She didn't know anymore. Tina turned to face them again. What's happening to me? She said, her voice breaking. Help me, please. Another tear rolled down her cheek, and Dr. Cruz held her by both of her arms in an attempt to comfort her. Shh, Dr. Cruz said. I'm going to help you, but you have to help me. Mrs. Shepard suddenly reached out and started ushering Tina back onto the porch. Tina, honey, come in the house, she said. Come on, sweetie. As Mrs. Shepard led Tina back into the kitchen, Tina became a blubbering mess on the verge of another breakdown. I don't know what's happening, she said, stammering, becoming quickly overwhelmed with emotion. It was there! Tina knew she saw something, but from the look in her mother's eye, she knew she sounded out of her mind. As crazy as it sounded, she couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was out there. Something that had risen from the bottom of the lake. Something horrifying. Something Tina had never imagined in her wildest dreams. But nobody would believe her. And what was worse, Tina didn't know if she believed herself anymore. Nobody could save them from the evil that had been awakened. The 1965 Plymouth cruised down the highway just a mile from the dirt road that led to Crystal Lake. Dan Ackerman, a 35-year-old car salesman, was at the wheel, his eyes distractedly cutting over to his fiancée, Judy Williams, who scanned the rumpled and faded map in front of her. Dan had surprised her with an early honeymoon just last week. One thing she always had talked about was going camping near a lake out in the country, where they could wake up in the morning and skinny dip where nobody could see. So Dan had gone all out for her. He learned how to pitch a tent and had practiced in the backyard of their small duplex back in the city. He had mapped it all out as well and made sure that where they were going was on an easy road to traverse, and he had chosen the most efficient route. Crystal Lake had been a choice that most of their friends had been wary about. "Haven't you guys heard about what happened up there?" they would say. Dan and Judy had told them all not to give them the gory details. They didn't want their vacation ruined by horror stories. After all, what had likely happened years ago. Crystal Lake had been where his mind was set on taking her for their excursion. He saw the brochure at a rest stop, and since then nobody had been able to sway him from his decision. Crystal Lake, he had thought. Sounds like a relaxing place to be. What could be more romantic? Laying out under the stars with the great outdoors surrounding you, having some fun in the sun, and seeing his young blonde fiancée in a bikini. They had planned on a fun couple of days. First, they'd find a camping spot and maybe make love for the second time. Dan had ruined their first time due to him being a little too intoxicated, but this time he was planning on making it up to her. If it weren't for his damn religious parents getting in his head, he might not have fucked it up the first time. He had gotten in way over his head with way too much tequila that night, and nobody had told him that it could seriously impede your sexual appetite and your performance. Dan had had a case of whiskey dick, as they called it. He remembered being so nervous about being with a woman so attractive as Judy was, that he downed several drinks way too fast, and before he knew it, he was seriously making a fool of himself. Judy had laughed it off at the time, but he could tell that she did slightly resent him for it. But now he was ready, and they hadn't bought any booze for the weekend. Next, they'd go on a short hike around the lake, or maybe just half that route. It depended on how much sex they planned on having, and he just knew that once he got her alone in the woods, it would make for a very erotic few days. All of their unbridled passion could finally be released. With their busy work schedule, it was hard for them to breathe, much less get busy. He couldn't wait to fuck every morning in a tent with the birds singing over them and the sun streaming in through the tent flaps, without having to worry about any responsibilities. And Dan and Judy both had their responsibilities. Both worked full-time jobs to pay rent and were involved in their community. Community was how they had met. Judy was experienced, as some guys would say, but that hadn't thrown Dan off. He wasn't that type of guy who couldn't have sex with a girl who had a history. She had been up front with him about her sex life, and he had embraced it. After all, who wants to have sex with someone who doesn't know what they're doing? He thought to himself. He much preferred a girl who could get rough and not be timid, and Judy had a certain confidence about her. It made her super bossy at times, but Dan was getting past it. Besides, it was kind of his thing. After all, it made for a good time in bed, and she could get things that she wanted out of people. She was assertive in that way, and some men were threatened by it, but not Dan. If they were at a restaurant and the food was lousy, Judy was the kind of woman to say something about it and ask for a refund, instead of just leaving in silence. He thought strong, opinionated women were sexy in their own right, and sometimes in love you have to do that with a woman. Let her wear the pants sometimes. It made for a more interesting relationship dynamic, where they could help and serve one another instead of just one serving the other. Dan had flocked to some very aggressive women in his past and had gotten into some pretty toxic situations. But maybe Judy wasn't as batshit crazy as some of the women he had been with. She seemed to know how to just relax at times and give in when the time was right. She definitely had a lot more emotional control than most of the girls he had dated in college. She worked for a finance company, and it also hadn't bothered him that she made a bigger paycheck than he did. Again, some guys didn't like that, but not Dan. Money wasn't important to him. A good relationship is what mattered, and that's what he seemed to have with Judy. Something that would last. As he pulled onto the dirt road that led to Crystal Lake, Judy cleared her throat. "You know, we could have stopped for those kids back there," Judy said. "I'm on vacation," he protested. "I don't want to have to deal with people." Judy scoffed. "Well, maybe I shouldn't have come along," she teased with a flirtatious smile. "Oh, come on," he said. "You know what I mean." "Yeah, I know," Judy replied. It was just like her to tease him like that, Dan thought. It was incredibly sexy to him. She had first come on to him in a social group for single, unmarried bachelors and bachelorettes. Their first time meeting was an awkward one for Dan, to say the least. This time, Judy had been coming on to him instead of the other way around. It threw him off of his game for only a short time, but eventually a very playful and flirtatious game began. Soon they were back at his apartment and slowly taking off their clothes as they made small talk about their evening. And tonight, he couldn't wait to have a second chance to really please her, to make her glad she chose to get engaged to him, to make her look back at all of her wasted time and say to herself, God, I'm glad I made it here. Tonight was definitely the night. They'd be all hot and sweaty after pitching the tent, and it would be the perfect time to just go at it. And this time he'd be sober. As Dan and Judy looked at the map, they took another turn onto an even smaller cowpath of a road. As Dan squinted through the windshield, he kept finding himself distracted by her and thoughts of what a good time he could show her. Another part of him felt uneasy about it. He could hear his parents' voices in his head again. "Wait until you're married," they had said. His folks were old school and very traditional. They hadn't even approved of Dan's last relationship, all because his last girlfriend had her nose pierced. "You're a man, Dan, and that means you're going to feel things for women, but you have to be strong," his dad had told him. Well, here he was, with the girl that he knew was the one, out in the country on a peaceful summer night. What else could they do? Would he really waste a great experience over the advice of people who didn't grow up with a television or a microwave? So what if they weren't married yet, he thought. Surely God wouldn't mind if he had sex while they were engaged. Isn't love what it is all about? He only knew one thing, that he really loved this girl, and despite what his parents had said, he knew tonight would be the night. He couldn't hold it back any longer. His lust for her was consuming him, and he didn't care about angering God or his parents anymore. What they didn't know wouldn't hurt them, he decided. It was none of his parents' business when he decided to have sex with someone. He didn't worry about her getting pregnant, but they both had good jobs, albeit ones that were very busy and took up much of their lives. He wondered if he could ever make work and a family life manageable. Lots of families do it, he thought to himself. You hire a babysitter or send the kids to a daycare. Sure, leaving your children with strangers wasn't ideal, but it beat the hell out of not having the money to give them a future. It would be hard with both of them working. Although his parents had done it, and he knew with Judy's sharp mind they couldn't fail. The woman was smart, and he also found that incredibly irresistible. Math, Judy had said on the first date when he had asked her what she went to college for. She had explained that she wanted to teach math in high school or maybe middle school, but quickly found out it didn't pay well enough. So she switched to finance and tripled her income. At the time, he couldn't believe someone as attractive and intelligent as Judy was actually interested in him. And that's what had made him drink. But this time there was no alcohol and no people around to make him nervous. Maybe it had been the social setting of last time. Maybe this time the peace and quiet of the outdoors would soothe him and set him at ease, unlike the noisy clamor of wine glasses clinking and lots of laughter. "Crystal Lake, we're here," Dan said, as the lake came into view through the trees, shimmering in the light of the full moon. Now it was time to pitch the tent as fast as they could manage. And then it was time to finally unleash all of their pent-up desires. And Dan wasn't about to let the previous generation or his previous screw-ups trick him into wasting his life away. Life was too short not to take those chances. As the Plymouth tediously drove down a hillside and down a winding tree-lined path, it came to stop in a large clearing. Lights from nearby houses penetrated through the thick boughs of trees, but they were all far away. It was a perfect little spot, away from anything and everything and everyone. As he parked the car, they sat in silence for a few moments, taking in the ambiance of the wilderness. An owl called from the trees, crickets were singing, the lake was gently lapping on the shore. Frogs croaked. "Well, let's start setting up camp," Dan said, as they both piled out of the car. They started by unloading their luggage and setting it down, and then they found 2 flashlights and used them to illuminate the small clearing. Then Dan started a fire in the center of the clearing, providing them with a warm orange glow. As Judy sat by the fire warming herself, Dan had the tent put up in less than 15 minutes, and pretty soon they were both sitting on logs by the fire and gazing at each other. Dan was drawn to the way her amber hair gleamed in the firelight. He had to have her. He could already picture their bodies intertwining underneath the stars. "I'm cold," she suddenly said, leaning closer to the fire. It broke the stillness, and Dan was snapped out of his reverie. "Well, let's crawl in the sack," Dan said with a suggestive grin. Then she cut her eyes at him, almost looking offended. "I think you need to fix the fire," she said, pointing to the puny flames in front of her. "Well, I'm out of wood," he snapped back. "We're in a forest." Dan leaned close to her on the log and started to kiss her. "Come on, let me warm you up." His lips slid across her cheek as she jerked her head away from him. "Dan," she protested, "we need wood." Wood, Dan thought. That made him even hornier. Frustrated, he slid back away from her and sighed. Judy smiled at him. "It's going to be a cold night tonight," she said, biting her lip at him. That was as good of a cue as he was going to get. This meant that if he went and got more wood to keep her warm, that he would definitely be getting some. With that, he unsheathed the long, slightly rusted machete and turned to her. "I'll be back," he said, in his best Arnold Schwarzenegger impersonation. Then he disappeared into the woods. Making sure that he was gone, Judy giggled excitedly and ran into the tent. She stripped down and crawled inside their single sleeping bag and began to patiently wait. Tonight was the night, she thought, but it would be a night that neither of them would see coming. As Dan hacked away at a small tree with his machete, he felt his arousal slowly fading. What had been wrong with Judy back at the campsite? She had been fine the whole ride up, and now she was getting all worked up about the fire not being hot enough? Typically, she was much more laid back. Now, here he was, tiring himself out in the middle of the cold wilderness to make sure she was comfortable. All he wanted to do was to please her. Now he had made a pass at her, and she had totally rebuffed him. Maybe she had a whole new side to her that he hadn't seen yet. That's what had happened with his last few relationships. Once he really got to know a woman and expressed vulnerability, their true colors came out, time and time again. But the night wasn't over, he told himself. Maybe she needed to be comfortable first before they could be together in that way. Some women were like that. He wished he hadn't screwed it up the first time, but that was then and this was now. What could be more erotic than doing it in the middle of nowhere with the stars and the moon above them? What had he done wrong? Maybe he had rushed things. Maybe they needed to have some foreplay beforehand to really get them both in the mood. They were both sober, so clearly alcohol was not an issue. He couldn't help but wonder if her attitude was really about the fire or something else. What could she be possibly pissed at him about, besides not picking up that stranded couple? There was no way he was picking up strangers in the dead of night up at Crystal Lake. Most of the Crystal Lake nonsense was mostly made up, he thought, but he would still rather be safe than sorry. He had heard all sorts of horror stories about hitchhikers in the woods. Sometimes he thought about if any of them were real. Once he had heard that serial killers will pretend to be stranded or pretend to have car trouble and then take their chance and shove you into the back seat, where you couldn't escape. He wasn't taking any chances. Not tonight, he thought. Not now that he finally had another chance with Judy. As he finished chopping off enough logs for the fire, he bundled them up in his arms along with his machete that he put in his sheath. Then he began the short walk back to the tent. The woods were almost pitch black and quiet, save for the crickets and other nighttime creatures. Should have brought that flashlight, he thought, but the moon provided him just enough light to see the small trail in front of him. Now it was time to build a nicer fire to really get her in the mood, and then it was finally time to redeem himself. As he carried the wood, he thought he heard something behind him. He shrugged it off. But then he heard it again, twigs and branches snapping under the weight of something truly immense, stalking towards him, coming up behind him faster and faster. Dan had no time to turn around. He registered the sour smell of decaying flesh and heard heavy, labored, maniacal breathing get more intense. The monstrous hand lunged savagely out of the black void around him, and Dan felt his insides implode. The logs fell to the ground in a pile. Dan felt something inside him, tearing through him like a missile. He stared down in incredulity at the meaty, blood-soaked fingers that protruded from his belly. The hand held his innards, squeezing them into mush before his very eyes. The next thing he knew, his head was being yanked backwards as the vertebrae of his spine snapped with a sickening crunch. His body crumpled into the leaves. The same bloody hand reached for the machete in the sheath on Dan's belt. Jason's fingers curled around the handle, and his hulking form made its way towards the tent, towards the sound of Judy's oblivious humming. Judy was getting more impatient by the minute. Where had the man gone, she thought. It was finally time. It was finally time to get a second chance, ever since he botched their first attempt at a romantic and intimate experience. She had been mortified at the time, but now that she was nude in her sleeping bag and Dan would return with the wood, sweaty and tired, she was thrilled. She hoped she hadn't made him angry with her teasing. It was getting colder, and as she snuggled in the sleeping bag, she thought she could hear him. A twig snapped. Someone was definitely coming. Judy smiled and sat up, pulling the sleeping bag up and covering her chest as she peered out the tent opening. "All right, you big hunk of a man, come and get me," she said. A shadow fell over the tent. It definitely couldn't have been Dan. This person was terrifyingly huge, like a boulder of body mass. It towered over the tent, and Judy shrieked as the tent was sliced open by Dan's machete, and a gigantic beast of a man wearing a hockey mask lunged at her. He was covered in detritus, and bits of flesh had rotted off, revealing the bone underneath. The smell of his putrid, rotting flesh was nauseating. It filled the tent. His demented eyes laser-focused on her, and she screamed again. Judy frantically crawled down into her sleeping bag in panicked fear, but soon felt herself being dragged out of the tent. She wrestled and wriggled around like a caterpillar caught in its cocoon, thrashing wildly, but Jason kept dragging her through the woods. Then he lifted her and swung her like she was a Louisville slugger against the trunk of a large tree. Her head made an impact with the bark on the tree so hard it made everything rattle, and she felt warm blood leaking down her face. Her ears were ringing. Everything was on fire. Then he bashed her against the tree again and again. Her skull fractured. Her ribs snapped. Her screams stopped. Jason took a breath. It was exhilarating to him each time it happened. He had heard them both traipsing through the woods, and he knew that they had to die. The more he killed, the more it alleviated the pounding in his head and the voices. The voice of his mother that screamed at him, commanding him to kill the ones who let him die. The girl lying mangled in the bloody sleeping bag had only had to suffer for a short while. But Jason had been made to suffer for far too long at the bottom of the lake. They had done it to him, and they would all pay, one by one. Chapter 5. Morning blossomed over Crystal Lake. The small clearing where the Shepard house and the rental house stood was now illuminated by bright light, and the trees bore an emerald shade of green that glistened in the rays of the sun. The lake shimmered in a subtle way. If you blinked, you missed the way it twinkled. Birds began perching on the branches of the trees and singing their harmonious melodies. Everybody at the party, except for Mike and Jane, had carried on into the night without them, and eventually they all found a place to sleep. Melissa in her own room, Robin and Maddie in the guest room, Sandra and Russell in the van, and the others in various other rooms. Maddie awoke before the rest of the partiers, as she had gone to bed before everyone else. As she crept down the carpeted stairs into the living room, careful not to wake anyone, she saw Eddie passed out on the couch and groaned, thinking of just what had transpired the night before. Eddie had gotten wasted. It had been clear to everyone else in the room that he could no longer handle what was in his cup. He had stumbled about the room from one clump of partiers to the next, never invited to talk by any of them, but still doing it anyway, droning on about science fiction, about Derek F.Z. Sims' greatest film, The Battle of the Gargantuan Throngar. It bored everyone in the room except for Eddie. It seemed as if the guy could talk forever about science fiction. He was a walking stereotype, Maddie thought. Guys like him were a dime a dozen. He would profess adamantly that he was respectful and kind, but then behave like a petulant child. It had been like watching someone get drunk for the first time and having to babysit them. The whole party had to keep a close eye on him in case he were to spill or break something, and they collectively resented him for it. And what was funny was Maddie thought that she would be the loser at this party. Maddie had been extremely hesitant when Robin had asked her to go have a good time in the woods with a bunch of her friends from class. Maddie and Robin had been roommates for quite some time, so Maddie had sort of trusted her when she said they were good people. But still, it had been a big decision. But after Robin's urging, Maddie had decided to tag along, thinking that it would be good for her to meet her fellow students. But now, after seeing Eddie's behavior and hearing Melissa's bitchy comments and seeing David smoking joints like they were candy, she had some doubts about her decision to go along. Maddie hadn't known that there would be drugs. Maddie didn't mind the weed all that much, but what would happen if those neighbors next door called the police because they were being too loud? Then the cops would walk in and bust them all for having the drugs. David's stash was basically lying all around the house in plain sight. And the worst part was, Robin seemed to not be bothered by it. Didn't Robin consider the fact that if they all got arrested for drugs, it would likely mar their ability to get a job in the future? Those kinds of charges show up on any kind of background check and could follow you your entire life. It only takes one mistake. It was like Maddie didn't know her own roommate anymore. She had completely morphed into a different person from the second they arrived. No, from the second that she saw David. Robin had always been careful and smart before, and never downright rude to Maddie. She was now subtly avoiding Maddie like the plague, and giving her dirty looks. It was like she had become an entirely different person. It was like she was embarrassed by Maddie. Maddie had seen this happen a billion times before. It was hard to befriend women, as it were, but it made it even harder when the other woman was 10 times more conventionally attractive. Usually, they would end up pretending they didn't even know Maddie in social situations and only act like a friend when they wanted something from her. With Robin, Maddie had been convinced that it would be different, that she could actually have a girlfriend who she could trust. But not now. Not anymore. From the second she saw David, Maddie became nothing to her. It was happening again. Maddie knew she wasn't pretty, and she knew that she wasn't the thinnest girl around, but she still knew she deserved more. Looking back on her and Robin's relationship, Maddie could see it all differently. Every compliment could easily be twisted into something malicious. The snide comments and the subtext of her words were becoming very clear to Maddie. "You know, Maddie, they do make clothes for bigger girls," she would say while they were shopping. "Maddie, you're just a different kind of girl, not one that men usually go after. There's nothing wrong with that," Robin had said to her one night while Maddie was complaining about her love life, or rather, her lack of one. It was all coming back to her. She even remembered that Robin always did use Maddie for her benefit. It was looking like Robin only wanted Maddie around to do her favors. Last time they went out, Robin had gotten sloppily drunk and had to be taken home passed out in the back of Maddie's station wagon. Some friends can be like that. They'll be in your life when they need help. Robin would probably get drunk, get hurt by David, and come crawling back to Maddie crying for advice. Maddie couldn't believe that she had been duped into thinking Robin was loyal. And now what could she do? Start a scene? Ruin the party for Mike? No, she thought. Time to fight fire with fire. She had a plan hidden up her sleeve, and she just knew when the time was right it would all play out perfectly. Maddie went into the kitchen and stared in dismay at the mess that the party-goers had left behind. Empty beer cans were littered all around the trash can. Bags of chips that had been left out to get stale were lying all over the dining table and the counters. It reeked of weed. God, Maddie thought. Poor Russell. It was nice of him to let him use the cabin, and this was how he was repaying him? By trashing the house? With that thought, she grabbed a trash bag and started walking around the kitchen, throwing trash into the bag as quickly as she could. When it looked decent enough, she decided to make some breakfast. After all, maybe David needed to see that Maddie was a woman, not a girl. A woman who could take care of herself. Maddie wondered if a guy like David would even be interested in her. Before, Maddie had gotten in way over her head with men. The way David would glance at her was making her think he was interested, but maybe he always looked at everyone like that. Maybe it was all in Maddie's head. As she started wiping down the counters and thinking about what she would make for breakfast, her thoughts drifted over to that girl, the one from next door. The one that Nick invited. Maddie hoped she hadn't heard Melissa's nasty comments. The way she had just stared off into the distance and then ran out of the house had really put a damper on the party. It unnerved everyone. What had happened? She also kept thinking about Mike and Jane and how late they were to their own party. Maybe they had gotten lost. Someone should really take one of the cars and go look for them, she thought. She began to fry some eggs on the stove and laid out some clean bowls and boxes of cereal. Then she pulled a coffee maker out of a cabinet, plugged it in, and poured in some coffee grounds from the pantry. Kate suddenly walked in, showered and changed into stylish overalls, cut off at the knees, and a bright yellow top. Her thick black hair was still tied into a long braid. "Good morning. You need some help?" Kate asked flatly. "Sure," said Maddie, as Kate began cleaning some dishes at the sink. Maddie could see the sour expression on Kate's face and wondered what her deal was. It probably had to do with her boyfriend Ben, Maddie thought. She hoped that their drama wouldn't ruin the party for everyone else. After all, it was already fun the night before, even without the birthday boy. Everyone had been in a pleasant mood, except for that girl from next door, Tina. Maybe she had gotten nervous around a crowd of people and just decided to split, Maddie thought. It had happened to Maddie herself. She had gone into a party and didn't know a single face there. It made a knot form tight in her guts, and eventually she felt so queasy that she could hardly stand. Everyone passed around the joint as she tried to make conversation, passing on her turn to smoke when the joint arrived at her. Nobody seemed all that interested in what she had to add, but Maddie knew that not every party was going to be a fun experience. At least this party she knew Robin. Besides, this get-together seemed like it would turn out to be a really good few days out in the great outdoors. She didn't feel the slightest bit nauseated or nervous around this bunch. So maybe this would be a party for the books. She also wondered if she would end up in bed with a sexy guy. Maddie had never had the greatest experiences with love. It was more that she didn't have any experience at all. She had gone on dates with plenty of men, only for them not to return her calls. Maybe this weekend it would be time to really get to know somebody. Maybe someone like David. Maddie hated to admit it to herself, but she could see what Robin saw in David. He had confidence about him. He also acted like a jackass, but even that was endearing. The way he had chugged that beer can and smashed it on his head last night was boyish to her, and it made him very sexy. But from the look in Robin's eyes every time David walked into the room, Maddie knew she'd never have him before Robin did. It was inevitable. Robin always got the guys. They flocked in droves to her crimson hair, her freckles, her emerald green eyes, and her sensual demeanor. Maddie had nothing that boys could flock to, she thought miserably. She was flat-chested, short, and plump. Maybe she did have to lower her standards, as Robin had told her. Maybe for a guy like Eddie, but my God, was he a dweeb, she thought. He had totally botched his attempt to impress anyone last night. At this point, everyone just wished he would leave. But he was Mike's old roommate. After a few more minutes went by, Robin walked in and poured herself a bowl of cereal, humming sleepily to herself and wearing a nightshirt and pajama pants. Ben came in shortly after and sat at a bar stool. Maddie noticed the awkward silence and looked up from her eggs that she was frying. So, some surprise party this turned out to be, huh? Maddie said. Oh, you know Michael, said Robin with a sly grin. He probably got pulled over for drunk driving and had to spend the night in jail. That guy can smell a party from 100 miles away, said Ben. He'll be here. Then Ben leaned across the kitchen island closer to Kate. Now, where's my coffee? He said seductively. Kate glared at him. Where would you like it? She snapped and dropped what she was doing. The dishes clattered in the sink, and she stormed out of the kitchen and thumped up the stairs, as Ben held his head in his hands. Maddie and Robin exchanged glances. Melissa came past Kate and walked into the kitchen, changed into a new designer outfit. She was still wearing her pearl necklace. Has anyone seen Nick? She asked. Oh, I saw him when I was, coming downstairs. He's going next door to visit Marilyn Munster, joked Robin. Melissa frowned and left without saying another word. Tina was wide awake at dawn. In her dreams she saw it all happen again. The beams of the pier snapping, her father crying out in terror and bewilderment at what was happening to him, and then the silence afterwards that had haunted her for so long. This time, it wasn't the dream that had awakened her, however. It was a knock at their back door. Tina lay in bed listening to see if it had woken Dr. Cruz or her mother. Nothing happened. There wasn't so much as a creak in the upstairs hallway. So she instinctively sprung out of bed as quiet as a mouse, threw on some nice clothes, and ran downstairs to the door. It was Nick, leaning against the doorframe, dressed in a black shirt with a denim jacket and a new crisp pair of blue jeans that fit snugly around his muscular legs, freshly showered and smelling of aftershave. He was ruggedly handsome this morning, and Tina couldn't stop staring. Hi, he said, his eyes meeting hers. She silently hoped that he didn't see the bags under her eyes. Hi, she replied back, stepping out onto the porch and quietly closing the door. She glanced nervously up at the bedroom windows to see if any lights had been turned on, but she didn't see anything. You up for a walk down by the lake? Nick asked. Tina nodded, and the two walked side by side down the short path towards the lake. After walking in silence for several minutes, Nick picked up rocks and started skipping them across the smooth surface of the murky water. Tina leaned against a tree and watched him, tying her sweatshirt around her waist. As she studied him, she thought back to last night. Your friends must think I'm a complete joke. Tina's words finally broke the silence. Yeah, Nick replied. Who cares what they think? They're not my friends. I came up for my cousin Michael, but he's not here yet. He threw another smooth, flat rock across the surface, skipping it 3 or 4 times. So, where are you from? He asked. Where are you from? Okay, we're doing great here, aren't we? Fine. I grew up in Pittsburgh. I used to hang out with a really bad crowd. My dad kicked me out, and now I go to night school. Your turn, Nick said. Tina stared out at the placid lake, reminiscing. We used to come out here all the time. We used to live out here until my dad got killed in the lake. Her voice trailed off, and she wistfully glared at the dock where her father had fallen in, never to be seen again. Nick turned to her, an oh shit look on his face. I don't like it here, Tina suddenly said, and started to walk back towards her house. Nick ran to catch up with her, gently spinning her around, and tried to look into her eyes, but she stared out at the lake again. His eyes followed her gaze to the old refurbished dock. "Is that where he—" Tina nodded. Her eyes began to mist over. "I think it was my fault. I know it was my fault," she said, her voice breaking. "Look, you're a really nice guy who's getting his life together. You don't want to mess around with me." Nick started to reply, but she cut him off. "Just listen for a minute," she interjected. "I saw my dad get killed when I was a kid, and it really messed up my head." "So, you're okay now, right?" "You know that guy in there with us? He's my doctor. He brought me out here from the mental hospital." Suddenly, a sharp noise cut through their conversation like a dozen blades. It was a twig snapping. Nick jerked his head around in the direction of the jarring sound. Tina's eyes filled with fright as they glanced around. Then there was the sound of soft, furtive footsteps. Someone was definitely slinking around just a few feet down the hill from Tina and Nick by a rotted tree. Nick ran over to the spot where they had heard the sound, but there was nothing there. He returned to Tina and smiled wryly. "I saw it. It was a big pink elephant." Then he started to laugh, and Tina fought the instinct to smile, but one broke through anyway. He leaned closer to her, and Tina found herself distracted by his alluring eyes. "You know, with my luck, you're going to turn out to be another delusion," Tina said. Her words were nearly cut off as he suddenly kissed her softly. And for once in her life, Tina felt that things would be okay. Nothing could ruin the moment as they stared out at the wilderness. As they started to kiss again, another twig snapped, but again there was nobody there. But Tina could have sworn she saw a flash of color dash in between two trees. But then again, her mind always played tricks on her. She didn't know what was real and what wasn't real, not anymore. She couldn't even trust herself to believe Nick was real, even though he was standing right in front of her. Surely it had just been a wild animal roaming about. But Tina still remembered the man from the lake, the one who she had revived. Several questions now plagued her. Who was he? And where was he now? As Tina and Nick said goodbye and parted ways, Tina felt the exuberance of a child in a candy store. She still could feel his lips pressed against hers. For once she felt like there was someone who could help. Nick seemed to actually care about her problems, to actually care about her and not just his own self-interest like Dr. Cruz. At first, Tina had put up walls around herself. It was so much easier to live that way. If she didn't let anyone in, they wouldn't have to see just how messed up she was. But Nick seemed to be able to penetrate her walls with one single glance. He was seemingly able to knock them down with just a few short and sweet sentences. Finally, she had someone to take her away from her life. Even if he was just a random boy next door, Tina didn't know who else to turn to. Her mother and her doctor both just thought she was crazy. But she wasn't thinking about any of that anymore. All she could think about was Nick. What luck to have decided to come back to Crystal Lake at just the right time, she thought. The only question now was, would Nick believe her? She also kept thinking about that vision, that horrifyingly surreal image of that god-awful man in the mask, killing someone, murdering them right in front of her eyes as if he had wanted her to watch him do it. Would Nick even believe her if she told him that someone could truly be out there? Someone that had risen from the bottom of the lake? It sounded absolutely insane when it ran through her mind, that someone could have been resurrected from the dead simply by willpower, but it was looking like that's what happened. Unless Tina's fears became realized. The pressing fear that she was truly out of her mind and it was all in her head. And who was that boy he was killing? Tina thought she could see some semblance of resemblance to Nick. They didn't share all of the same features. The masked man's victim had been blonde and Nick had dark hair. But they had a very similar jawline and facial structure. Then Tina suddenly remembered. Nick had a cousin that hadn't shown up to the party yet. As Tina came into the kitchen from the covered porch, she saw Mrs. Shepard at the kitchen, pouring tea, and gave her a peck on the cheek. Mrs. Shepard was astonished seeing her daughter in such a vibrant mood. "Well, what was that for?" she said. "Nothing," Tina said, shrugging and smiling for the first time in days. Her smile faded as Dr. Cruz walked into the room. Tina knew what he wanted from the look on his face. It was time for another session with the doctor. The sun made its way across the sky as the day went on, and eventually the sky turned a deep shade of indigo as 7 o'clock neared. Tina had another fruitless and rigorous session with Dr. Cruz, and she kept thinking about something the entire time. It was nagging at her. She remembered the vision of the boy being killed with a spike. All the blood still flashed into her mind. What troubled her is that Nick said they were still waiting for his cousin, and the boy that Tina envisioned getting killed looked awfully like Nick. What if she could see things that were going to happen, or worse, what had already happened? Tina was starting to fear that whoever that man in the lake was had killed Nick's cousin. Only problem was, Tina didn't know if what she was seeing was just a delusion or something connected to reality. But she didn't want to risk being right and not have done anything about it. No, she thought, the man that had sprung up from the bottom of the lake was definitely real. Or was he? She had no idea at this point. All she knew was that she had to find Nick again and see if his cousin was safe. Otherwise, she would never stop thinking about it. When Dr. Cruz or her mother weren't paying any attention to her, Tina grabbed her jacket and went out of the house, walking through the wooded area towards the rental house. She smelled the distinct smell of a grill. Smoke started to appear, drifting away into the sky. Maddie, Kate, and Sandra were frying burgers for dinner for the group. Sandra watched Tina as she approached, drinking a can of beer. Ben and Russell were throwing a football back and forth. "So, Kate, what's with you and Ben?" Sandra asked as Tina walked by. Kate scoffed. "He blew me off last weekend to hang out with Eddie. God knows why, he lied to me." Tina tuned out their conversation and strolled past, not making eye contact. She sauntered in through the open back door where David and Eddie were sitting at the kitchen table rolling joints. Melissa and Robin were standing in the kitchen, holding cocktails, day drinking and conversing casually. "Has anyone seen Nick?" Tina asked, interrupting Robin and Melissa's discussion. Melissa's eyes cut sharply to Tina. She held out a bowl of spinach dip. "Oh, he's around. Dip?" Her words seethed with passive aggression. Her eyes were narrowed. Tina turned to leave as Melissa smiled. Her mission was accomplished. As Tina went through the door, Maddie suddenly appeared, having heard Melissa's tone. As Melissa walked back into the living room, Maddie pulled Tina aside and closed the door. "She's like that with everyone except boys," whispered Maddie. "Want a Coke?" Maddie walked to the kitchen island and reached inside a cooler, handing it to Tina. "Help yourself." David suddenly looked up from his joint, holding up a bag full to the brim with marijuana. "It's cocktail hour," he declared, a hazy look in his eye. He was already stoned out of his mind. Maddie caught him glancing at her, and she leaned close to Robin. "Robin, did you see the way that David just looked at me?" Maddie's eyes lit up with excitement. Robin tightened her lips and tried not to laugh, but it was evident from the way she was pursing her lips that she was holding back a very bitchy cackle. Robin glanced at David, who was now sealing the ends of another joint with his mouth. Then she turned to Maddie. "Oh, get real, Maddie. You're not his type. You need a little touch-up work first." Robin looked her up and down. Maddie's jaw dropped. "Thanks!" she exclaimed in disbelief. "The Columbian Express is heading out. All aboard!" It was David standing up at the table and walking into the living room. Eddie followed him, a cannabis-induced grin on his face. Melissa pulled Eddie aside suddenly and whispered to him. Robin was staring at David, watching him leave. She kept watching his ass flex in his jeans. The way that his messy dark hair was uncombed made her want to drop her pants right there for him. He's so sexy, Robin thought. What the hell? I'm gonna do it, she said, grinning from ear to ear. Robin, you don't smoke, cried Maddie in disbelief. I do now, said Robin, hurrying into the living room. Maddie ran after her. No, you can't, Robin. Robin turned to her. You and I made a deal. We were going to come here and have a good time, right? Well, I'm going to stick to the deal. Maddie was speechless. You in? Maddie still didn't say a word. Tina stood by awkwardly. Okay, Robin said, and followed David up the stairs. Maddie grabbed Tina by the sleeve, and they went into the living room. Look, I really need to talk to Nick, Tina said. Don't worry, he'll show, Maddie reassured her. Hey, Tina! Melissa's snarky voice rang out. Tina jerked her head towards her. Eddie was wearing his Air Force jacket like a straitjacket, a devious grin on his face. Melissa held up her hands, gesturing to the jacket. Is this what they wear at the mental hospital? They were Melissa's words. Tina realized everything now. It had been Melissa spying on her and Nick by the lake. Eddie and Melissa roared with laughter. Tina's hands and face suddenly felt hot. Everything was burning. The veins began to bulge out of her throat. Her hands clenched around the coke. The room suddenly hushed as Melissa's necklace suddenly stretched out as if being tugged by some unseen force. Then it broke. Out of nowhere, and seemingly by nothing, scattering pearls all over the hardwood floor. Everyone was astonished. Tina once again handed her drink to Maddie and ran out the front door into the quickly nearing night. As Melissa began to scurry around on all fours collecting her pearls, Nick came barreling downstairs after Tina, but he was too late. She slammed the door closed in his face. Wait! He cried, but Tina was gone. I hate this place, Tina proclaimed as she paced around Dr. Cruz's office nervously. Mrs. Shepard watched her daughter with sad eyes, sitting in a chair. Mom, he's making me do things I don't want to do, and I'm seeing things. She was clearly at her wit's end. She paced back and forth from Dr. Cruz's desk back to her mother's chair wildly, tears running down her cheeks, her eyes puffy and bloodshot. I could have killed someone. How could I have done that? Because, Tina, Dr. Cruz started another long-winded explanation littered with medical jargon. When you get in a highly aroused state, you're capable of almost anything. It just proves my point. He went on. I mean, you made the matchbook move. You broke the pearls. All right, Tina said. Her voice cracked like a terrified little girl's. Mrs. Shepard uncomfortably shifted positions, painfully having to watch her daughter suffer, but not wanting to impede on a doctor's treatment. If you can believe that I did those things, then why can't you believe that I saw someone get killed? We do believe you, Tina, said Dr. Cruz. Your psychokinesis and your delusions, they're all tied together. Tina began to grow furious. Her face became the color of blood. No, you're not listening to me. You haven't heard a single word I've said, Tina cried. She ran across the room to her mother. Please, can we get out of here? I don't want to stay here anymore. Go back where, Tina? Dr. Cruz's voice raised several decibels. Look at me. Back to the hospital? We are starting to make some progress because you are here. As Mrs. Shepard tried to console her sobering child, Tina cried out, Mom, please! The 18-year-old was behaving like a child, throwing a temper tantrum in the aisle at the grocery store, but none of them knew that her behavior was for a very good reason. "All right, we'll go back tomorrow," Mrs. Shepard finally gave in. The stress of seeing her 18-year-old daughter reduced to a blubbering mass of tears was too much. "We can't just leave now," Dr. Cruz said, standing up at his desk. "It's just not working," said Amanda. Dr. Cruz raised his voice even louder. It boomed in the old house. "Do you really want to throw this all away?" he shouted. "We are at a very critical point right now." Tina suddenly began to convulse. Everything was burning again. She opened her mouth wide to scream, but no sound came out. There was just a dry whisper. "Do you want your daughter to spend the rest of her life in a hospital?" Dr. Cruz bellowed. "Look what you're doing to her!" came Mrs. Shepard's frightened voice. Tina was beet red in the face and trembling all over. Tremors were ravaging her from out of nowhere. She hugged herself to try and make it stop, but it wouldn't. Her entire body was locked in the throes of rippling waves of energy that seemed to come up from the bottom of her soul. And then the microwave on the counter rose up from the table. It was now levitating in the air, suspended by nothing. Amanda's jaw opened wide. The microwave flew across the room like a soccer ball, straight at Dr. Cruz. He ducked and it smashed into the wall behind him. With that, Tina ran from the room, leaving them both in utter shock. She clambered down the stairs 2 at a time and raced through the house and out to the covered porch. "My God," she thought frantically, "I'm going to hurt someone." She needed to get out of that house as fast as possible and away from everything. She could picture herself wandering the roads of Crystal Lake aimlessly. All of her motivation to figure out what was going on was gone now. She had seen too much. As she flung open the screen door, feeling the rush of night air on her face, Nick appeared. "Whoa, whoa, 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 where are you going?" he said, holding her in place and his eyes widening with concern, seeing how distressed she seemed to be. Tears stained her cheeks. "Oh, Nick, I want to get out of here." "Melissa was a bitch," Nick said. "No, forget Melissa," Tina exclaimed. "There's something really wrong here. I know it, but nobody believes me." "What are you talking about?" "Did your cousin Michael ever show up?" Tina asked. Her eyes searched him desperately for an answer. Nick hesitated. "No, he didn't," he said with a sigh. "But, Tina, what does he look like?" Tina interrupted him impatiently. "Tina, I don't see what this has to do with anything." "Can you tell me what he looks like? Do you have a picture or something?" Nick felt the back of his jeans. Yeah, actually I do." He unfolded a leather wallet. Tina gasped with fright. She stared into Nick's eyes, shaking her head, not wanting to believe it, but it was right in front of her. The young sandy-haired boy in the photo was the boy that she had seen in her vision. "Oh, God," she uttered, feeling lightheaded. "What?" Nick asked. I think he's dead, Nick." Before Nick could say a word, which he wouldn't have because he was utterly dumbfounded by Tina's claim, Mrs. Shepard walked out onto the porch and put her hand softly on Tina's arm. "Pack your bags, honey. We're gonna leave in the morning," she said. And with that, Tina and Mrs. Shepard went back into the house, leaving a speechless and confused Nick standing there, wondering what the hell was going on. He couldn't stop thinking about her and what she had said the entire walk back to the rental house. Nighttime had fully come now, shrouding the lakeshore in blackness. It had dawned slowly over the small lakeside clearing, gradually getting darker until finally it was the dead of night, and the only lights that penetrated out into the inky void were the lights from the two houses perched on the shore. Leaves rustled. Could have been the wind. Could have. Nighttime in Crystal Lake could do that to a person. Make you think you saw something move out of the corner of your eye. Make you scared of your own shadow. Especially if you had heard the stories. The ones about killers that lurk in the darkness. Russell and Sandra hadn't heard those stories. That was probably why they were strolling down to the lake, alone, wrapped up in each other's arms, oblivious to anyone and everything. If they were more alert, and not so tuned in to one another, they may have been able to hear soft footfalls over the leaf litter. If only. The air from the woodpile was also missing. They didn't notice. So, when did you, first fall in love with me? Russell asked. His voice was grating in the presence lurking just several yards away. The presence that had been quiet and as stealthy as a mouse. When I saw the enormous size of your big, beautiful wallet, she said, laughing. It was just this huge bulge in your pants calling my name. Sandra, Sandra, take me now. Russell shoved his hands in his pocket and sighed. It had always been like this for him. Girls were never interested in his personality or his looks before, but they also had never been so open about it. Surely she had meant it as a joke, he thought. But from her nervous laughter he was beginning to think otherwise. But what could he do? Any drama between the two of them would ruin everyone's mood, and Michael wasn't even here yet. Sometimes the way she laughed grated his nerves. Sometimes he would picture herself with a totally different woman when he was in bed with Sandra. But if it had worked for his parents, maybe it could work out for him as well, and she'd eventually fall in love with him. That's what had happened with his folks. His dad had been the one with the solid job. He was a real estate guru, making 6 figures a year and owned several country clubs. Russell's mother had flocked to him, and apparently it was love at first sight. The story went that they were at an auction that was auctioning off members of the country club to be paired with a handsome young bachelor, which turned out to be Russell's father. His mother had admittedly gone and rigged the auction to be in her favor so that she would get Russell's father, and she had said that she had been in it for the money. But after the auction, his mother and father started chatting and hit it off. The auction had been a bit of a joke at first, but Russell's father meant business when he took his mother on a weekend cruise after the auction. That's where they really fell in love, dancing all night on the ship's ballroom to snazzy renditions of Frank Sinatra tunes. Maybe what happened with his folks would happen for Russell out at Crystal Lake. After all, being alone out in the woods would be a great way to really get to know each other, and for Sandra to see past his money. Maybe Russell's mother had been in it for the money just a little bit, but eventually that fades away and real love can happen. True connection. That's what Russell wanted tonight. Real connection. But now, standing on the lakeshore quietly with Sandra, not knowing what to say, he began to give up on that notion. This week was supposed to be about having fun. How could they even be alone together if Jane had invited everyone and their mother? It was a full house. But he figured that taking Sandra down to the lake would be a perfect way to escape the noise. As they walked, Russell thought back to the first time they met. He had seen her laughing and talking with his parents, putting on such a good impression that Russell's dad had called her a girl to take home to mom. And Sandra was that. She knew how to talk to all kinds of people. With his parents, she was polite and well-mannered, but with him and her friends, she was crass and funny. She could even be daring at times, like now. Sandra suddenly grinned mischievously at him. "Come on," she cried, and ran into the shallow part of the lake, splashing and giggling with glee. "You coming?" "What are you doing?" said Russell stiffly. Sandra giggled and started taking off her shoes and socks, as well as everything else. "Come on," she cried. "You chicken?" And just like that, Sandra was stark naked. "You're crazy," Russell called from the shore. She dove into the water as Russell shrugged and grinned. "You want to go for a little swim?" she called. She dove under as Russell took off his shoes and sat down under a tree, unbuttoning his shirt. "You need a formal invitation?" she called to him seductively. "Russell, party for two, right this way, please." Crack. Russell didn't notice the telltale sign that someone was coming up from behind the tree. Someone heavy and gigantic in size. Sandra ducked down underneath the lake's glossy, smooth surface. Russell was mesmerized by the sight of her female beauty, hurriedly tumbling with the buttons on his shirt, and paying no attention to the monstrous shadow that bathed him in darkness. Then, out of his peripheral vision, he saw him and jerked his head towards the figure. His eyes widened. He stammered in fright, crab-walking backwards. It was the huge, stinking form of the hockey-masked assassin himself. "No, no," Russell whimpered, crawling backwards through the leaves but hardly getting anywhere. His hand slammed against a tree root, scraping it as he struggled to get to his feet. In one huge step, Jason was on top of him. Too late. Russell was down for the count. He didn't even register the axe in Jason Voorhees' right hand, but he saw it now. It gleamed. It soared through the air. The blade of the axe cut off Russell's panic scream. "Russell, come on!" Sandra cried out as she finally came up for air. She squinted towards the shore and then screamed. Russell was dead, lying spread-eagled on his back. His face was split in half clean down the middle. A pool of blood formed in the sand underneath him. His mouth hung open in a frozen scream. "Russell! Russell!" Sandra shrieked, absolutely hysterical. Nobody was around. The houses were all quiet. She thrashed around in disoriented terror in the murky water. His killer was gone. It seemed like several minutes went by to her panicked brain. Her primal survival mechanisms were all activating. Her heart was racing, her face flushed, her mouth was as dry as sandpaper. She frantically tried to make it back to the shore, but she wasn't making much ground. She couldn't touch anymore. She kicked hard, trying to find the sandy bottom of the lake, when suddenly she felt something in the water with her. A grimy hand pulled her down into the abyss as she let out one last bone-chilling scream. It was choked off as water filled her throat. And then the lake was still. The woods of Crystal Lake were quiet once again. Chapter 6. Sandra's horrified shrieks were drowned out by the loud rock music that the college partiers had blaring through a stereo. Robin rocked back and forth to the beat, with David's arms wrapped around her, grinning up at him and staring dreamily into his eyes. "You know what I like about you?" David said over the music. "What?" "You hardly sweat at all." Robin didn't know why exactly he drew her to him like a ditzy, clueless moth to a shimmering candle. It had to be his bad boy attitude, she thought as she rested her head on his shoulder. The floral aroma of pot emanated from his collared shirt. Doing illicit drugs made him seem dangerous, and that was incredibly attractive to her. The only other thing he needed is lots of tattoos. And then Robin may have taken her clothes off right there in front of everyone, all for him. Robin didn't even like pot all that much, but for him, she would dive into a pool of it if it meant that she could have his body. His pelvis kept pressing into hers, and she couldn't help but let out a small moan of pleasure whenever it happened. Robin had been a fairly sheltered child, so when Sandra had asked her to come to a big get-together out in the cabin in the woods, she had leaped at the chance. It was finally time for her to break out of her shell, and she wasn't going to let anyone, especially not Maddie, stop her. Now here she was, leading on an incredibly foxy 18-year-old with a head of good hair and boyish charm. And he was doing his part, playing the game of a very flirtatious courtship. First, he would catch her looking at him, and he would throw his hair back and wink at her. Then he would walk by her just so she could smell his cologne. Now it was stage 3, and they were practically inside each other at any minute now. Maddie sulked in the corner, her arms crossed in front of her chest, glaring at Robin. Eddie was drunk again. He had wrapped himself up in party streamers and was talking to himself in a low, raspy voice, writing out a new idea for a science fiction novel out loud. As Kate came down the stairs into the living room, with Ben following behind her, her voice could be heard over the rock and roll. "So we go to all this trouble and no Michael," she said, glancing out the window into the night. "Typical." They sat down on the stairs together. David whispered to Robin, "You want to get high?" Maddie suddenly shot upright and stormed up the stairs, past Ben and Kate, who moved out of her way. Ben leaned back closer to Kate, and she turned away from him, pretending to watch for Michael. She didn't say a word. Damn it, Ben thought. Still more silent treatment. "So, what do you want to do? Hit me?" he said. Ben and Kate were the kind of on-and-off couple that probably wouldn't last another year. Their first major breakup had been when she caught him drunkenly flirting with every other girl at a sorority party. She had sworn to all of her girlfriends and to Sandra that she wasn't getting back with him no matter what. She had said that she was done with his playboy ways. He had sworn that he had just gotten drunk, and that alcohol happens to turn him into a horn dog. But Kate wouldn't hear that. She had been unable to believe just how immature and childish he actually was being. A few short weeks later, he caught her in the hallway of her dormitory, and he had looked so irresistible in a tux from one of his frat events that she had dragged him into her dorm and made love to him on the couch for the entire hallway to hear. They were back on each other for only a few months. Their next major fight happened when Ben went to a formal dance. Without her, that is. He had sworn that he was trying to show his second cousin a good time during her stay in town. But Kate hadn't believed him. They fought for months afterwards, but eventually, once again, their make-up sex would attach them back together. Now, Ben had bailed on her to go out drinking with Eddie and his nerd friends. Kate had wanted this entire week to be special. It would start with a romantic date night, and then a week in the woods with her friends, with a big cabin to do whatever they wanted in. And he had just blown it off. Now here he was, looking at her with puppy dog eyes, and she couldn't stay mad at him any longer. "I love you," she suddenly said. She toyed with the ring he had bought for her on her finger. It had been a present from him, an "I'm sorry" gift given during one of their many fights. Squid face. She laughed at the pet name she had given him, one that she also called him when she got angry, and then kissed him. In the kitchen, Nick was on the small telephone hanging on the wall. "Come on, Michael, pick up," Nick muttered to himself. No use. His cousin wasn't answering. He had thought maybe they got lost and turned around and went home, but the number for his apartment wasn't fruitful. There was just endless ringing. Nick slammed the phone back on the receiver. Tina's words were haunting him. Something had to be wrong, even if Tina's claim wasn't completely accurate. Why hadn't they shown up? Why hadn't they at least called? Nick took a breath, thinking, "How did I end up here again?" he thought, in a house full of people he could barely stomach. These people are who Mike kept around as friends? Nick was going to have a very serious conversation with Mike about who he allowed into his life. Melissa was an absolute evil person. David was a drug addict, and everyone else seemed to be not too interesting either. They all seemed like rich, stuck-up tightwads, for the most part. This was not Nick's crowd. Nick had once been accustomed to people with a much harder edge. He started out getting embroiled in gang turf fighting back in high school, in the dead center of Pittsburgh, and it was nothing like the eye of the hurricane. The deeper you went into the city of Pittsburgh, the more you saw just how mentally diseased the youth were. Gang violence and drugs were rampant where he lived, and he practically hadn't been able to escape that lifestyle. Then he remembered being pressured by all of his peers to join in what was known as Fight Club. There Nick would be, in the alley behind the school at 4 p.m. every other afternoon, getting a concussion or watching his peers get concussions. He distinctly remembered his first fight. All he had been able to hear was the cheering from the other students around him. That's all he remembered. He recalled the way he first swung his fist. An experienced fighter would have known to tuck their thumb in order to not break it, but Nick was far from experienced. He had broken his thumb that day. His next few years of school consisted of being in and out of the hospital. The gangs around town would find him walking home from school and rough him up a bit, never anything too serious. After a while, Nick decided to put distance between him and that crowd. That's when he went off to college and left all of his past behind. College had been a whole new world for him. Instead of worrying about getting beaten up after class, Nick was more concerned about his grades for once and actually connecting with others. Nick had never been one to care about school, but the older he got, the more he kicked himself for not studying harder and focusing more. College wouldn't have been so difficult for him if he had learned how to study back then. At first, Nick tried out biology. It would be interesting to learn about, and going to med school sounded feasible at the time. He quickly discovered learning about the 4 different macromolecules and memorizing all of the R groups wasn't exactly his thing. Organic chemistry had been an absolute failure, and after that, he began to seriously reconsider his trajectory. He dropped out, and Nick felt like a huge failure, but it didn't stop him. Eventually, he had to start making ends meet since his dad decided to kick him out. So he got a retail job and started attending nighttime psychology classes. Nick wasn't too sure if he could do anything with a degree in psychology. He was definitely interested in helping people, maybe assisting young people who dealt with the same things that Nick had dealt with going to an inner-city public school. It would give him a sense of purpose if he could help out kids who had been just like him, lost and struggling to fit in, and putting up with a lot of shit just so they could feel like they belonged. At first, a guidance counselor sounded like a reasonable goal. He wasn't too sure about the ins and outs of a job like that, but as long as he could look a kid in the eye and let them know that it eventually gets better and make their day a little better, he'd feel accomplished. Nick only wished he had had an equipped guidance counselor back in the day, someone to tell him to change his life for the better. Nick had to come in to the conclusion to change his life all on his own. He had to learn the hard way. He only knew one thing. He wanted to help others not have to learn the hard way. He wanted the next generation to learn the easy way and not have to suffer like he had. And right now, he was positive that Tina needed as much help as he could muster, and Mike and Jane might need help as well. But who even knew if Tina was out of her mind or not? Could she be right, that Mike and Jane were in serious trouble? Maybe Mike wasn't dead, as Tina had said, but something was definitely amiss. They would have called by now. And then, as if things couldn't get more frustrating, Melissa swaggered into the kitchen, changed into another designer outfit. "So, Nick, are you still mad at me?" she said. "Yeah, what was that crap you pulled on Tina this afternoon?" Nick asked in an annoyed tone. "That chick's crazy," said Melissa disparagingly. "Besides, all is fair in love and war." God, Nick thought, this girl may actually be crazier than Tina, and that was saying a lot considering Tina was the one saying that his cousin was dead. "Melissa, I don't like you," Nick said firmly. Melissa smiled deviously. "Like has nothing to do with it." Then she went back into the living room and strolled right up to Eddie, who had now wrapped himself completely in party streamers and was roaring and moaning like a mummy. "Eddie, we have got to get to know each other better," Melissa said, cutting her eyes at Nick. Look at this insane chick, Nick thought. She was actually trying to make him jealous. As David and Robin danced in each other's arms, and as Kate and Ben were making up on the stairs, they were all unaware of the hulking figure right outside the kitchen window, watching them, waiting with inhuman patience. Dr. Cruz was a thinking man. He thought about lots and lots of things, but now his thoughts are all honed in on Tina. He had never seen anything like it in his entire career. He had a girl who could move things with her mind in some wild attempt to have control over what she had suffered as a young child. Maybe experiencing that grief was what had made Tina into what she was. Grief can do that to people, he thought as he strolled across the yard towards the woods. He once worked with a man completely unable to get out of bed and go to work due to the passing of his youngest child in a horrible fatal car crash. He had once been a vibrant and happy member of his community, and productive too. But when his youngest son was found dead in that hit and run, it completely destroyed him, inside and out. His teeth became so deteriorated from neglecting to brush them that they began to rot. His hair started falling out. Grief can sometimes even kill you. It was known as psychogenic death. Some people can completely give up their will to live and seemingly think themselves into dying. Coined by Walter Cannon in 1942, psychogenic death was the phenomenon of people suddenly and mysteriously dying from seemingly an emotional response. Tina's emotions literally ravaged her. Could they eventually kill her? It wasn't a well-studied phenomenon by any means, and Dr. Cruz didn't have a better explanation for Tina's powers. After all, Tina's abilities had been completely undocumented by the scientific community, due to the fact that most of his colleagues were skeptical about parapsychology. It seemed there was some kind of connection between grief and loss and the supernatural, and it fascinated him. And now Dr. Cruz would have video evidence of it actually happening. This whole story could change multiple fields of science. It was revolutionary. Grief and its effects on the mind. He could see his own name on the research paper. Grief and Telekinesis, it would be called, by Dr. Mark Cruz. Upon researching telekinesis, Dr. Cruz found that it seemed to mostly be pseudoscience. James Randi, a famous magician and paranormal skeptic, offered $1,000 back in the 60s for anyone who could demonstrate supernatural powers. The prize still to the day had not been won. But this girl, he thought, this girl could change the world. Only problem was, she had to be worked up in order to use her power. But just maybe, he thought, just maybe by keeping her aroused, she may finally learn how to wield it for good. That was why he had taken the blood-stained spike that had been thrust into the porch column. Tina had to stay distressed, and for that to happen, he couldn't validate her delusions. He didn't have a clue as to why it was there, but it had been there, as if someone had just walked by and rammed it into the house. But for all he knew, it could have been Tina, in a desperate attempt for attention. Or it could have been there for years, just a remnant of the past. After all, the house had been unoccupied for some time. Who knows how long that spike had been there? As he began to walk down a trail into the woods to clear his mind, he began to reminisce on all his past cases. He had seen things like extreme suicidality, but that was the thing with Tina. She was far from suicidal. She was actually quite resilient. She wasn't like any of his other patients, who seemed to not have a grasp of reality. Tina had a very good grasp of reality for the most part. It was that Tina could apparently see into other realities and manipulate reality, and she almost didn't want to believe it was happening. It was so incredulous to her that she started denying it to herself, and that's how she lost control. She had to accept it and face the fact that this is a gift, and she had to learn how to wield it. Otherwise, she would be a wasted opportunity to improve the world. And picture it. Tina Shepard, the one who can build skyscrapers with her mind. Or the amazing Tina, watch her catch a moving bullet with only her wits. The possibilities were endless. This could revolutionize agriculture, construction, architecture, so many different fields of science. If parapsychology could be proven to be a real field of study, hell, they could devise a way to detect it and analyze it and understand it and use it to better the world and humanity at large. Just bide your time, he told himself. Tina would eventually come to her senses and learn how to control it. He could picture all of his work, rivals seething with anger, hearing about Mark Cruz and his groundbreaking study on telekinetic powers. He pictured himself sitting at a peer review board with Tina sitting at a table demonstrating her powers to the whole room to see. He could just see the stunned looks on all of the scientists' faces. All of those stuffy, pretentious people would be reduced to blubbering masses of awe and astonishment. That would be the day, he thought. He wouldn't even have to go through the harrowing process of trying to prove a lengthy hypothesis through experimentation. He would have the proof right in front of him. He wouldn't have to pay for equipment. The proof, the equipment, was Tina. If only Tina weren't so stubborn. She needed to think about the larger scope of things, think beyond her past and her trauma, and realize that this is an opportunity, one that can't be passed up. Tina was just too caught up in her own life, but she ought to think about what this means for the world. As Dr. Cruz continued down the trail, leading deeper into the woods around Crystal Lake, his thoughts were still centered around Tina. He had never had this much interest in a patient before, but had another patient ever thrown a microwave at him without touching it? This patient could be the jolt that his career had needed for some time. It was extremely competitive in the field of psychiatry. Patients could drop like flies, especially in small towns, and these small towns were losing huge psychiatric clinics that served the area all the time. But now, here he was out at Crystal Lake. He thought back to what Tina had said. She had seen a man come out of the lake. What was that story in the news so many years ago, he thought? Something about a boy who drowned in the lake, whose mother went on a killing rampage across Crystal Lake. He didn't recall too many details about it, but it was uncanny how Tina could claim to see things that seemed to match up with reality. After all, she said that she saw a metal spike in her vision, and then she had been right about the spike in the wall. Maybe she had seen the spirit of that boy who drowned. Maybe Tina could actually see into the realm of the undead. Did she know what that meant? This meant that scientists finally had a mechanism to access the supernatural. And finally, the world would see that the supernatural was indeed real. Of course, it was risky hinging it all on a teenage girl whose emotions were unstable. That was why he was trying to get her to control it somehow. The more time she entered that emotional state, the more she would get accustomed to it and learn how to use it. Dr. Cruz had been a skeptic and an atheist for most of his adult life. After all, it was hard for him to accept that there were any benevolent force in the world with what he had seen in his career. Young girls driven to suicide after being raped, young men blowing their brains out after losing a loved one. He had seen down to the bottom of the barrel of humanity. He was also a methodological naturalist. That meant that he didn't assert that the spiritual or supernatural world doesn't exist, but that for all intents and purposes you had to act as if it didn't exist. Cruz had long maintained to himself that the natural realm was practically the only realm with the capacity for being investigated. There was seemingly no way to test or measure for the supernatural, and so, for scientific purposes, you have to sort of presuppose that the natural realm is all you have to work with. If you have no way to investigate something scientifically, then for all intents and purposes, it does not exist. But Tina, she was changing everything. He was facing the dire task of radically altering his worldview. He had just seen an entire microwave fly across the room at him. Now anything was possible. Maybe this didn't mean there was an entire realm out there. However, some otherworldly things were definitely happening out at Crystal Lake. Blood. Dr. Cruz stopped for a moment, looking at the ground curiously. There, on the leaves. Dr. Cruz stared down at it, narrowing his eyes. It was definitely blood. Then he came face to face with Michael. He was jammed inside the branches of a rotting tree, twisted up inside like a pretzel. Dark red blood stained his face and his clothes, and dribbled from his open mouth. There was a look of abject terror frozen on his face, and his lifeless eyes pierced Dr. Cruz, and he lurched backward at the ghastly sight. "Oh, my God!" Dr. Cruz uttered, narrowing his eyes. The moonlight streamed in through the canopy, illuminating exactly what he thought he saw. A corpse, a murdered corpse of a young boy. Tina had been right again. "Dr. Cruz?" said Mrs. Shepard, as she inched cautiously through the open door into the doctor's darkened makeshift office. There was no answer. She fumbled her way through the darkness, finally finding a lamp and pulling the cord. Where was the man, she wondered? But it didn't matter, she thought. She was taking Tina away from this awful place immediately in the morning, and Dr. Cruz could not change her mind. As she paced nervously, she made sure that he wasn't anywhere outside, and then sat down at his desk. Maybe she could get a look into just what he was doing to her daughter's brain. At this point, she truly believed that his treatment, whatever it was not working. Tina was still seeing awful things, things she wouldn't wish for anyone to see. She scanned the desk in front of her. His notepad was thick with ink and many scrawlings that were barely legible. Tina's file was open on his desk. Her eyes surveyed the first page. "Session today, no progress. She still lacks control," his notes read. Progress, Mrs. Shepard thought. What kind of progress was he looking for? Her daughter was becoming a mess. That didn't seem like any kind of progress. She was becoming more distraught day by day out here at Crystal Lake. Then she saw something gleam inside his partially open top drawer. She opened it, and her jaw dropped in astonishment. It was a blood-stained tent spike, just like Tina had said. My God, Mrs. Shepard thought. Her daughter had been telling the truth. What else was this man hiding? She reached for his tape recorder on his desk and hit play. Whatever tape he already had in the player was now playing, and Tina's distressed voice could be heard during one of their sessions. "I told you. Sometimes it happens and sometimes it doesn't happen." Then Dr. Cruz's voice came through the cassette player. "Other than the Anderson case in '65, there has never been this much documentation. By keeping Tina's trauma and stress levels high, I am confident I can induce huge psychokinetic reactions." And then she hurriedly shut off the tape recorder, hearing footsteps across the old hardwood floor outside in the hallway. She tried to get up from his desk, but it was too late. Dr. Cruz came barging in, looking like he had seen a ghost. But Mrs. Shepard didn't notice. She was glaring dead at him, furiously. "What do you think you're doing?" Dr. Cruz said with an accusatory tone. You never intended to help her," Mrs. Shepard said, her voice breaking with the horrible realization that her daughter was being used again. "Be reasonable. That's why I'm here," he said, hanging his blazer up on a coat rack. "First, I find this spike, and then—" Her voice trailed off as if she was hearing the way he talked about Tina in her mind, like she was a science experiment. Her eyes got wet with tears. "What are you doing to my daughter?" "I have been trying to help her." "What's this?" she exclaimed, pointing to the bloody spike in his drawer. "Is this what Tina's been talking about, huh? Have you been hiding this all this time?" Dr. Cruz took a breath. "I can't expect you to understand this highly complicated process that is integral to your daughter's treatment," Dr. Cruz said. "Liar!" Amanda cried. "I see what you've been doing." She could see it all now. The camera, Tina's sessions. It was so clear to her in her mind that she regretted bringing Tina out here so deeply it made her sick to her stomach. "You've been deliberately making my daughter an emotional wreck." Now, that is not true," the doctor stammered nervously. "What you saw on that tape, Mrs. Shepard, is a side effect of her treatment. Mrs. Shepard couldn't believe what she was hearing. Her eyes filled with tears again. "Treatment?" she said, her voice cracking. You bastard! You brought her out here so that you could watch her perform." In the midst of their heated discussion, they didn't hear the old floorboards creaking. Tina, with her suitcase ready to go, was standing out in the hallway listening. "It's out of your hands now," Tina heard the doctor say. "God, how could you do this to her?" said the frantic voice of her mother. "I don't care what you say. I'm her doctor. We'll take her back to the hospital and begin psychotropic drug treatment." "Do you really think I'd let you see her again?" her mother's voice said. "Mrs. Shepard, she needs help. She's dangerous to herself. She's dangerous to all of us." "She's not dangerous." "She killed her father. Look at what she's tried to do with me. I see no other option but to get her back in the hospital." "But Dr. Cruz—" "Mrs. Shepard," he said, lowering his voice, "I'm going to have to commit her, even if it is against your wishes." Tina had heard enough. She dropped the suitcase. It thumped on the old hardwood floor, and Mrs. Shepard and Dr. Cruz both turned to the door. Then they heard footsteps thumping down the stairs, and the front door opening. "No, Tina!" Mrs. Shepard cried, as she saw her daughter running to the Oldsmobile. She got in and drove away into the night. Tina sped down the country road, not daring to look back, her hands gripping the steering wheel in a vice-like hold. There was no way in hell she was going back to the hospital. No fucking way, she thought. There had to be a way out. Maybe if she just kept driving, she'd find herself in some small town where she could just start over. Then she could actually have a normal life, instead of the hell that was her reality. In a new town, nobody would even know her name. Nobody would know that she was a freak. Nobody would know about all the strange accidents. Tina wasn't thinking anywhere close to rational. All she could think was that she wanted to get the hell away from there, no matter what and no matter how. She wasn't even thinking about her poor mother. All she could think about was getting away, far away. The trees whipped by the Oldsmobile as she sped up to 60. She didn't care that the speed limit was 45. All she wanted was to be somewhere far away, somewhere where they'd never think to look, somewhere where she would never be bothered ever again. She didn't care if she wasn't acting rationally anymore. Acting rationally hadn't gotten her anywhere thus far. Every doctor had failed to help her. Her mother was useless. Only thing to do now was escape. She no longer cared about figuring out the mystery of Crystal Lake. It didn't matter. They were taking her back to the hospital whether she liked it or not, where she would have to live in close proximity to seriously dangerous people, where she would have nothing but 4 white walls to stare at, day in and day out, watching nothing but infomercials on the small TV in the recreation room. No way in hell, she thought, they'd have to tie her up. She'd have to be dragged kicking and screaming to ever set foot in that hospital again, back on those drugs that didn't do anything but turn her into a lifeless zombie. Her mind was wild with panicked and frenzied thoughts as she raced down the narrow dirt road. She was spiraling fast. She had to get away. Suddenly something stood out in the darkness. A figure. 2 figures standing in the road. Tina approached with the vehicle as the headlights illuminated the silvery sheen of a long-bladed spear. It was the man from the lake. The spear was impaled through her own mother. Amanda Shepard was the second figure. Blood was splattered all over her white blouse. The spear had burst through her chest like a parasite from within, and Jason held her up in the air like a fish on a harpoon. "Mom?" Tina managed to force it out. Her eyes were riveted to the sight, so much so that she didn't realize the car was veering off the side of the road. She gasped as the car went off into the bushes, plunging into a ravine. Tina furiously tried to pump the brakes, but to no avail. The car had too much momentum. Just like that, the car vaulted forward and slammed head-on into a tree. And as Tina's head hit the dashboard, she could see back onto the road for a split second before she lost consciousness. The ghastly vision was gone. Maddie was nowhere near a perfect 10, and she knew it. If there was anything she knew for a fact, it was that. Sure, she was pudgy. She had always been. Ever since elementary school. The kids had always teased her, calling her wide load and mocking her if she decided to have some cake and ice cream at a birthday party. It had been that way as long as she could remember. Girls her age would gather around whispering about her at the swimming pool. "Nobody likes a pig," they'd say to her face. "Put on a shirt, nobody wants to see that." Maddie also didn't cake her face full of makeup or paint her nails all that often or wear all that perfume the way Robin did. As Maddie sat upstairs in Melissa's room, she rifled through the makeup bag sitting on the vanity mirror. She couldn't believe the way Robin had been acting. All for a guy who couldn't get his head out of the weed clouds. Is that really how Robin saw her future? Ending up with a no-good husband who sits around, smokes pot all day, and doesn't clean up after himself? David was a totally reckless fool, Maddie thought. Almost as bad as Eddie. But at least David had charisma. She guessed it was that attracted both Maddie and Robin to David. His recklessness was boyish and charming, and his bad boy attitude was at least endearing to some degree. At least David was somewhat funny. And now here Maddie was, applying thick lipstick in an effort to impress David. She didn't even like him all that much, but if it would prove a point to Robin, she didn't care. She applied some mascara perfectly and checked herself in the mirror. Looking great, she thought. Touch-up work my ass, she said to herself, as she found some faux diamond earrings and put them on. At least she could show Robin a thing or two about how a real woman dolls up, and show her that a bigger, mousier girl could still clean up nicely. She thought back to Robin's snide comments and scowled in the mirror. Why did I ever decide to make a friend like Robin? Maddie thought. At first, their friendship had been sweet. They had decided to room together after they had Psychology 101 their freshman year. It started out with a bang. Tons of house parties and bar crawls were on the girls' calendar for months after they met. It was how they made most of the friends they were out here in this cabin with. Maddie remembered the first time they met Sandra and Russell, who lived in a nice, affluent apartment just off campus. They had invited Maddie and Robin for a few drinks, and pretty soon it turned into a regular thing. Robin had behaved totally fine then. But now that David was here, she had totally morphed into a complete bitch. That's what certain men can do, thought Maddie. Men could easily tear apart friendships in a heartbeat. But Maddie didn't think it would actually happen with Robin, and after tonight, she was thinking deeply about finding a new roommate. Wouldn't it be awkward for them to share a space with one another if Robin had actually said all those nasty things in front of everyone? Maybe she could find a new roommate here. Maybe Russell and Sandra could use a third housemate. It was looking far too much like Robin and Maddie's friendship wasn't going to work out. And if Maddie stirred the pot like she was planning on doing, things would definitely not go over well. As she applied her last touches on her well-made-up face and smoothed out her short, revealing blue dress, Maddie decided that she looked as good as she was going to get. It was time, she thought. It was time to show David that she could look just as sexy and appealing as Robin. That would really show her. It was time to show everyone that she wasn't just the ugly tag-along friend that nobody even invited, and that she wasn't just the girl next door. It was time to show her entire group of friends what she could actually do. And as she primped in the mirror, she couldn't believe how much a little makeup, some hairstyling, and a sexy outfit could make her look so irresistible. David was going to be at her feet before the night was through. She just knew it, and then Robin would eat her words in front of everyone. She left the bedroom and went downstairs. Where was everyone, she thought? Ben and Kate were gone, so was Nick. Eddie and Melissa were sitting together on the couch, and Maddie started to listen to their conversation. Melissa was curled up next to Eddie, stroking his hair and looking lovingly into his eyes. "Are you joking?" Eddie said in disbelief at the fact that Melissa was coming on to him. It didn't even register to him that it was clearly an attempt to make Nick jealous. He was too drunk to realize it or care. "Now, why would I do that?" Melissa said. "You really think I'm cute?" "Of course I do." "Since when?" "I always have. You've just been too blind to notice." As Maddie came further down the stairs, she searched the living room for David and Robin, but they were nowhere to be seen. "Where is David?" Maddie's voice broke up Eddie and Melissa's conversation. "They went to the shed to roll around in the hay," Melissa said coyly. Maddie frowned. It was time to go show David a good time with a real woman, she thought, one that is steadfast in her values and stands for what she believes in, not a girl who changes herself and her entire personality for one guy, like Robin. Maddie fixed her cleavage in the mirror and left the house, walking through the quiet night. Her high heels crunched over the leaves as she walked towards the tool shed at the back of the house. "God damn that Robin," she thought. "Makes her look like a fool in front of that Tina girl. Said it straight to her face. Maddie, you're not his type," she had said with a bitchy smirk. It was happening all over again. Again and again, Maddie would end up making friends only for them to stab her in the back. Not this time. Maddie was determined to not let herself be the butt of the joke any longer. She walked across the yard with purpose, thinking of the reaction on David's face when he saw her looking like she did. With her hair up big and high and her face made up like it was, and no glasses. She'd look absolutely riveting in the moonlight. Then she and David could take a walk and Robin could sit and think about the consequences of her behavior, Maddie thought. For once, one of the pretty and popular girls would get to sit alone. Alone. That's how Robin would feel. Absolutely alone with herself and her thoughts, just like Maddie had been for years. It felt validating to make someone else suffer just like she had suffered. Robin would learn, Maddie thought. She'd learn one day that you can't always get what you want with your body or by pushing other people down and treating them like dirt. That is always what happened to the prettiest and most popular girls in Maddie's experience. One girl that she knew, a girl with the snarkiest voice you can imagine, was the queen of her school. Her nasally voice would cut through the rowdy clamor of students, mocking the ones lower than her, even the special needs students. Where was she now? She was in rehab for being on coke. Her brother wound up getting arrested for having makeshift bombs. Another girl in her school, another holier-than-thou tightwad, wound up knocked up in an abusive relationship. It never failed. Life caught up to them. Maddie guessed that for some, their peak would only be in high school. The rest of their life would turn out to be a travesty once they left the safe and comfortable environment of 11th grade with all of their friends. Maddie should have known that Robin still had a high school mentality when the only thing she ever did was get drunk and have casual sex. She didn't even care about her grades. All Robin did in college was wake up with a boy in her bed, skip class, and then do it all over again the next night. She would get wasted, go to a bar or a house party, and go home with a guy. Didn't she know the dangers in that kind of lifestyle? Maddie meant what she said when she promised Robin that they would have a good time out in the woods at Crystal Lake. But she didn't mean that they would be totally stupid, blow off their friends, get stoned, and have sex with random potheads. What had Robin even been thinking? Why would she seemingly end a 7-month friendship and roommate situation over a boy she had just met? It didn't make sense to Maddie at all, and it was making her anxious. Was it something Maddie had said? Something she had done to make Robin behave the way she had? Maybe she just didn't know Robin all that well, even after 7 months of rooming together. None of it seemed to make any sense. Boy, what a strange night it was out at Crystal Lake. What a strange week. First, Mike never shows up. Next, some girl from next door is invited by Nick, only for her to run from the house twice. Then Maddie remembered it all. Melissa's pearls had just broken. They seemed to fly right off of her neck. But maybe Maddie had just been seeing things. But she could have sworn those pearls had been moving all on their own. And then that look on Tina's face. And now Robin was acting like a different person. It was turning out to be quite a strange vacation, and Maddie was not enjoying it one bit. As she carefully made her way through the wooded area in her high heels, she thought she heard soft voices coming from the shed. It sounded like David and Robin. Then Maddie smelled the aroma of marijuana and scrunched up her nose. They had to be around here somewhere. Maddie approached the shed door and listened. "Wait, do it again." That was Robin. "Just put it in your mouth." And that was David. Maddie made a disgusted face. She was repulsed and absolutely furious. She pulled open the rickety shed door and went inside the dank and dark interior. Hay covered the sagging wooden floor. A single bulb hung from a bare string. It wavered as if someone had brushed against it. Maddie squinted in the distance. Where were they? How massive was this shed? As her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she saw a few stalls lined up in a row. This must have been once planned to be a barn, Maddie thought. Saddles and brushes and other tools hung on a rack. Another tool rack was full of dozens of sharp instruments, sickles, saws, and axes. Maddie grimaced. What did Russell's family need with all this junk? She wondered. She stepped further into the musty shed, dusting aside a cobweb and peering into one of the stalls. Nothing. She followed the giggling and then the coughing. She rounded a corner and almost bumped into Robin, who had just taken a hit of a joint. Maddie's eyes widened. "What are you doing?" Robin sneered at her. "What are you doing?" she asked, looking her up and down. "Spying?" Robin giggled. Maddie was at a loss for words. David was laughing at her too. She just froze, not knowing what to say. "Come on, David, let's go somewhere with a little more privacy," Robin said. She took David's hand, flashed Maddie a dirty look, and dragged David out of the barn. "Aren't those Melissa's earrings?" Robin commented as she left. Maddie heard the old rickety door bang shut, and then she was all alone, and about to burst into tears. David had laughed in her face. It was all about to come flowing out of her, when just then, as lightning flashed, startling her, she heard the door open again. David, she thought, was he coming back for her? She peered out of the stall. There, illuminated by a streak of lightning, was a man that towered over her. A surge of terror welled up deep in her core. Her gut instinct was that this was not someone from the party in a mask. This was a stranger, someone in a hockey mask. Thunder rumbled in the distance. The door slammed shut. She heard his heavy, labored breathing, and brought her hand up to her mouth to silence her own hyperventilating. Panic coursed through her. She looked around for any kind of weapon, but the stall was empty. There was nothing but a stack of crates and a hay bale. She was trapped and cornered, nowhere to run. His boots thumped across the wooden floor as it groaned underneath his immense weight. Maddie fought the urge to scream, or to cry, or to make a sound. She backed against the wall, trembling. "God, no," she thought. Her mind tried to get some kind of a grip on the situation, and she fought the overwhelming compulsion to panic. Adrenaline was now compelling her to move into action. The man in the hockey mask came closer to the stall. In a flash, Maddie pulled off her high heels and tucked them into the hay. Then she scrambled underneath the stall wall into the next one, as quietly as a mouse. His boots suddenly stopped. Maddie got to her feet and leaned against the wall, putting her eye up to the wooden slats and trying to see out into the darkened shed. He was moving back and forth, searching. Who the fuck is that? Maddie's panicked mind tried to search for some kind of an answer to that question, but she quickly realized she needed to put her energy into surviving. He suddenly stopped again. Then he walked towards the door and disappeared. In a flash, Maddie scrambled back to the next stall and peered out. No sign of him. All was quiet. There was a maddening few moments as Maddie listened quietly. Nothing happened. She leaned back against the wall, breathing in and out, waiting to see if he was truly gone. Wham! The hockey masked assailant's arm suddenly exploded through the stall wall, splintering through the wood as easily as if it were paper. Maddie shrieked, but it was cut off by his grimy, blood-stained hand clamping down over her mouth. She clawed at the hand with all of her might, but it was unfathomably strong. She smelled lake water and filth and decomposition. It permeated the still air of the shed. She smelled the metallic odor of the blood he was covered in. His other hand gleamed silver. It was the long, curved blade of a sickle. It flashed quick, just like the lightning that struck again, and Maddie could suddenly feel agony like nothing before. She felt the incredible tightness suddenly in her throat, and then she began to see a white light, so captivating and incandescent, pulling her into it until she couldn't scream or feel anything at all. Chapter 7. When Tina came to, she smelled the acrid odor of gasoline in the air. She sat upright in the driver's seat of the now totaled Oldsmobile, dazed. She shook herself awake, immediately remembering the grisly vision that she had seen right before she lost control of the car. It had been of her mother being viciously murdered by the man from the lake. She had to get back home, and right now. Tina fumbled with the driver's side door latch, incited with sudden urgency. The door wouldn't budge. It had become wedged shut in the crash. Shit! She finally forced it open and ran out into the night. She scrambled up the hillside and back onto the road, looking both ways. There was no sign of anyone or anything. All was quiet. But she thought that thing, that monster from the lake, could be somewhere around, lurking, waiting to do to Tina what he had already done to Nick's cousin, and quite possibly her mother. God, no, Tina thought. She couldn't lose another parent, not after what had already happened. I'd better stick to the woods, she thought. The trees would provide her with cover, and the masked man could be following the roads. She dashed into the shelter of the dark woods and started running, half stumbling through the thicket of trees. Panicked thoughts were spiraling in her mind. What have I done? She thought frantically. I left my mother to die. She had gone and ran from the house and left her mother there with that thing from the lake running loose. How could I have been so selfish? As she pulled aside branches and quietly maneuvered through the undergrowth, she listened intently for any foreign sounds or any heavy footsteps. He could be anywhere, whoever he was. But he came from the lake. It couldn't be her father. It had to be someone else. But who? And was it real or just another delusion? Tina kept running, fueled by the nightmarish vision of her mother meeting a cruel fate. Suddenly she saw a flash of blue. She froze and then relaxed when she realized that it was Nick. Tina, he said, running towards her. Nick, what are you doing out here? Looking for my cousin. What are... Tina cut him off, her eyes making contact with his. Never mind. We have to find my mother. Then she ran off into the darkened woods, leaving Nick speechless for a second, but he quickly started off after her, after hearing what he thought were footsteps that weren't his. The night wasn't over, and Nick felt a pang of dread hit him. He was starting to think that something was very wrong at Crystal Lake, and that coming here would be the worst mistake of his life. She can't have gotten very far, said Dr. Cruz as he steered his Buick down the country road. Mrs. Shepard didn't say a thing. Her lips were tightly pursed, and her teary eyes stared intently out the windshield from the passenger side, searching for any sign of her daughter. "Damn that man," she thought. "Damn him. Takes us out here just so Tina could be poked and prodded like an experiment." She couldn't even argue with the doctor any longer. All she cared about was getting Tina home safe. What had Tina been thinking, going off in the car like that? It must be a result of Dr. Cruz's sessions. He wasn't helping her. God, she thought, all the money that I've paid that man, and all the time and effort. She had come out to the place where she witnessed her husband plunge into a lagoon, never to be seen or heard from again, only for her to realize they were being strung along again. She really had faith in Dr. Cruz, but going along with his treatments any longer would definitely be operating in blind faith, and Amanda didn't care for that kind of faith. Faith for Mrs. Shepard had always been grounded in reality. No, she thought, I'm taking Tina back home and finding another doctor. That is, if Tina hadn't driven home herself already. What worried Mrs. Shepard is that Tina hardly ever drove. She didn't have much experience driving on the road, much less down a dark, winding country road at night. Dr. Cruz must have done it to her. He must have instilled so much fear in her that she went and acted totally off of her emotions. Mrs. Shepard just had to face the facts. Her daughter was seriously unwell. There was no denying it any longer. She hated to deal with the reality that her daughter might have to be in an institution her entire life. Sure, you did get to see your relatives if they were in a mental hospital, but when Tina had been in the hospital before, she looked so miserable. Every time Mrs. Shepard would visit, Tina would be so sullen, with bags under her eyes and matted hair, barely speaking a word. The institution sucked the life out of her daughter. But what else could she do? She had a daughter who would start fires and make up elaborate tales about people coming out of the lake. But Mrs. Shepard still wondered. If Tina had been right about the spike, maybe she was right about the man in the lake. What had she heard about a boy in the lake in this town? Mrs. Shepard could recall it briefly, but didn't remember any details. Then again, small towns always spread rumors, and there was simply no reason to believe that any of what Tina was saying was true. She had made things up her entire life. Then it was true, Mrs. Shepard thought. Her daughter was either insane or a pathological liar. Her thoughts were broken up when Dr. Cruz's headlights illuminated something that reflected light. Mrs. Shepard jolted upright in her seat, her eyes wide. "What's that?" It was the two taillights of her Oldsmobile. It had plunged off the road into a ravine. Dr. Cruz slowed the car and pulled it to the side of the road. He didn't even have time to put it in park before Mrs. Shepard was already scrambling out of the car. "Oh my God, Tina, Tina!" Mrs. Shepard cried. She sprinted towards the car, peering in through the passenger side window, but then gasping when she saw that the car was empty. "She's gone!" "Oh, no, no!" exclaimed Dr. Cruz as he began searching all over for Tina. "What if she's hurt?" Mrs. Shepard said. "We didn't pass her on the road. She must be—" "Tina! Tina!" Mrs. Shepard's frenzied voice cut him off. And then she did the inexplicable. She went running off into the woods, leaving him alone. "Wait!" he bellowed. But Mrs. Shepard, much like Tina, was now on the run. Dr. Cruz suddenly realized that they were now all scattered to the four winds with a killer on the loose. Outside the rental house, it was quiet except for the soft footfalls of someone in the darkness. No one heard a thing. The blue van sitting outside the property was rocking to the rhythm of two lovers. It was Ben and Kate, and Ben was on top. They were sprawled on the carpeted floor in a sleeping bag, and Ben awkwardly tried to find a good position. Kate miserably tried to shift her position as well, but nothing was comfortable. Why had they chosen to try it in the van, she thought. There were plenty of beds, but Ben had insisted on the van. Kate just wasn't feeling it. It looked like this would be another fake orgasm because she wasn't near climaxing anytime soon. As hard as Ben pumped into her, she still barely felt anything. Her sister's voice echoed in her mind. Don't fuck a guy who isn't the one. Well, here Kate was, under a guy from her classes that she definitely didn't picture marrying. But maybe that's what college was all about, experimenting. Well, this weekend had been quite an experiment, she thought, as she desperately tried to tune in to Ben's body. First, the birthday boy didn't even show up, and now she was having sex with Ben, something she didn't think would happen until about 15 minutes ago, and it wasn't going anywhere. She moaned underneath him, trying to focus her thoughts on the present moment. But it was all in vain. All she could think about was him blowing her off and flirting with that sorority girl, and all the other times she had been pissed at him during their rocky relationship. He blew her off to go out with Eddie, of all people. He was always like that. Kate thought that Ben was different from other college guys, more mature and grounded, and thought he didn't have a high school mentality. But now, after he had blown her off to go out drinking with his buddies, she was questioning that notion. To add to that, all Ben seemed to want to do on a Friday night is go to his old high school football games. He never wanted to go to a nice restaurant or maybe see a movie at the theater. He always wanted to go sit on some uncomfortable concrete bleachers and scream at his alumni. He even still occasionally wore his high school football jersey. Ben had been the quarterback on his high school football team, and he seemed to still live in that world. It was like that with most of the guys Kate had tried dating in college. They started out sweet, but then they'd ride around in their big trucks, blow her off, and then go out and drive like maniacs on the road, and most of them would wind up dead from an accident. High school mentality. She had seen it happen a million times before. That's how you know if a guy still had a high school mentality. It was when they didn't seem to care about their future. And that was what was happening with Ben. She couldn't even picture herself having a future at all with him. She tried to imagine it in her mind as she lay underneath him. He'd probably not even show up for their anniversary dinner and go out drinking. There she would sit, with an entire 3-course meal that she had slaved over all day, alone by the phone, just hoping he'd call and say that he was on his way home. But his call would never come. No way is that going to be me, Kate thought. God, I hate these college men. Ben wasn't different from any of them, she decided. He's the same type of guy to only live in the now and not look to the future. Sure, it was helpful to try and stay in the present moment, but there were also times where you had to think and plan ahead. Even his friends were his same ones from high school. But out here at Crystal Lake this weekend, Kate had thought that Ben changed. He actually was in with a really cool crowd. Russell and Sandra were pretty classy and mature. And then he went and blew her off to hang out with Eddie. And now here she was, giving it up to him. It had started back in the house. First, his hand would go lower and lower down her waist. Then he had asked her to dance and pulled her into his arms. By then, Kate had had a few beers and wasn't thinking clearly. It wasn't until Ben had started fucking her that she began to sober up and see him for what he really was. A dumb, hormone-fueled jock, barely out of high school, who wasn't that great in bed. How could she have fallen for him? Squidface. She was having sex with Squidface. She had named him that aptly because his big nose and facial structure gave him a very fish-like appearance. Really, Fishface was an even better pet name. After this weekend, Kate knew that it would just have to be over, their whole relationship. She had a college full of sexy men of all varieties, and she would be damned if she got tied down to Ben too soon. Especially since he didn't know how to fuck. That was the worst part of it all. Some men you can overlook their big lips or their balding hair if they are passionate in bed. Ben was thrusting like an awkward and sexually frustrated schoolboy, like somebody she would have fucked in high school. It was actually exactly like the time she lost her virginity to her high school boyfriend. It made her want to heave, but she kept it all under control. She didn't want to ruin the weekend and make things awkward between them, more than they had already made it awkward. Kate squabbling at him in the kitchen probably really gave Maddie and Robin a foul impression of her. But sometimes she just couldn't stand to look at Squidface. Things would just fly out of her mouth whenever she was pissed at him. That was what Ben did to her. Sometimes he made her crazy. Love wasn't like that, she thought. Love was calm and more grounded. It didn't feel like you wanted to rip your own hair out. So why am I fucking him? Her mind was screaming it, but her body was still letting it happen. In a sense, it was becoming non-consensual, but what would happen if she asked him to stop? Then it could easily become a big scene. It would be a he said, she said situation, and those never turn out well for the people involved. Luckily for Kate, the van suddenly began to rock, and not from the sex. As she wriggled underneath him, her back sweating and sticking to the cheap plastic of the sleeping bag, she listened. There it was again, something rubbing against the side of the van. "What's that?" Kate said, her voice cutting through the music Ben had blaring from the radio. "What?" Ben asked mid-thrust. "That!" she cried. Ben's whole body stopped what he was doing, and they both sat up straight. Kate wrapped the sleeping bag around her like a blanket and glanced around, trying to see out of the fogged-up windows on either side of the van. But it was too dark outside. "Oh shit, I hope it isn't Michael," Ben said. "Ugh, what timing," Kate groaned, and she meant it. "Quick, get a balloon," Kate said. "Oh yeah, right. Happy fucking birthday." Something slammed against the side of the van again. Thump. All right. You're here at last, birthday boy. Now stop shaking the van," Ben said. "Let's surprise him," said Kate excitedly. She glanced around at the contents inside the van. There was a box full of party supplies. Kate reached inside and grabbed 2 party blower horns, adorned with sparkling red streamers. "On the count of 3. You ready?" Ben said. Kate and Ben both wrapped the sleeping bag around themselves and positioned themselves at the back doors of the van. 1, 2, 3. They threw open the back doors. Kate blew on her party horn. Surprise! There was nobody there. The yard outside the rental cabin was empty. An eerie mist had formed, weaving in and out in between the pine trees. Crickets were singing. There was no sign of the thing or the person who had been interrupting their lovemaking. Ben glanced around, puzzled. "Where is he?" Kate replied back. "He's probably out there somewhere." Suddenly, Ben snatched up his shirt and threw it on, unbuttoned, and then pulled on his jeans. "Come on, let's get him," he said deviously. Kate flashed her eyes at him. "I'm not going out there." "Oh, come on. The motherfucker's out there and we're going to get him." As Ben grabbed one of the party horns, he climbed down from the van, wincing at the stickers in the bare feet that quickly made their presence known. "Make it fast," chirped Kate. "Be right back," Ben said. He shut the van door and then took a good look around at his surroundings. "All right, Michael, where are you, buddy, huh?" He blew the party horn as it squealed. Ben stepped a few feet away from the van, peering around the side of the house. There was no sign of any other cars except for the ones that had been there since yesterday. It had to be Michael. Or maybe it was Eddie. Or he supposed it could be David and Robin. But knowing Michael, this was just the kind of thing he was known to do. They had expected him to be somewhat late to his own surprise party. But an entire day late? Really, Michael? He thought to himself. And now Michael had decided to show up and rock their van. He always could be a cockblock like that. Only question was, where was he? What if he was hiding somewhere on the property? What if this was all some elaborate charade? As Ben looked around at the eerie woods that surrounded him, he figured this was a perfect night to pull a stunt like this. The fog was slowly enveloping him. The full moon was high above his head. As he walked around the opposite side of the van, he swore he could hear footsteps that weren't his own. He got to his knees and looked under the van. Nothing. "Michael!" Ben called into the night. No answer. He approached a massive tree. Michael, come on, buddy, where are you? Two hands lurched out. Ben couldn't even scream. He tried, but his teeth bit hard into his tongue as the two grimy, wet hands that were covered in detritus and blood smashed against both sides of his jaw and yanked him behind the tree. He tasted blood. Someone had put him in a bear hug. Someone with seemingly superhuman strength. Ben writhed and squirmed as the two hands began to squeeze with all of their might. One clamped down on his chin and the other on the top of his skull, slowly crushing his head vertically like a soda can. The party horn flew from his hands onto the ground as he desperately tried to claw and wrench at the two monstrous hands that were clutching him. Ben didn't get to see who it was because his vision eventually became nothing but red as blood sprayed from his mouth. Everything was caving in. Snot and tears started cascading down his face as more bones began to shatter. He felt everything, and then nothing at all. His body fell like a limp rag, his head nothing but a mass of bloody pulp. Two boots started stealthily advancing towards the van. Ben, are you coming back or not? Kate cried from inside the van. She snatched up her yellow top and put it back on, buttoning the top few buttons. Where the hell had he gone, she thought. He had probably found Michael, and they both were devising a plan to scare her. It wasn't going to work. Kate was tired of these games. She lowered the volume of the music coming from the van's radio and rolled down the window. She stuck her head out the driver's side, peering around. Ben! No answer. Ben, enough already! Stop fooling around! Suddenly, she felt a sharp, stabbing pain at the nape of her neck. Grimy, claw-like fingers snatched her hair at the root. Kate opened her mouth to scream, but it wouldn't come out. She was jerked upright, so that she was face to face with a hockey mask monster. His sunken, soulless eyes penetrated her. They were so empty, but simultaneously full of bloodlust. The abject terror hit her all at once. It was as if a dam had broken and it rushed over her in waves. It was short-lived. The party horn that Ben had been holding was then rammed full force into her eye and into her brain. As Kate slumped forward, her lifeless body hanging half in and half out of the window, Jason reached in and turned the van off, bringing his woods back to silence. Nobody in the rental cabin heard as the front door slowly opened. Robin and David's passionate moans emanated from the upstairs hallway. The dark, lumbering figure clenched his fist as he stepped silently into the cabin. The shape went into the kitchen, eyeing a fuse box at the back of the cabin. Eddie and Melissa were also trying to get it on in Melissa's room. The key word was trying. Melissa sat up against the headboard, while Eddie kissed her neck and humped the bed, stripped down to a pair of white underwear. "Ow!" she cried, wriggling around in discomfort. Eddie kept going, gnawing on her earlobe, dragging his wet lips all up and down the side of her neck. "Ow!" she exclaimed again. Eddie caught his breath and looked up at her innocently. "What?" "Your watch," Melissa said. "Oh, sorry." He went right back to what he had been doing, drooling all over her throat. How did this happen? Melissa thought. Her bright idea of making Nick jealous was going horribly. She had no clue where he was, and it looked like he wasn't coming back to the cabin anytime soon. And now she was in the middle of a very awkward and painful sexual encounter. Nick was likely out searching for his cousin, so this put Melissa in a very tedious predicament. Maybe she could just keep faking it for a little while, and eventually Eddie would just fall asleep. That would be the best-case scenario, but he was like a dog in heat. He wasn't relinquishing the chance to get laid anytime soon, she thought. Eddie was all over her. He panted heavily, running his hands over Melissa's hourglass figure and kissing her neck. He kept trying to kiss her lips, and she would suddenly turn her head, in the hopes that he would take the hint, but he still didn't notice the way Melissa's lips were tightly pressed together, and how she wasn't even looking him in the eye. He didn't care. He was clearly too drunk to care. Melissa couldn't believe it. She usually always got what she wanted. Usually by this time she would have had Nick in bed wrapped around her little finger. But her plan had failed. Nick wasn't here to see them and get jealous, and now she had two options: sleep with Eddie or let him down gently. As she shifted positions uncomfortably, she tried to really tune in to the moment. But it was a useless effort. Eddie was panting like an old dog, or a pig. It sent shivers up Melissa's spine, and finally she couldn't pretend any longer. She pushed him away. "Eddie!" she cried. "What?" "I'm sorry, but this is just not working out." Eddie panted again and pulled off of her, and he stared at her with a confused expression. "What's the matter?" "I lied," Melissa said, with the flippant toss of her short blonde hair. Lied about what?" inquired Eddie, still lost. "About everything," said Melissa. "You just don't turn me on." Eddie's face dropped. He took a breath and shook his head, dejected. "Hey, look, at least I gave you a chance," was Melissa's response. "You just didn't come through." Eddie's lips tightened. "Anyways, I was kinda hoping Nick would come and find you with me." "Why'd you lie?" Eddie asked. "You know, to make Nick jealous," she said with a smirk. Eddie was astonished at her candid way of telling him the awful truth. He couldn't believe it. "Rejection," he said. "I can take it. I've been rejected by the finest science fiction magazines in the continental United States." With that, Eddie snatched up his pants and his jacket and walked to the door in a huff. "Where are you going?" Melissa asked. Eddie stopped in the doorway and glared at her. "I'm taking a cold shower. I've got a date with a soap on a rope." Then he walked out into the hallway, slamming the door shut behind him. Finally, Melissa thought. She thought he would never take the hint and leave. Now it was time for Melissa to find Nick, and everyone else for that matter. She hadn't seen Russell or Sandra in hours. She changed into another outfit and left the cabin, not noticing the muddy boot prints that were tracked into the house. Zap! The lights in the rental cabin flickered once and then went out. David stopped mid-thrust and looked around as Robin gazed up at him, confused as to why he had stopped. "What happened to the lights?" said David. "Oh, who cares?" Robin said, and she pushed him onto his back, straddling him in the big queen-size bed in her and Maddie's room. Then she arched her back with pleasure as she felt him inside of her. Robin was going through what best could be described as a wild phase. She wasn't sure exactly when it had started. Robin was homeschooled for as long as she could remember, and it had been hard feeling like an outsider around other college students. After all, Robin hadn't grown up in public school and hadn't gotten many chances to socialize or try and fit in. Her mother took her to several homeschooled kids' social groups, but they never panned out. Robin couldn't really fit in with anyone until she got to college and found herself in a sea of kids just like her, who were repressed, sexually frustrated, and wanted to cut loose. Robin had been maladjusted to college life for her first year or two. Her background hadn't given her much help at socializing with other kids her age. Then she started meeting people in college, but it had been difficult at first. Robin hadn't even kissed a boy at that point and felt extremely out of place. Every college party she would go to would leave her in tears. Everyone would be talking about their many sexual encounters, and Robin would just stand awkwardly and not know what to say. But her breakout was coming. Robin just had to find the right opportunity, and soon she found one. There was a club on campus for Charity Week, but the rumor was that it was a cover for students to party and do drugs. Robin had heard all about it, and despite her roommate Maddie begging her to not get involved, she went to her first meeting, which had been held in the basement of one of the oldest buildings on campus. After that, Robin made a good impression on them, and eventually they invited her to go have some fun one Friday night. It was there in the back of a 4x4 truck out in the middle of North American wilderness in the dead of night that she smoked weed for the first time. Robin remembered not being able to hit the large glass bong very well. She had barely inhaled any of the smoke once she pulled the hit and coughed until her eyes watered. But they had been kind to her, and after hearing her story about how lonely and repressed she felt, they all collectively decided to make sure that Robin got the most out of her college experience. And boy, did she. Next, she found herself at a dorm party passing around a large bottle of vodka and sharing sordid stories. They played spin the bottle, and Robin ended up in the arms of a broad-shouldered sophomore and found herself in the bed with him the next morning. All she remembered was the walk back to her dorm in the morning and how invigorating it had been. It felt like she was truly blossoming into a vibrant young woman, and like nothing could stop her. She remembered still feeling the way it had felt to be wrapped up in sheets next to a foxy guy. She remembered the wind in her hair as she had strolled jubilantly back to her living quarters thinking, God, I feel so fucking alive. That was the precise moment when she shed her good girl personality and decided to be reborn as someone new, someone who took risks, someone who dared to take life by the balls and run with it. She was done with being the girl that everyone wanted her to be. She wanted to do what made her feel happy. After that night, Robin realized that life was far too short to not enjoy herself. So she started going to house party after house party after house party. And now she was fucking a really cute guy at a house party out at Crystal Lake. Things can really change, Robin thought, as she bounced on top of David, feeling his hands touching her and fondling her breasts. Robin had started out as a doe-eyed freshman who didn't know a joint from a blunt, and now here she was, having casual sex while high as a kite. David's joints had really hit her hard. She felt the cannabis coursing through her bloodstream. It was an all-body high, and it made the sex even 10 times better. She felt on top of the world, and she had no clue where Maddie or anyone else was, but she didn't care. Things had been going extremely well for Robin as she blossomed, until she moved in with Maddie, who was the world's best example of a buzzkill. Always, Maddie would wait up for Robin as she waltzed into their apartment that they shared, drunk off her ass at 1 a.m. Then she'd get a motherly lecture from Mrs. Goody-Two-Shoes about not getting enough sleep. Always, it had been like this. All Robin wanted to do was have a good time, but Maddie always managed to kill her vibe. Every time. Robin had hoped that bringing Maddie to this house party would help her chill out a bit, but she had been sorely let down. Maddie was acting like her mother. "You don't smoke," she had said. So what if Robin wanted to get high? Shouldn't you try and take risks in life? Shouldn't you try as many things as possible just to say that you've done it? Life was too short, Robin thought, far too short. She couldn't imagine living life like Maddie did, always afraid of her own shadow. That was exactly why Maddie didn't have a boyfriend. Of course, Robin didn't either, but it wasn't because she couldn't get one. Maddie was seemingly hopeless. Time and time again, she would run to Robin for love advice and how guys would never return her calls, and Robin would never know what to say. "Maybe you just have to lower your standards," Robin would say, but Maddie wouldn't listen. She kept trying to go for guys like David who were completely out of her league. Maddie would be a much better fit for someone like Eddie. But Maddie wanted to do whatever Maddie wanted to do, which was usually get her heart broken and mope around. What else could a friend do? She had given Maddie all the advice she could think of. Try losing weight, lower your standards, keep looking. Maddie still wouldn't listen and still kept getting hurt. It was like watching a child stick their hand on a hot stove, even though you had warned them that it was hot. It didn't matter to Robin anymore. She was done with Maddie's attitude. This weekend was all about having a good time. They were out in the middle of nowhere. What could go wrong? Why did Maddie have to be so damn negative all the time? It didn't make any sense. Maddie wanted to attract guys, but then she would behave as unattractively as possible. Getting uptight about weed at a college party? Really? It was inevitable at every college party that someone would end up taking some kind of substance. Hell, our university is a party school, Robin thought. What did Maddie expect? Bible class? As she and David finished, Robin rolled off of him and basked in the afterglow, sighing heavily. The cannabis made it feel like she was floating off of the bed, like the entire bed was a giant fluffy cloud. "I'm hungry," said David. "How romantic," Robin said. "I'm really stoned." David leaned closer to her. "The Neanderthal hunter-gatherer needs nourishment," he said playfully. He slid out of bed and pulled on a pair of red underwear, losing his balance and stumbling in the darkness. Robin sat up and laughed at him. "It's dark," he said, finding his shirt and jeans and putting them on. He rifled through a small cabinet and found 2 flashlights, handing one to Robin. "I'll be back," he said, and went out of the room, leaving Robin to herself and her thoughts. As David made his way down the hall, he could hear the shower running and Eddie singing to himself. Then he made his way downstairs as lightning and the resulting thunder boomed outside, shaking the cabin. David shone the flashlight all around the darkened cabin. It was empty. Where was everyone? He wondered. As he went into the kitchen, his bare feet stepped into something cold and wet. The entire floor was soaked. What the fuck? He smelled lake water and something else, something rotten. "Phew," he said, glancing around at the messy kitchen. "Something's gone bad." He made his way through the dark kitchen and opened the refrigerator. Suddenly he heard deep breathing and footsteps coming behind him. As he grabbed a beer and a sandwich, he spun around. "Maddie?" he said. The figure in front of him was monstrously big. It floored him. He opened his mouth to scream. A butcher knife flashed. It penetrated deep. Lightning illuminated the sharp blade as it was thrust into him with incredible precision. David hit the floor. As Tina and Nick ran through the dark woods, the wind had started to really pick up and was violently scattering the blanket of dead leaves on the forest floor. Storm clouds now obscured the moon and nearly made their surroundings pitch black. Thunder rumbled above their heads. All of a sudden, Nick stopped, dead in his tracks. His gaze was riveted to a dead tree. Its gnarled branches were holding something. It was Michael, wedged in between the branches, dead. Nick's jaw dropped. Tina saw it too, and her eyes instantly flooded with tears as she brought her hands up to her face. "I knew it," she said. "I saw it." Nick flashed a look at Tina, one of complete disbelief and terror. There it was, his own cousin that he had been estranged from for all these years. Dead. He hadn't even gotten a chance to smooth things over with him. All of a sudden, Nick realized that all of their petty grievances meant nothing to him, and all he could do was stare in shock at his murdered kin. Now none of it mattered. He just wanted his cousin back. Nick blinked. Michael was still there, drenched in blood, his eyes glassed over, fully dead. Nick couldn't move. He just looked at Tina and then back at his dead cousin again and again, not truly believing what he was seeing and realizing that Tina actually had been right. "What the hell have I gotten myself into?" he thought. His thoughts were broken by a teary-eyed Tina pulling him by his jacket. "Oh, Nick, I'm sorry, but we have to keep going." Nick took one last glance at the body of his cousin and then followed Tina through the thicket. As night pressed on, the woods grew darker and darker, and now both of them knew that a very dark presence was lurking in the woods. Tina knew even more. She knew that it was someone from the lake, but she couldn't think of who it might be. Soon they saw the lights and ran for them. The trees cleared. They were in the front yard of the Shepard house. Dr. Cruz's car was gone. Tina gasped. "They're gone," she said, and ran into the house with Nick following closely behind her. Tina started to run frantically up the stairs as Nick watched after her in confusion. "Where are you going?" he called up the stairs. She didn't answer. She made a beeline for Dr. Cruz's office, and fortunately it was unlocked. Nick shook his head and reluctantly followed after her. He walked into the office where Tina was rifling hurriedly through cabinets and drawers, searching madly. "What are you looking for?" Nick asked her. "My father's pistol. I know he has it somewhere in here," Tina cried. As she sat down at the desk, her eyes became affixed to something that glinted in the light. It was the spike, the same bloody spike she had seen jammed into the porch column. It was right there. She picked it up by the end that wasn't bloody. Nick looked at her confused. "Cruz knew all this time," Tina said to herself, a wash of relief coming over her as she realized for the first time in 3 days that she wasn't crazy after all. Furiously, she slammed the bloody spike down and started rummaging through the desk. She finally found it, a .32 caliber Smith & Wesson, lying in the bottom drawer. Tina fished it out, holding it as if it were a venomous cobra. Nick took it gingerly and checked to make sure it was loaded. 3 bullets were inside. Then Tina saw something else underneath the gun. It was a notebook, crammed full of aged newspaper articles. The headline on one of the old articles read, "Mass Murder at Camp Crystal Lake." Tina's eyes widened. "What did you find?" Nick asked. "I don't know," Tina said. She opened the notebook. The more she read, the more her hair started to stand up on its ends. "Tina, let's just get the others," Nick said urgently. "No, this is important," Tina said. The realization hit her all at once. She read another headline, "Killer at Crystal Lake, Body Never Recovered." It was her father's old notebook. Tina's jaw dropped. She read the name of the subject of the article, Jason Voorhees, out loud. "It was him in the lake," she said. What are you talking about?" said Nick. Tina didn't answer. The realization that she had accidentally resurrected a dead serial killer was too much to bear emotionally. Then Tina felt it. Her talents. They were boiling up inside her until she felt she might explode right there all over Nick. She rose to her feet and she held herself as tremors ravaged her. And then the old house began to quake violently. The pictures on the walls began to fall and shatter. Nick glanced around fearfully and braced himself against the door. He glanced at Tina. She was shaking all over and her mouth opened in a silent scream. Tears streamed down her face. Nick ran to her and held her in place. "Oh my God," he muttered in disbelief. "That's you doing that?" Tina managed to nod through the violent tremors and convulsions that were seizing her. Nick could feel them, vibrating through her like 1,000 pinballs. His eyes locked on hers. The rattling continued. A vase toppled and shattered. The light fixture hanging from the ceiling shook back and forth on its wires. It was as if a tiny earthquake had formed underneath the Shepard's house. Nick couldn't even begin to understand what kind of tragic tale was playing out in front of him. As much as his mind could try and make some sense out of it, it was still one of the strangest things he had ever seen in his life. All he could think was, who is this girl? What have I gotten into? He wished that he was back in his apartment in the city, and wished that he had never agreed to come out to Crystal Lake. All of a sudden, Tina began to relax, and as suddenly as it began, the quaking ceased. Nick and Tina both stared at each other with the horrible realization on their mind. They were now trapped with a hunter, a killer that would stop at nothing. Tina's mother was gone, and all that they had was a small pistol and 3 rounds. The two young people's horrifying night was just beginning. One horrifying night at Crystal Lake. Chapter 8. Robin and David, David and Robin. As Robin basked in the upstairs bedroom, she pictured what the two of them would look like together as a couple. She could see him walking across campus holding hands, maybe going for a stroll, going for a midnight swim in the lake behind the dormitories, maybe go to a football game together. She liked what she saw in her mind, for the most part, but something truthfully didn't sit right with her, and she couldn't use his terrific body to make excuses for it any longer. Was it the fact he was a stoner? Robin wasn't at all like Maddie. She enjoyed getting high every now and again, but she couldn't see herself being with someone who let it consume their life. It had happened to her brother. It's what happens when sheltered kids get out into the real world. It can be too much to bear, and sometimes they get swallowed whole and go to the opposite end of the spectrum and let their wild side consume their life. Robin knew better. Despite her ditzy demeanor, Robin had a good head on her shoulders. Her brother had left their sheltered and closeted community and household, and found it all too much. Now he smoked pot every day and didn't have a job or any plans for his future. Robin knew better than that. Robin had a future. Then again, she hadn't used a condom with David, which hadn't been the brightest idea. But if she got pregnant, she'd just have an abortion. There was no way she was becoming a mother during college. She had a future, after all. Having a kid too young can change your entire trajectory. It had happened with her parents. They had gotten married at 18 and squeezed out as many kids as possible. And now their lives had been totally altered. Robin could not see herself ending up like them. She should have said something about a condom before David had taken her upstairs, but some guys could get super irritated at the notion of wearing protection. So she hadn't said anything. But as she lay there in the afterglow of sex, she regretted it. Did she even have enough for an abortion? Abortion wasn't such an easy thing to accomplish. Robin hated how some women could be so flippant about such a serious topic. It was a big decision in Robin's mind. Sometimes a necessary one, but a big one nonetheless. Besides, she couldn't exactly see David being the type to stick around after this party, much less staying to help support her and the baby. She couldn't at all see him being a supportive father if all he wanted to do was get stoned. Maybe he was different, though. Maybe this party had been an escape for him as well, and on the outside, in the real world, he was a good guy. It had been a good one-night stand, whichever way you looked at it, in any case. Robin did have a good time, and that had been her intention coming out to Crystal Lake. If only Maddie hadn't wimped out, she thought as she curled up underneath the sheets and toyed with the flashlight in her hand. Maddie could have been a supportive girlfriend, but instead chose to be uptight about every little thing. Robin needed friends who were ride or die. She wanted someone who would be by her side no matter what and never against her. Maybe Robin needed to rethink living with Maddie. After all, they were totally incompatible, and this weekend proved it. She should have known better, that putting up a roommate ad on a bulletin board on campus would open her up to having to live with total freaks. But Maddie had never been uptight until now. Then again, they had really never been to a serious college party, with drugs, that is. Maddie was fine with drinking, but apparently had a hang-up about pot. And then she gets dressed in Melissa's stuff and waltzes out to the shed to, what, steal David away? Please, Maddie, Robin thought. Why couldn't Maddie see that David hadn't been interested in her? Maybe Maddie had been sheltered herself and was clueless when it came to advances from other men. David had been looking at me, Robin thought, not you. Maddie hadn't been able to take the hint, and when Robin was kind of a bitch about it, Robin knew that she had been super blunt back in the kitchen earlier today, but Maddie deserved it. Robin had made it clear that she liked David, and he couldn't have had both. Or maybe he could have had both, but Robin had never been in a threesome before, and she didn't see Maddie being okay with it. She had looked so ridiculous in those gaudy diamond earrings and all of that extravagant makeup. Is that what Maddie thought men wanted? Robin thought. Designer clothes? Robin laughed to herself. It was also Melissa's problem, and why she was having so much trouble getting Nick's attention. Robin could tell that Nick cared about more than designer clothes. You had to have personality, and unfortunately, Maddie has as much personality as a wooden post, and Melissa was nothing but evil personified. Guys really want personality, Robin thought. At least most do. Having a good body is nice and all, because Melissa was definitely attractive. But at the end of the day, if you didn't have a good personality, guys would never go for it. Unless they're desperate. There was no room for desperate at this party, except maybe an Eddie. There were plenty of people to fool around with, and yet Melissa and Maddie both still hadn't gotten laid. And the reason had to be their personalities. Maddie just needed to lighten up and have a good time, and Melissa needed a Xanax or 3. The way she had bullied that poor girl from next door broke Robin's heart. Speaking of which, what had happened to Nick and Tina? Better yet, what had happened to David? She shone the flashlight towards the open bedroom door. She didn't hear a sound, except for the shower running in the next room. Robin sighed and reached off the bed for her discarded shirt and put it on, picking up the flashlight and walking to the door. She peered out into the darkened hallway, shining the flashlight. "Maddie?" she called. No response. All was quiet except for the shower and her own soft breathing. She shivered as her bare feet touched the hardwood floor. "David?" she said. Again there was no answer. Then she could hear movement, shuffling, someone rummaging perhaps. Robin shined the flashlight down the hallway to a door at the end of the hall and held her breath. The darkness was unnerving her with every second that went by. What the fuck had happened to the lights? "Maddie? David?" Frustrated that nobody was answering her, she scoffed and tried a door. It was locked. She knocked. "Russell? Sandra? Anyone?" The house was seemingly deserted. She tried another door. Locked. She reached the end of the hallway and pushed the door open. It was pitch black inside. She aimed the flashlight around the interior of the room. It looked like what appeared to be a master bedroom. It was Russell's aunt and uncle's room. Old dusty knickknacks and trinkets adorned the room. There was a wooden jewelry box on one dresser. The bed was huge, with long mahogany bedposts that spiraled up to the ceiling. Robin sauntered over to the dresser and rummaged through the jewelry box, taking out several pieces that rivaled Melissa's collection. And then there was a soft crash coming from the closet, and Robin jerked the flashlight towards the noise. "David?" she said. There was no answer. The closet door squeaked on its hinges, as if it had been brushed by the finest bit of movement. Robin froze, swallowing. Something was definitely in there, hiding in the darkness. She aimed the unsteady beam of the flashlight at the closet and inched towards it. Thunder crackled outside, lightning flashed. Robin jumped. "David, are you in there?" Silence. She opened the closet door, and suddenly, from the top of a stack of aged boxes, came a gray tabby cat. Its hair stood up on its back, and it hissed at Robin, who lurched backwards with fright. She relaxed when she saw just who had been rustling around in the closet. "Kitty, oh, come here, Kitty." Robin reached down and picked up the cat, petting it as it meowed. "Whose kitty are you? You're not David's kitty. I don't think he has one," Robin cooed playfully. Then, as quickly as it appeared, the cat took off down the hallway. It seemed like it had been afraid, but of what? As thunder shook the cabin once more, Robin gazed out the window, looking out at the lonely property. Where the hell was everyone? Michael and his girlfriend were still nowhere to be seen or heard from. Shouldn't they have received a telephone call by now? Where was David or Maddie? Still at the shed? No, something didn't feel right. Robin felt a knot forming deep in her core. But it was about to storm, and there was no way she was going out there in the darkness where it wasn't safe. Maybe they were all out looking for Jane and Michael. Robin looked for the cars. She could still see Ben's van sitting there underneath a tree, and Nick's Jeep was also nearby. It looked like nobody had just taken off and left. So where were they? Robin frowned and then went back into the hallway. The shower was still running. The rest of the house was dead quiet. The hallway was dark. Robin shone the flashlight to light her way and inched back towards her room, went inside and shut the door. Surely they were all safe, Robin thought. Maybe they were all taking a midnight swim down by the lake. But she didn't hear any laughter. Then again, it was hard to hear anything over the wind and the tiny dry storm ensuing outside. She peered down through the window again. There was nobody outside. All she heard was the wind howling and rattling the shutters outside the window. Suddenly she heard a new sound, footsteps outside the door. Robin crawled back into bed. "So, what'd you bring me?" she called. The footsteps stopped in front of the door, but the door didn't open. There was still silence. Whoever it was on the other side of the door wasn't uttering a sound. "Well, come on. Do you have food in your mouth?" Robin said. Still more silence. Then the door started to slowly creak open. "All right, Mr. Caveman," Robin teased. "Stop right there." She pointed the flashlight at the door as it opened. Robin's smile faded immediately. Her flashlight landed on David's face, but something was horribly wrong. His mouth hung open, and blood dripped from his mouth. Then her jaw opened even wider as she saw that his head wasn't attached to his body. Bloody tendrils dangled down and dripped crimson onto the floor. It was just his head. She raised the flashlight and it landed on a hockey mask. The man in the mask stepped into the room. A nauseating odor was unmistakably present. He was covered in detritus. Bits of flesh were exposed through his tattered work suit, and bone poked through. Robin screamed and scrabbled backwards across the bed as Jason tossed the decapitated head of David at her. She slammed back against the window at the head of the bed, her hands flailing wildly for a weapon or something to break the window with. Jason advanced towards her with no urgency. He slowly stalked. Robin was in complete shock. The nightmarish huge man leered at her, and Robin shrieked "No!" again. The machete in the man's hand lifted and swung down. It bisected her, slashing into her abdomen and deep into her belly. Jason sawed at her maniacally, his eyes widening with lust as he saw the blood that poured out. Robin felt everything. She felt every inch of the blade sawing through her midsection, and she threw her head to the sky and let out an agonizing scream. Then his bloody wet fingers grabbed her by the throat and she let out a hideous gagging sound as his thumbs clamped around her larynx, crushing her trachea. Jason lifted her effortlessly and hurled her back through the cabin window, shattering it. Robin plummeted down and landed with a sickening thud. Jason took a breath and stared down through the broken glass. Robin was dead on impact. The party house returned to a deathly still silence, despite the faint sound of running water. Eddie often contemplated life in the shower. It was where he could truly be alone with his thoughts, and now was a time that he desperately needed it. The lights had gone out a few minutes ago, and he wasn't going to let it stop him from his much-needed me time. As the hot water rushed down his body, he felt as all his worries were melting away. He also had just pleasured himself and was experiencing a lot of clarity for the first time all weekend long. "What am I even doing here?" he thought. "A bunch of rich, uppity college kids? This isn't my scene." No wonder he wasn't getting lucky. He didn't have anything in common with anyone here. He had never gotten along with the ones who went to college and pursued higher education. Eddie was a townie to them, part of the real world, and Eddie felt like he couldn't catch a break because of it. Eddie had tried higher education, but quickly discovered that it wasn't for him. It was no wonder he didn't fit in at a college party. He could see it in the way they looked at him, and gave him snobby glances out of the corner of their eyes. The clarity was completely washing over him after he had had some help from his own hand, and he could see it plain as day. He had made an ass of himself. That much was true. He had completely fooled himself into thinking Melissa, a snobby socialite, would want anything to do with him, a scrawny geek. And to think he had gone through all this trouble only for Michael, the only reason he had come along, to not even show up. Where were they? He wondered as he turned off the hot water. He stood for a second, taking in the steam, and leaning against the shower wall. He listened. The house was silent. Maybe they had all gone to the lake for a skinny dip without him. It was probably for the best. He'd probably just embarrass himself even further. He couldn't believe he actually had trusted Melissa. He should have known that she was just leading him on to be a part of some sick, twisted plot. Things like this tended to happen to Eddie a lot. He tended to see the best in people, only to be sorely let down in the end. His last girlfriend had been loyal, up until a certain point. Eddie had really fallen in love with her. After all, he could actually have a conversation about movies and sci-fi with her, without her having to feign interest. She was legitimately passionate about what he was passionate about, and it made him think they were a match made in heaven. But then she started growing distant, and before he knew it, rumors were flying that she was seen making out with the manager of the comic book store where she worked. Eddie had been fooled again, by another woman who just wanted to use him. This time, at least he could blame it on the alcohol. But then he had been sober, and still had been dragged along. What is it with women? He thought to himself. They say they want someone nice and respectful, someone to hold the door for them and pull out their chair, and Eddie would do everything right. That's what really killed him. He had done everything right. And then they'd turn on you, and suddenly all the small things wouldn't be good enough anymore, and then they run to the next best thing. They run to the nearest guy who can fill their needs. They didn't seem to have an ounce of loyalty in them at all. Robin sure as hell didn't seem loyal to anyone. Melissa wouldn't know loyalty if it hit her in the face. Sandra seemed to be loyal to Russell, but then again, he didn't really know them all that well. Just breathe, my man, he thought. Fuck Melissa. She's just one chick. This night has no implications about the future. He could see it now. On a big movie set, as a consultant for the next Star Trek picture, or maybe a future installment of Alien or Star Wars. He had thought many times about making a career for himself as a writer, and he already had several novel outlines written. If only he had the discipline to sit and hammer out all of his messy ideas, he might be able to get somewhere. If his personality and interests couldn't attract women, surely his money could. But it still wasn't enough motivation. He needed something else. Something that would light a fire under his ass. Maybe tonight was that something. Maybe tonight he could finally realize that his future was bigger and brighter than this one sour night in his history. Maybe when he got home, he could sit down and start planning out his destiny. Finally take some of his ideas and put them on paper. Then he could get some kind of publishing deal and make royalties, and he'd be set for at least a decade. One thing he wasn't looking forward to were the rabid fans of whatever franchise he would be writing for. His fans. It stressed him out more than he was comfortable admitting. Wouldn't it be difficult to always have a group of people expecting something from you? He didn't know if he could live like that, always having something expected of you. But it surely was rewarding, and the benefits would outweigh all of that. After all, he felt fortunate enough to have a talent such as writing. If only he could harness it. All he had were a few sloppy outlines scrawled out on notebook paper. What he had to do next was find the right audience and write the right thing at the right time. That was the challenging part. What to write? He had so many different ideas running through his mind that it was hard to consolidate them into one combined concept. First, he had the idea of an entire galaxy populated by highly evolved single-celled organisms. They could walk and talk and had developed large, vast colonizations on other planets. One man and his sensual female partner, yes, it was coming together in his head. It was up to them to save the galaxy from poachers coming after the highly evolved protozoa. Yes, he could see it all. The effects, the musical score, composed by none other than John Williams, of course. His dramatic score would perfectly accentuate such a film. Maybe he could take a screenwriting class at the film college, and then he could really learn what it takes to write a good script. Eddie felt like this world was so full of opportunities that this one weekend felt like a tiny blip on his horizon. It was just a small setback. Sure, he had made a fool of himself, but he would likely never see anyone that had come out to Crystal Lake ever again, and frankly, he didn't even want to see them again. Mighty might have been the only one he was interested in getting to know, but as far as he was concerned, everyone else was an uppity twat. He should have known coming out to a luxurious cabin owned by someone's rich uncle was not a good idea. Eddie didn't fit in with these types of people. People with class, that is. Eddie's idea of class was takeout at McDonald's, or maybe a date night to see the newest horror or sci-fi movie, and then to the comic book store. Did he really see himself ending up with someone like Melissa, who likely needed tons of designer clothes and jewelry to keep her happy? What had he been thinking? He hadn't been thinking at all, with his head, that is. He had been completely consumed and enamored by Melissa, so much so that he was blinded by her dazzling light. Now he realized that her light was all for show. There was nothing shining from within. It was all designer clothes and makeup. That was what most girls that dated Eddie seemed to be. Nothing but show. They would come into his life and make him fall head over heels, only to turn the tables and make him wish he had never met them. Eddie, however, had a future, and he wasn't going to let failed relationships or this horrible weekend out at Crystal Lake stop him from seeing it through. He pulled aside the shower curtains, got out, and dried off, fumbling in the dark, still listening for any sounds of party-goers, but there was still no sound now except for the dry storm brewing outside. Eddie threw on his undershirt and boxers and walked out into the hallway. As he strolled, he thought, what the hell happened to the lights? It must have been the storm. He went down into the living room. All was quiet. In a dump by the couch were all of Mike's presents for his surprise birthday party. Eddie scoffed. Some party, he muttered under his breath. He sat down on the couch and started rifling through the gifts. I might as well go ahead and open them if Michael isn't going to show. He read one of the tags on his shiny blue compact gift. Happy birthday, Michael. You lucky son of a bitch. Many happy returns. Love, Melissa. Eddie rolled his eyes and shook the gift. It sounded like nothing on the inside. He tossed it aside. Cunt, he grumbled. He snatched up a huge red package, wrapped in tissue paper, and opened it. Personal penis enlarger, he read. It was the lettering on the box under the wrapping paper. Then he opened the box. Inside was a magnifying glass. Next, Eddie heard something behind him, coming down the stairs. Heavy thuds. A hulking shadow fell over him. So, you change your mind or what, Melissa? Eddie craned his neck to see over his shoulder, and he gasped as he saw the frightening man that loomed over him. Deranged, sunken eyes squinted at him through the eye holes of a weathered hockey mask. Eddie opened his mouth to scream, but the machete in the towering figure's right hand moved fast like a cobra. It swung down, coming down hard on Eddie's Adam's apple, slicing through his trachea. Eddie's panicked scream never made it out. The howling of the dry storm had simmered down now to a low hum. The wind still whipped across the clearing, scattering the dead leaves and giving them a life of their own. Dark clouds were still hanging low over the lake. Tina and Nick eventually found peace and quiet after Tina had almost brought the house down. They both made their way down the stairs slowly as Nick held Tina tightly, consoling her and trying to calm her down. Are you all right? Nick's question was answered by Tina squeezing Nick's hand lightly and nodding. Her body was still quaking mildly, but everything seemed to have calmed down. The house was no longer rattling on its foundation. You sure? Nick asked. Tina nodded, sniffling and wiping away tears. All right, Tina, if this Jason guy is really out there, I want to get everybody together so we can get the hell out of here, Nick said, facing her and holding her by both of her arms. Tina wasn't listening. Her eyes flickered to the window as she looked out into the dark night. What, Tina? What is it? Said Nick. Her eyes were emanating sheer terror. She's in the woods, Nick, Tina said. Her gaze was riveted to the door. Who? My mother. I know where she is, Tina cried. She started to move for the door, but Nick held her in place, shaking his head frantically. All right, we'll find her, Tina. We'll find her. But let's get everybody so we can leave together. Tina shook her head, her eyes madly blinking away hot tears that rushed to the surface, still picturing that scythe exploding out of her mother's chest. No, I have to find her, Tina exclaimed, wriggling in Nick's grasp. Tina! Nick bellowed. He stared at her hard, firmly holding her in place. Can we please get everyone together first? Nick begged. I can't go with you. What if my mother comes back and I'm not here? I don't want to leave you alone, protested Nick. I'll be fine. You go get everyone. I'll wait right here, Tina said, and sat on the couch. She dried her tears, sniffled, and then curled up on the couch. Nick stared at her trustingly. Don't move. Then he went out the front door, leaving Tina there in the living room. She waited a few moments, hearing Nick's footsteps receding away from the house. That was her cue. Her mother was out there, and it was up to her to prevent the loss of another of her caregivers. With that thought, she ran, snuck out the back door, and disappeared into the woods. Nick sprinted across the clearing towards the rental cabin, as the wind whipped the trees around him and as thunder growled over his head. He scrambled up onto the porch of the cabin and threw open the door. The house was almost pitch-black dark and eerily quiet. Now, with the knowledge that there really was a vicious killer on the loose, his entire body seized up and the hair on his neck stood erect. His hand instinctively went for Tina's father's pistol on his belt, and he fingered the trigger, moving cautiously through the darkened cabin. David! He called into the house urgently. There was no response. The once boisterous party house was dead silent, and Nick felt a searing, pulsating knot in his stomach, telling him something was insanely wrong. Maddie? Again, no answer. He ran up the stairs, booking up two at a time, getting to the top floor and looking around. The hallway and the rooms were seemingly dark and empty. Nobody responded to his loud calls. Nick went back downstairs and scanned the living room again, searching for any sign of life in the darkness. Maddie! David! Melissa! Anybody? The house echoed in resonating silence. Nick started to move for the door, but stopped when he saw something glimmer in the light, under the coffee table. Nick bent down to his knees and gasped. The moonlight filtering in through the window was just enough for Nick to be able to see the glassy eye of Eddie Hassel. His head almost severed from his neck, his mouth open in a frozen scream that had never surfaced. Nick didn't scream. His jaw locked, and then he got to his feet and bolted for the door. His hands found the pistol, and he drew it as he clambered out onto the porch and leaned against the door, collecting himself. He then ran towards his Jeep sitting in the yard. Fuck this, he thought. Everyone was dead. They had to be. My God, not my cousin, he thought. And now Eddie? Both slaughtered. As Nick approached his Jeep, He stopped dead in his tracks and his stomach sunk into his feet. All 4 of his tires had been slashed to ribbons. They were trapped out at Crystal Lake. "Tina! Tina!" Amanda Shepard's weary and hysterical voice pierced the night. It felt like she and Dr. Cruz had been running through the dark woods for eons, and still there was no sign of Tina anywhere. Mrs. Shepard's panicked mind could only focus on one sole objective, finding her daughter. All else was secondary. "Mrs. Shepard!" bellowed Dr. Cruz. He panted as he struggled to keep up with her. She was running through the woods in a frenzied panic. "Oh God, Tina, answer me! Where are you?" Amanda screeched. Dr. Cruz finally caught up to the hysterical woman and held her in place. "Look at me!" he shouted. "You are wasting time. She's probably back at the house by now." Mrs. Shepard wriggled in his grasp, her eyes flickering madly all around her. "You saw the car!" she screamed. "Tina!" "Let's just call the police," Dr. Cruz suggested, firmly holding her. "She's out here!" Mrs. Shepard cried. It was no use. The woman was absolutely inconsolable. He had never seen anything like it. Here they were out in the middle of the woods with the killer, and Mrs. Shepard wouldn't stop screaming. "We are wasting time. Don't you understand that? I've got something to—" Dr. Cruz's voice was interrupted by the sharp sound of a branch snapping. They were not alone. Mrs. Shepard didn't seem to hear it, but Cruz did. Dr. Cruz's face morphed into an expression of terror. "What's the matter with you?" Amanda cried. "Shh!" Dr. Cruz shushed her. They both listened. "What is it? What else aren't you telling me?" Amanda implored. Dr. Cruz backed away from her. He was tired of her. "I'm getting out of here," he said, wagging a finger at her. "You can find your own way back." Amanda sneered at him and snatched the keys to his Buick out of his hand. Her lips curled with seething anger. "You're not just a lousy doctor, you're a fucking coward." "Give me the key," Dr. Cruz ordered. His eyes narrowed at her. Crack! A rustle in the thicket behind them. Dr. Cruz's gaze was directed towards a clump of trees behind Mrs. Shepard. His jaw opened, and he pointed a trembling finger at just who was stepping out from behind that thicket. The long, wooden handle of a curved spear was held firmly in his hands. It was Jason Voorhees. Dr. Cruz couldn't believe his eyes. He was huge, at least 7 foot tall, covered in detritus and algae. His skeleton was exposed, bits of bone poked through where his flesh had rolled away. Mrs. Shepard went weak at the knees. "Oh my God!" she shrieked. Jason advanced towards them, not lunging or lurching, just calmly lumbering towards them without showing an ounce of emotion. Dr. Cruz was the first to run. He bolted through the thicket, leaving Amanda there in the clearing with the maniacal beast that towered some 3 feet above her. Then adrenaline flooded her veins, and just like that, she was off like a rocket through the trees, her feeble, middle-aged body moving as fast and as nimble as it possibly could manage. Neither of them dared look back. They scrambled down a wooden hillside as Jason closed in the gap. No matter how fast they ran, Jason was always right there, hot on their trail. The spear glistened in the moonlight. Dr. Cruz ran into another clearing and lost his footing, sliding down into the dead leaves. Amanda had too much momentum and came careening into the clearing, almost coming down on top of him. Dr. Cruz grabbed Amanda and looked into her eyes, pulling her onto the ground. "Listen to me," Dr. Cruz said, almost out of breath. "Tina knew. She tried to warn us." He suddenly froze. Jason was at the edge of the clearing, behind Mrs. Shepard. Jason raised the spear, closing in on a double kill. Dr. Cruz suddenly went into action, grabbing Amanda firmly and yanking her up to her feet. "Run!" he shouted. But there was no time. The spear came right for them, right at Dr. Cruz's midsection. He snatched Amanda hard, holding her up in front of him and using her as a shield as it plunged into her back. "Wait! What are you doing? No! No!" Amanda Shepard threw her head to the sky and howled in agony. The blade propelled out through her chest in a spray of crimson rain. Chapter 9. Nick flung open the door to the Shepard home and slammed it shut, locking it behind him. He caught his breath, shutting his eyes tightly, trying to force the ghastly sight of Eddie's body from his mind. God, how many more of them were dead, he thought, slaughtered, just like his cousin. God, poor Michael. There had to be someone else alive. It couldn't be just himself and Tina up against a psychopath. No time for thinking, he decided. "Tina!" he called into the Shepard house. The couch where Tina had been sitting, waiting for him to get back, was vacant. "Tina?" There was no answer. "Damn it," Nick thought to himself. "I told her to stay here." He ran halfway up the staircase. "Tina!" No answer. Nick felt his breath intensify. He pulled out the gun and held it up. "Tina?" he stammered. What if Jason had gotten her too? What if now he was all alone out at Crystal Lake? Just then, the door to the small bathroom off of the living room opened. Nick whirled around and aimed the gun at whoever was now stepping out of the bathroom. It was Melissa, who recoiled with shock at the sight of the Smith & Wesson aimed at her head. "Jesus Christ!" she exclaimed. Nick relaxed, heaved a sigh of relief, and lowered his weapon. "Where is Tina?" Melissa scoffed. "A psych ward? How should I know?" "I do not have time for your bullshit, Melissa," Nick thought. "Eddie's dead," Nick said grimly. Melissa snickered with disdain. "What?" "He's dead. Michael's dead too. I saw him." Melissa laughed, but her smile faded when she saw the abject seriousness in Nick's piercing stare. She still was in disbelief. "Get real," she scoffed. "Just don't go back to that house, Melissa." Melissa started to spout off some snarky comeback, but the tears that were welling up in Nick's eyes made her think otherwise. She hesitated. "Okay, fine." But where was Tina? The wind was screaming now. Dark clouds obscured the full moon. Tina was frantically moving through the dark thicket of gnarled trees in front of her. "Mom!" she screamed. All she heard was the screeching of the dry storm around her that scattered the dead leaves. Thunder growled. Where could they have gone? God damn it, she thought. I never should have taken the car. Now her mother was somewhere out there with a mad killer on the loose. With that thought, Tina decided there and then to just keep quiet and keep searching. But by now her mother was probably already dead at the hands of Jason Voorhees. And it had all been Tina's fault. But how could she have known that a dead serial killer was at the bottom of that lake? How could she have known the true gravity of her powers? But that didn't matter. She had to be sure that her mother was truly gone. But in the pit of her stomach, she knew the awful truth. After all, Michael was dead, and her vision had come true then. "Tina!" A frantic voice rang out in a strained whisper. Tina whipped around to see Dr. Cruz standing behind a thicket of gnarled branches and thorns. "Shh!" Dr. Cruz urged her, bringing his finger up to his lips. "You have to come back with me right now." "What are you doing here? Where's my mother?" Tina cried. She's back at the house. Come with me, please." Tina shook her head. "You're lying!" she exclaimed. "Tina, I am not lying." "You're lying! I was just there!" Dr. Cruz came out from behind the thicket and extended his arm to her. Tina tried to run in the opposite direction, but Dr. Cruz lunged at her, snatching her fiercely by her jacket. Tina cried out in pain. "Let go of me!" "Tina, please," Dr. Cruz said. "I said come back with me, damn it!" And then the moonlight hit Dr. Cruz just right, enough for Tina to see him clearly. Tina's eyes widened as she saw the splattered redness around his collar and on his neck. "Blood?" she said in knowing terror. "What happened? Where is my mother?" She's gone," said Dr. Cruz hesitantly, lowering his voice solemnly. Tina shook her head in disbelief. "No," she declared firmly. Then she took off into the thicket where Dr. Cruz had last seen the masked murderer. "No, Tina! Don't go that way, Tina!" She wasn't listening. Now she was gone, her form disappearing into the darkness. The stark realization that he was now alone hit him, and he glanced around fearfully. "God, I never should have come out here," he thought. "I should have done more research about Crystal Lake," his mind screamed. Maybe Tina's powers and the man that Tina had brought out of the lake were connected. Crystal Lake had to be cursed. Look at what happens around here, he thought. Girls are born with incredible powers and serial killers prowl the woods. If he would have just looked into the evident dark and macabre history that this location had, he might not have brought them all out here. Now he was in the middle of it. Which way to run? There was nowhere to run. More than that, he didn't know which direction to run. He whirled around, doing a full 180, getting disoriented. Everything around him looked the same. Just vast swaths of thicket and dark woods all around him on either side. Dr. Cruz started running, stumbling through the foliage in the opposite direction of where Tina had gone. He fell against a tree, catching himself from pitching forward into a ravine. Suddenly, the still silence was thwarted by a strange sound. Dr. Cruz didn't recognize it at first. He knew he had heard something loud and raucous, but he couldn't identify it or where it was coming from. He whirled around and then again, searching for the source of the strange noise. There it was again. He quickened his breath, looking in all directions. Now it was unmistakable. It was the revving of the engine of a power tool of some sort. Jason stepped out from behind a tree in all his humongous infamy. In his hands was a long electric tree trimmer, affixed with a spinning circular blade. Jason tugged at the string and the blade whizzed to life, coming straight for Dr. Cruz as he cried out in absolute horror. His eyes were riveted on the spinning blades that could easily tear into him if they came close enough. Cruz staggered backwards, yelping again as he lost his footing, sprawling into the leaves. Jason advanced, not wasting any time. Cruz got to his feet and ran blindly, crashing through the undergrowth like a bull in a china shop, not sure which direction he was even going or where this tangled path of briars would lead him. But that was the last thing on his panicked mind. All he could think about was the spinning blade, and the way Mrs. Shepard had howled at the sky as hot blood sprayed all across the front of his blazer. My God, he thought, what have I put myself into? This can't be happening. He still heard the hum of the trimmer behind him, but he didn't dare look back. Oddly, as fast as he ran through the undergrowth, the tree trimmer stayed at the same volume. It was as if all his running were for nothing. Jason was still right behind him, walking at an even pace. Eventually, the tree trimmer noise started to fade as Dr. Cruz maneuvered his way down another hill. Finally, he stopped. He couldn't hear anything now, just his own frenetic and labored breathing and his pounding heart that pulsated in his ears. Where the fuck was he? Nowhere. Like a ghost, he had vanished. Dr. Cruz spun around, tripping, crawling through the leaves on all fours and then staggering to his feet, doing another 180. Jason was gone. I lost him, Cruz thought with relief. God damn, I lost him. Now what? He was probably more lost than before in these dense woods. How far did they go? Where would they take him? Snap! A twig, there, behind him. Cruz didn't have time to react. He spun around and gasped at the monstrous hand that palmed his midriff with immense force, sending him somersaulting backwards down the wooded hillside. He felt searing pain coursing through his lower body as he realized something was badly injured. He rolled around like a fish out of water in the leaves as Jason chugged the tree trimmer to life once again, and the spinning blades came at him, gleaming in the light of the moon that wavered in and out as clouds drifted across the night sky. The tree trimmer was deafening now. Dr. Cruz was valiantly struggling to get to his feet, but it was of no use. His legs were barely functional. He crawled backwards, his eyes filled with terror at the tree trimmer looming over him like a mark of death. The spinning blades of death tore into him, and Dr. Cruz let out a gut-wrenching scream that mingled with the sound of the engine and the tearing of tissue and flesh. The blade slashed into his belly, and his hands went instinctively to the wound. He looked down in horror at his own intestines leaking out of the gaping incision in his torso. He screamed again as Jason kept trimming, and then all was silent as the tree trimmer's motor came to a stop. "Oh God, Mom!" Tina's anguished voice rang out. Moving through the dense thicket, she had seen something lying in the leaves. Splotches of white and red peeked at her through the branches. It was her mother. Her hands folded over her stomach peacefully, her eyes closed as if she had laid there and accepted her death. Her torso was marked by a giant red stain. Tina yelled no, and knelt down, and cradled her lifeless mother in her arms. Tears leaked from her eyes as she wailed again, "Mama! Mama, oh God!" Tina laid her mother back to rest in the leaves and got to her feet. Instantly, her mind snapped back to survivor mode. Her mother was dead, just like her father. No use in dwelling on it now. She started again through the dense woods, blocking the horrible sight of her murdered caregiver from her mind. After a few minutes of running and crying, Tina broke out of the shelter of the trees. She could see the house in the distance across the clearing. She moved through a grove of trees when suddenly she caught a glimpse of a flash of yellow out of the corner of her eyes. Running closer, she saw someone sitting in a tree. Her long black hair was fanned out around her head, and she had her back to Tina. "Kate?" Tina said instinctively. "Kate?" Tina ran towards Kate and spun her around. Tina froze with fright. Kate had been propped up in the tree like a doll being shoved into a cabinet, folded up inside the branches. The party horn protruded from one of her eyes. Her other eye was completely lifeless and glassed over. Tina backed up, recoiling with the shock of it all, and bumped into something, or as it turned out, someone. It was Sandra, lying naked, covered in mud and algae from head to toe. "Oh my God," she thought, "they're all—" And then she saw Maddie, the most hideous sight of all. Her throat was a bleeding, gaping mess. 2 nails that affixed her to the tree she was hanging from protruded from each of her wrists. Snap! A rope broke above Tina's head, and Russell's body came plummeting down, stopping short, dangling upside down by his feet like a freshly slaughtered lamb. Tina finally unleashed a hellish scream, turned and ran out of the grove, approaching the rental cabin. She was almost there. She started down the dirt path. As her eyes adjusted, she froze. There in the path, it was him. A rusty chain dangled around his neck. A hockey mask was on his face. His shoulders rose as he took in a ragged breath and laser-focused his eyes on Tina, sensing something different about her. Jason cocked his head. He was keen on her every move and every glance. But something nagged at him. He could sense it deep within him, that this one would be a fighter. Tina locked eyes with him, froze in a stupor of fascination and in sheer terror. "Jason?" she stammered in disbelief. Jason stood there, his shoulders rising and falling slowly. He didn't move. There was a murky puddle of water in between them. And then Tina felt it. As she wiped a tear, she suddenly felt what she had been hiding from for years. It was her talents. But this time she knew she couldn't resist them. She had to give in. It seemed to rise up from the soles of her feet. A well of power, a force. Ripples of shock waves that began to ricochet inside her until suddenly they eased and smoothed out. Tina felt everything lock into place. Only one thing to do now. She was in control. Her eyes flickered to the ground, searching for anything she could use against him. Nothing but leaves. But what was underground? Out of nowhere, the ground began to shake. Jason almost lost his footing. He showed a semblance of human emotion as he glanced around in bewilderment at what was happening. Then, one by one, roots from the nearby pine trees started unearthing, unraveling from the soil and wrapping themselves into long tendrils. Jason just watched. The tendrils shot out like bony fingers, wrapping around Jason's ankles and pulling him into the puddle with a splash. Now was Tina's chance. There was a power pole nearby. Her eyes locked on it like two laser beams. Wires suddenly snapped from the pole, sending a shower of sparks in all directions. The wires fell, and as Jason struggled to his feet, Tina mustered up every bit of willpower and concentrated with all of her might on only one of the wires. "Come on," she thought. "Control." Dr. Cruz's voice echoed in her mind. For once the bastard had helped her, and it looked like his urging was finally paying off. The wire suddenly came to life like a wriggling cobra as Tina focused on it, allowing the raw terror inside her to bubble up. The wire snaked over to the puddle, slipping onto the murky water, and just like that, Jason began to convulse. The electricity rocketed through him as Tina stood like a statue, her face red, her fist clenched, glaring at Jason with hatred. One last shockwave ravaged him, and then down he fell like a tree into the shallow puddle. Tina relaxed, and every muscle in her body released. Fucking finally, she thought. They finally came in handy for once. But he wasn't dead. Jason shot to his feet like lightning, resulting in a shriek from Tina. How was he still alive? Tina's mind screamed, "My God, he's unstoppable!" Tina sprinted for the first place she saw, the rental house. Maybe someone was left alive. 2 against 1 would be better than just her against Jason. She did have her powers, but she didn't know how much longer she could stay in control. She couldn't just rely on them. She had to find Nick. Tina ran up the steps to the back door and threw it open into the kitchen, slamming it closed and locking it. "Nick!" she cried helplessly. There was no answer. The house was dark and deathly silent. There was no more life, no more party, just silence now. She backed away from the door, trying to stop her entire body from quivering. There were hardly any tears left. Lightning flashed outside, illuminating the kitchen in incandescent light. The dry storm howled as the wind made the old cabin groan and shift. The house finally settled. Tina backed into the kitchen island, her hands scrabbling over the top of the counter for any kind of weapon. What would she possibly use against him? He was 7 fucking feet tall. One of the knives on the counter would hardly faze him. This killer, this Jason Voorhees, was seemingly unstoppable. And I brought him back, Tina thought. I fucking brought him back. God, what have I done? Lightning struck again and Tina winced, glancing around in all directions. Everything was quiet now. Like a SWAT team member, Jason suddenly came catapulting through the large kitchen window in a spray of fragmented glass. Tina screamed bloody murder. Now he stood in the kitchen with her as lightning rang out again, illuminating him in white light. He stank of filth. It was nauseating. His hockey mask was held on by a strap that had become embedded in his rotted flesh. Tina stared at him in a mix of astonishment and terror. He was so fucking massive. Tina had to fight at a distance. It was her only chance. Oh God, where the fuck was Nick? Tina made a mad dash for the living room, running through the sliding doors, and then she turned to stare at them. She again concentrated intensely on the sliding doors, and they slammed closed of their own volition. Tina shut her eyes, feeling the energy radiating off of her like heat waves. The dining table, as if it had taken on a life of its own, slid across the kitchen floor, barricading it and blocking the doors from Jason. Jason cocked his head like a confused dog. He stepped forward in one huge bound, flipped the table in one sweep, and then flung open the sliding doors. His shoulders lowered as he let out another ragged breath. Now he was just pissed off. Tina was one of them to Jason, and now she was destroying his entire world. Jason knew in a rudimentary yet thorough way how the world worked. He knew the basic physics of things. After all, he had survived off pure instinct for as long as he could remember. But this girl was completely taking that from him, and it made him incredibly angry. Angrier than before. Angrier than ever. Tina's teary eyes flickered intensely over to the object immediately to her right, the couch. It levitated as Tina focused hard. Her emotional state was still perfectly at the right level. Then the couch soared across the room, and Jason was so stunned he couldn't get out of the way. Like a torpedo, it rammed him, sending him flying back into the kitchen. Tina released, gasping for air, feeling her muscles relax as she stumbled backwards onto the floor. Jason heaved the couch off of him and jolted upright to his feet, glaring at Tina. Tina crab-walked backwards away from him across the floor as he outstretched his arms and lunged at her, growling maniacally. Her hand felt something cold and clammy. She turned to see what it was that she was touching and recoiled with disgust and terror. It was Eddie, the rider, but he was nothing now. His severed head had been stuffed into a potted plant. His mouth hung open, and his glassy eyes were staring up at her. As Jason came at her, Tina focused on the plant, and it lifted, striking Jason and sending him stumbling back again. This was Tina's chance. She bolted out the front door and ran out onto the path, turning around to face the cabin. Jason almost ripped the front door off its hinges as he yanked it open and stepped out onto the wooden porch. The wood sagged underneath his massive weight. He still kept coming. Nothing was working. Tina had to think fast. Jason cocked his head at her. He didn't know what to make of her, and it was consuming him with unadulterated rage. He studied her for a brief second, waiting to see what her next move would be. Jason inched closer cautiously, still on the porch and under the massive roof that overhung it. Tina had an idea. She focused all of her emotions on the wooden beams that held up the porch roof, and then, to her surprise, one of them suddenly snapped like a pencil. Jason recoiled with shock, jumping back almost like a frightened animal. He watched as another column snapped as easily as chalk. Tina's entire body locked. 3 more columns snapped. Her eyes flickered downwards. Then, the entire porch roof caved in on top of Jason with one resounding crash. Nick and Melissa both jerked their heads to the door at the sound of the porch roof caving in next door. They ran into the living room as the door to the Shepard house opened, and a crying Tina ran inside and closed the door behind her. "Tina!" Nick exclaimed. He scanned her up and down, seeing how filthy and caked with mud she was. Tina looked up at Nick with teary, bloodshot eyes. My mom," she said, her voice breaking. He got my mom." "Who?" "I killed him. Jason's dead," she said. Shh, it's okay," Nick said, as Tina fell into his arms. He guided her over to the couch and set her down. Melissa's hands fell down by her side and she scoffed. "All right, what's going on?" she demanded. Tina didn't say a word. She wiped tears away, resting her head on Nick's shoulder. "Melissa, someone is out there. He's killed Michael and Eddie," Nick said. Melissa rolled her eyes. "You're nuts," she spat at him. "Both of you." "Shut up, Melissa," Nick said, getting more agitated by her the longer that she was in the room with them. Melissa shook her head, scoffing again. I don't believe you. You people give me the creeps. She turned to walk to the front door. Nick shot upright. Where do you think you're going? Melissa spun around. I'm going to bed. You want to come? She snapped snarkily. Then she reached for the door. Don't go out there, Melissa, Nick shouted. Melissa whirled around sharply. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you both. She opened the door and her jaw dropped. Jason was standing on the porch. Tina shrieked and leaped up off the couch like a cat seeing a growling Rottweiler. Melissa couldn't believe her eyes and couldn't move. In front of her was a huge rotting man in a decrepit old hockey mask. In his right hand was the axe from the woodpile. She didn't run. She didn't scream. Her mouth hung open in shock. Tina and Nick just stood, frozen with fright. All they could do was watch as Jason slowly raised the axe. Melissa couldn't even get out of the way. She was paralyzed. Time seemed to slow down as the blade of the axe sliced into her pretty face. Tina screamed again, and Nick's eyes grew wide as Jason snatched Melissa's blonde hair and tossed her across the room like she was a rag doll. Tina, run! Nick bellowed. Tina cried out in terror and made a mad dash for the open front door, but Jason rushed the door in one step, slamming it closed. Nick yanked Tina towards the kitchen, but Jason blocked them off again. Go! Go! Nick cried. He pulled Tina to the opposite side of the room and yanked her up the stairs. Jason lashed out at Nick, grabbing his jacket in a vice-like grip. His denim jacket ripped, and they both made it up the stairs just out of Jason's grasp. They reached the upstairs hallway and scrambled into Dr. Cruz's office. The window! Nick proclaimed. He ran towards it, sliding it open and stepping out onto the roof. He turned to see that Tina wasn't in the office with him. Tina! He called. No answer. Nick went back out into the hallway and saw a terrifying sight. Jason was walking slowly and menacingly up the stairs. Tina stood in the hallway, frozen in time, her fists clenched by her side. Her eyes were transfixed on the masked killer. Her face flushed red. Tina? Nick said. Tina didn't respond or look at him. She remained facing Jason. Her eyes flickered up to the ceiling, aiming at a circular decorative ceiling light. The decorative light that hung from the ceiling by a cord started shaking. Then it swung like a pendulum, slowly gaining momentum as Jason came closer. As Jason climbed to the next step, he looked up. He never knew what hit him. The decorative light swung towards him and shattered against his mask. Jason let out a pained groan and toppled backwards, plunging and splintering through the old wooden staircase and disappearing into a void of darkness. Tina released, her entire body relaxing, and she fell to her knees with a sob. Nick bent down and helped her to her feet, his eyes looking down at the hole in the stairs where Jason had fallen through. There was no way he was dead, but maybe this would give them enough time to get one of the cars and get the fuck out of Crystal Lake. They crept towards the top of the stairs. There was silence. Jason didn't appear up through the hole, but it was too dark to see down into the space underneath the stairs. Come on, Nick said to Tina, as she trembled in his arms. He made his way down the first few steps, and then balanced on the frame of what was left of the staircase, maneuvering his way around the hole. Tina came down the same way, taking Nick's hand and skirting around the hole timidly. They made it down, but as they went for the front door, the living room wall imploded outwards, and Jason came barreling out from under the stairs like an enraged bull. Tina unleashed another piercing scream. Nick started to pull her towards the door, but Jason was far too quick. He grabbed Nick by both his shoulders and heaved him into the wall. His head struck the plaster, and like that, he was down. No! Cried Tina. Jason advanced towards Nick's unconscious form, raising his heavy boot and getting ready to slam it down on Nick's head. Jason suddenly froze. He brought his hands up to his head. Something was happening. The strap of the mask on his head was getting tighter and tighter. Blood and brain matter seeped out from underneath the strap as it pulled increasingly tighter by the power of forces that were making Jason increasingly angry. Then the mask snapped off, and Jason spun around to face Tina. Tina was standing there, her fist clenched, her eyes locked on Jason. As she saw what had been under that hockey mask, she recoiled, bringing her hands up to her face. His teeth were nothing but rotted fragments. Fish had eaten away at his flesh. His jaw was barely attached, moving loosely with the help of a few still functioning ligaments. His eyes were sunken and glaring at Tina balefully. His skin was black now, covered in filth and detritus from all those years in the lake. There was still a huge gash in the middle of his forehead. He was truly a zombie. A hideous undead creature covered in battle scars. It almost floored Tina, but it only fueled her powers more. She refocused, her eyes moving madly to the decorative ceiling lamp above Jason's head. It started to rattle, and then it exploded in a shower of sparks and glass. Jason shielded himself. Tina didn't flinch. A smirk developed on her face as she felt the full control lock into place. The wire that the lights had been hanging from moved like a snake and looped around Jason's neck, lifting him and hoisting him up high. Jason's hands tugged helplessly at the wire, but it was no use. It was moving with supernatural speed. Then Tina's eyes shifted down to the floor underneath Jason's dangling massive form. Her eyes narrowed. "Come on, concentrate," she heard Dr. Cruz urging her in her mind. With the huge sound of wood splintering, a hole suddenly opened up in the floor, and then Tina's eyes rapidly flickered up to Jason, and then down to the floor. The wire snapped. Jason plunged down into the cellar, and landed with a hefty thud. Tina released, as more tears freely flowed down her face from all the emotions rushing through her in waves. As she composed herself, she took several deep inhales of air. Then, tiptoeing, she inched closer to the hole and peered down. A beam of light illuminated the unconscious form of Jason, sprawled on the basement floor. With a trembling hand, she gingerly touched Nick, who was lying nearby. "Nick?" she said. He groaned but didn't wake up. Jason suddenly pounced up out of the hole in the floor like a jack-in-the-box, grabbing Tina and pulling her and a few fragments of wood down into the cluttered and musty basement. Tina wrestled free of his grimy grasp and then rushed to the opposite side of the basement from Jason, scanning her surroundings for anything and everything that she could use against him. A jar of nails was sitting on a dilapidated wooden shelf. Tina intensely concentrated on it. Her face flushed red again as all of her muscles contracted. The lid to the jar unscrewed, and then the jar tipped over on its side. Nails shot out like tiny missiles at Jason. One pierced his head right between his eyes. He staggered backwards. Ripping the nail from his rotted flesh, Jason let out another ragged breath. It hadn't hurt him. He barely felt a thing. It was nothing more than an annoyance. Tina's eyes flickered over to a canister of gasoline covered in cobwebs. Without moving a muscle, Tina glared at the canister until it started to shift across the floor, and then the hose inside snaked out of the container and began to spray Jason and the concrete floor with gasoline. Then she turned to stare at the furnace as the metal door flew open on its hinges. Fire roared out of the furnace as a ring of fire rose around Jason, separating him from Tina. The fire slowly crept up Jason's leg, which had been splattered with the gas. Tina looked and saw that her jacket had been spritzed with the gas, and thinking fast, she tore it off of her, tossing it aside. Jason was fully lit ablaze now, flailing around and grasping at nothing, the intense heat overtaking him. Nick suddenly appeared at the basement steps, ushering for Tina to follow him. Jason growled as the flames swallowed him whole, and then he fell onto his knees, grasping at the sky, in complete and utter bewilderment at what was happening. Tina couldn't tear her eyes from the smoldering form of Jason. Nick finally snapped her out of it and tugged her up the stairs. Tina and Nick ran as the house quickly began to engulf in flames. The overpowering heat almost knocked them to their feet when they reached the first floor. The fire was spreading immeasurably quickly. "Come on!" Nick urged, and pulled Tina out the front door, just as shards of woods began to fall above their heads. The house was coming down. Tina and Nick sprinted for the lake and ran onto the dock. "Hit the deck!" Nick cried urgently. They dove to their knees as the Shepard home was destroyed in one fiery explosion. Chapter 10. Epilogue. The boom from the explosion rocked the earth. The smoldering ashes of the Shepard home lit up the forest and the night sky. Tina and Nick uncovered their heads as the debris settled, and Tina looked in astonishment at the charred remnants of her childhood home. Tears spilled down her face, and she fell into Nick's warm embrace. "It's all gone," she sobbed with absolute despair. "Everything's gone." "Shh," Nick consoled her, stroking her hair and holding her tightly. After a few quiet moments, neither of them heard the slow and stealthy footfalls across the wood of the pier. A hand shot out of nowhere. Tina was snatched fiercely. Nick's jaw dropped as he looked up to see Jason's singed, monstrous form, smoke still rising off his body. He tossed Tina across the pier like a rag doll. "Hey!" Nick bellowed. He whipped out Tina's father's pistol and aimed it at Jason, firing. A bullet nicked Jason's arm and he spun around. Nick grimaced with terror as he saw what had been underneath the hockey mask. He held strong and fired again. Another bullet tore into Jason's chest. He kept advancing like a tank towards Nick. Nick fired again, and a bullet pierced Jason's left shoulder. Nick pulled the trigger again. Click. Nick's heart skipped a beat. Out of bullets. Jason shoved Nick hard, and he went plunging into a canoe. Then he focused on Tina, the one who had caused him the most pain thus far. Tina was lying on the dock, staring up at Jason helplessly. She closed her eyes tightly, focusing all of her emotions on the masked beast. "Daddy, I need you," Tina thought. "Daddy, please." The lake began to churn, just like the emotions broiling inside of Tina. Clouds rolled across the sky, not obscuring the full moon. The same mysterious white fog slowly began to materialize, slinking across the surface of the water. Bubbles rose and cut through the smooth, still surface of the lake, and soon the entire area of the lake was violently churning, as if it were in the middle of a monsoon. The wind picked up, howling around them. Thunder crashed. Boards of the pier suddenly snapped, splintering like balsa wood. Rising up from the lake and smashing up through the wooden slats was the rotting specter of John Shepard, lunging out grotesquely from the gaping hole in the dock with a splash. His face was hideously decomposed. Patches of his skin had rotted off, showing the bone beneath. His hands held a rusted chain. He let out a battle cry. Tina watched in sheer awe as the decomposing figure of John Shepard sunk his bony fingers into the back of Jason's legs, sending him to his knees. John Shepard wrapped the chain around Jason's neck and yanked him backwards into the hole. Jason and the resurrected corpse of her father both disappeared underneath the surface of the water. Tina felt everything fading, and from sheer exhaustion, she passed out, and everything went black. Tina's eyes fluttered open to the side of a crystal blue, cloudless sky. Her vision became cloudy at first, and then her eyes cleared. There was nothing but the faint sounds of sirens in the distance and birds chirping all around her. It was morning. At first, Tina didn't move or say a thing. She was paralyzed with the realization that the last week hadn't been a dream. As she took a breath, she could still smell the smoky odor of the remains of her childhood home. It was all real. It all really happened. Jason Voorhees had risen from the depths and murdered her mother. And then she had to battle him with powers that she wasn't too skilled at wielding. And now she was overcome with the heavy realization that she would have to explain all of it to the police, and that likely they would not believe her. She'd probably wind up back in the hospital. But Tina was beginning to look forward to that notion. 4 white walls and no Jason. Tina suddenly was snapped out of her thoughts when she felt herself being lifted by 2 burly men in medic uniforms. "Nick!" Tina suddenly cried. "Where's Nick?" "He's all right," said one of the medics, as they strapped her into a gurney. Tina glanced around as her eyes adjusted to the sunlight even more. She saw the burning remains of her home, and she stared blankly at it. All she could do was disassociate. It was really all gone. But Tina didn't feel a thing. Her emotions were completely exhausted. She was virtually numb, and that was probably a good thing. Firefighters were spraying off the smoldering ruins. Police cars were everywhere. Tina rolled past a fireman picking up a broken and weathered hockey mask. Tina was wheeled across the clearing and rolled into an ambulance beside Nick. Where's Jason?" Nick asked groggily. Tina stared out at the lake, which was as still and peaceful as ever, as if nothing had happened. And then she smiled knowingly, taking one last look at the lake, and then spoke up. "We took care of him." The end. Okay, Slash-a-Holics, this has been the conclusion, chapters 9 and 10, /epilogue, of Friday the 13th, Part 7, The New Blood. The novelization by Landon Turner. I really enjoyed the way he took this story home. I've always wondered what the hell was Melissa doing in Tina's bathroom, and why did nobody question that? You know, in my opinion, she was either pulling off a double-decker, some of you know what that is, or she was like flushing rags and stuff down the toilet to prank her and like get water everywhere. I don't know. Give me your theories in the description below. It's probably something more likely that she wanted a hot shower and Eddie had used up all the hot water after the power went out. I don't know, but why do you all think that? What was Melissa doing in Tina's bathroom, in Tina's house? That little aside. Yeah, it was a great ending to the book. I think Landon really knocked this one out of the park, and I really hope, Landon, that you will give Friday the 13th Part 8 a try. It is right above Part 3. It's my least favorite. Almost least favorite of the entire series, but I feel like you could make it enjoyable. I think that you could pull a Jake Martin, where he wrote the novelization to Halloween 5, and made it very enjoyable. So I'd love to see what you did with Part 8. If you would give us some of the stuff that the script originally called for, you know, like Madison Square Garden, Statue of Liberty, maybe less time on the boat, more time in New York. I think I speak for everybody here on the channel, all the listeners, saying we would love to hear your take on Jason Takes Manhattan. But yeah, Dr. Cruz meeting his fate couldn't happen quick enough. Thank you for making it very detailed. Finding out that Jason propped all these people up everywhere, all these dead bodies. Like, I still wonder why he does that, because he does that in more than just one of the movies. Like, it's almost like the Saw endings with the big reveal. with the music playing, and you see all the stuff that had gone down but leading up to the ending. Jason sets these bodies up, and somebody always finds them. Like, what is up with this theatrical flair that Jason has for, showcasing his victims? Like, putting a head in a plant, putting somebody in a tree, hanging somebody from a tree, He could have just left that one body in the lake. But, anyways. Great job. Melissa dying just in shock, not being able to scream or anything. Always enjoyed that. And, of course, the battle scenes between Tina and Jason. Written perfectly. Chef's kiss. I hope I was able to give a good ambiance and music and all that to really just bring home how good Landon's writing was, putting us in those moments. Yeah. And, I just read the whole thing. I don't know what else to say. The fights were great. I don't have to go into detail about him again. He really put us there. But the thing that wins it for me, that Landon gets the award for awesome fucking novelization, was he gave us the decomposed corpse of John Shepard, not the dirty-faced algae in his hair John Shepard. Sticking his bony corpse fingers into Jason's leg and bringing him down to his knees and dragging him into the lake, and getting into Tina's head about, she knows the cops aren't going to believe her. Who the fuck would? But, yeah, really cool shit. Really love that. Love the fact that during the battles, Tina heard Dr. Cruz's voice talking to her. Even though he was a piece of shit that got her mom killed, he still, in his narcissism and manipulation of Tina, he still helped her harness those powers. And to know that Jason was irritated and enraged that things weren't normal, the way he saw the world working, that what she was doing was against the norm and pissing him off. Just, wow. Great job, Landon. Please, everybody listening, let me know and let Landon know what you thought of this book. Please give him a big thank you for taking the time to write this for us, because I think he did an amazing job. His novelizations of Part 4, 5, and 7 have been some of the most fun I've ever had on this channel, and I really hope that he writes Part 8. I'm looking forward to narrating it if he does. Love his work, and so thankful for Landon and what he's taken the time to do for the Friday the 13th community. Okay, Slash-a-Holics, this has been your friendly neighborhood 80s slasher librarian saying, thanks for listening, be excellent to each other, and remember, the sun never sets on those who ride into it. We'll see you soon.
Turning in my dream, watch narrates the killing spree. Horror tales set my soul free. In the darkness I reside, fake laugh and twisted guide. Jason's mask, no place to hide. In my mind they come alive. I'm a Slash-a-Holic, can't you see? Living nightmares set me free. Michael's knife and Chucky's grin. Josh's voice pulls me back in. I know destination's near. Every death's a newfound fear. All to madness, here I hear. Josh's words I always hear. Bloody pages, crimson sea. Monsters crawling from Final destination's near. Every death's a newfound fear. Pulled to madness year by year. Josh's words I always hear. Bloody pages, crimson sea. Monsters crawling from my screen. Josh describes it all obscene. Lost in horrors, dark and mean. Bloody pages, crimson sea. Monsters crawling from my screen. Josh describes it all obscene. Lost in horrors, dark and mean. The Slash-a-Holic, can't you see? Living nightmares set me free. Michael's knife and Chucky's grin. Josh's voice pulls me back in. Final destination's near. Every death's a newfound fear.